Chapter 242, Righteous Crusade. As with all new skills, or in this case, upgraded skill, it took a bit of experimenting and testing to fully understand his newfound capabilities. It had gone up 2 entire rarities with many newly added functionalities. The first he tested was how many marks he could place in total. Before, it had only been 1, and that was quite frankly annoying. It was fine against singular, powerful enemies like the Prima, but it sucked against crowds of deep dwellers. He would also like to test the subtlety of applying the mark, but he hadn't found anything that noticed him placing it so far. Maybe the king knew, though to be fair back then, the mark just expired damn fast due to the level disparity. Anyway, Jake currently stood staring down on the next unsuspecting village of deep dwellers. He began marking them all from highest to lowest and instantly felt a difference. Every single mark gave a far more distinct feeling compared to before, and it no longer just made him aware of their position, it even made him aware of how they looked. It was like a general outline of their bodies appeared in his mind. At least parts of it, as he saw that it was more focused on the center of their body and their heads, while the limbs were barely visible in the outline. It was better than before, but not perfect. Back then, it felt more like he had a small dot on a radar and nothing else. Next came the number of marks. Jake continued his marking strategy and was surprised when he passed 10, even more so when he surpassed 20, then 30, and finally 40. Mark 41 and 42 also went through, but he innately felt that it would remove the first one he had put when he tried to use another mark. Jake frowned as the number was oddly specific. While 42 was indeed the meaning of life, he doubted it was related to that fact. He knew it was based on perception, and a quick peek at his stats made him quite sure what the explanation was: 1 mark per 100 perception. With a current perception stat at 4290, he was close to getting another mark available. Not that he believed he needed 42. It already felt unnecessary, or was it? Just as the thought appeared, he began to consider the whole arcane charge. With that, it made a lot more sense, and he already had a tactic for how he would handle the next village: overwhelming arcane airstrikes. Well, it wasn't that different from all the villages prior, but this time he would have extra explosions. Jake focused as he began conjuring orbs of arcane mana. It had been a small surprise he hadn't been offered a skill related to these orbs, but he assumed they more or less were just offshoots of arcane bolts that Jake had changed a little to focus more on scope rather than potency. They were just bombs that aimed to destroy the geography in buildings, not to actually harm the deep dwellers severely. It would help him to better understand the arcane charge thing, though. It was a bit cruel, but this village would become his testing ground. Their deaths would be his test results. With his eyes closed, he focused as the orbs condensed around him one by one. Each of them crackled with energy as they were made with very unstable arcane mana, which also meant very destructive mana. Once he had summoned 11, he felt himself begin to lose control, so he sent them down. At the same time, he took out his bow as an explosive arcane arrow appeared in his hand. Due to the faster travel speed of arrows compared to his orbs, everything arrived at once. 4 arcane arrows exploded in different parts of the village, causing a chain reaction as the blasts hit the orbs that had also descended. Once more, the deep dwellers had been unprepared, as a couple of the regular ones took heavy injuries in the first salvo. Additionally, Jake had made sure to aim his initial attacks in an area where nearly all the deep dwellers were marked, and he instantly saw and felt the effects. Those with marks now looked far more substantial to him, and even their limbs were lit up. He now realized it was the arcane energies in their body he could see. Jake also felt that at any moment, he could detonate the marks if he so wanted. Of course, it only worked on those who had taken a bit of damage, and the explosions would do little to no harm on most of them. Except 2. 2 of the deep dwellers were hurt pretty badly as they had both been hit directly by an arcane arrow each. Jake felt the arcane energy that had invaded and was now nestled within the mark. Where exactly this mark was on their bodies, he didn't know, or if it even was on their bodies. He knew there was plenty of metaphysical stuff going on with many energy types. Well, the only way to find out where the energy was to see where it would come from. With a mental command, he activated one of the arcane charges. A part of him had expected a giant arcane explosion, but what he got instead was way more subtle. A faint purple-pink light was emanated from every orifice of the deep dweller as if something had flashed a powerful light within it, and it screamed out in pain. It was only a brief flash that caused no explosion or had any effect on anything outside, but it did a number on the marked target. It hadn't killed it, but it rolled around on the ground in pain. Jake wasn't entirely clear about what had happened. It didn't look to have taken any physical damage at all from the arcane charge being activated, yet it sure seemed like it had been heavily hurt. He turned his attention to the second deep dweller that had been heavily damaged and activated its mark, too, focusing more on the process this time. When it activated, Jake felt the arcane energy attack the exact same way the mark amplified damage. Oh shit, of course. All the way back in the badger's den, Jake had discovered that his mark of the ambitious hunter's amplified damage just functioned as direct damage to the health pool of his foes. The same was true for the upgraded mark, but Jake hadn't expected the arcane charge to attack the exact same thing. Back then, Jake didn't know that his mark actually directly attacked the fourth layer of the soul. It damaged their health points for any vitality-based lifeform, but as it also worked on things like elementals, he assumed it only worked on consuming mana if that is what kept them alive and served as their health pools. Somehow his arcane energy could tap into that part of the skill and directly attack the health points of the foe with arcane energy. It was entirely unexpected, and it made him wonder if it was because it was his arcane energy that made it possible or if it was solely the skill. It had many implications for sure. More experiments are in order, he thought. He even got a few ideas related to alchemy, but those were for later, as in after the dungeon. Jake continued raining down destruction like he was a Western superpower, and the Deep Dweller village was a poor but oil-rich country. He primarily focused on the marks and how they did their damage, and he even found that his sense of the malefic viper helped a bit when he activated the marks, and Jake could feel his own affinity burning into the health of his foes. The resident warlord was an especially great test subject, as Jake allowed it to push itself all the way. He even allowed it to absorb the golden mushroom to infuse it, as well as absorb plenty of its brethren, for him to keep building up an arcane charge larger than any before. Because it could heal from most damage fast, the arcane charge just got bigger and bigger, making it easier and easier to feel. As the arcane charge wasn't considered a poison, it didn't count for Jake's sense of the malefic viper, only allowing him to rely on the affinity sensing part of the skill, a part that was primarily aimed towards identifying affinities in the environment. Luckily for him, he had such insanely high perception he could feel far more than anyone his level usually would. Full perception builds were truly the best. Jake kept damaging the warlord as it tried to kill him, but in its mutated hulking form, it simply had no way to fight back. Shit, it was more of a threat before its transformation due to its speed, while Jake could just casually one-step mile away now and bombard it. Another thing he noticed that made him very happy was that the skill worked well with even his stable arcane arrows. Not the piercing of the arrows or the physical damage they caused, but the direct damage inflicted based on range and his perception. That damage was like that of his mark, but Jake had never noticed that the damage was actually of his arcane affinity. At least his new mark recognized it to be. To say he was pleased to learn that was an understatement, as it meant he had just found even more synergy. The entire fight ended up just being Jake doing damage with different arcane attacks on the helpless warlord several levels above himself. Jake kited it and kept damaging it slowly until he felt the arcane charge on the mark begin losing energy. It appeared there was a maximum duration for the stored arcane energy, good to know. Without further ado, Jake made the charge that had been building up through the entire fight activate. Due to the sheer magnitude of it, he expected something more than what happened with the weaker Deep Dwellers. When it was activated, it was like a flashlight was turned on for less than a quarter of a second within the warlord before being turned off again. The entire Deep Dweller just flashed in a pink-purple light through all its open wounds, making it look like a blinking disco ball of flesh and tumors for a brief moment. And then it just kept attacking. Honestly, it was super underwhelming. Jake felt like the arcane charge had done shitloads of damage, but the warlord just had an insanely high health pool and healed incredibly fast from any damage taken. A bit miffed, Jake finished the fight the usual way. Aka by blowing it up with poisoned arrows using arcane power shots before moving in with Touch of the Malefic Viper as a finishing touch pun fully intended. You have slain Deep Dweller Warlord LVL 147, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level *ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 121 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points *ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 114 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. Jake fished out the now infused golden mushroom from the corpse and tossed it in his inventory as always. Without needing to delay, he moved on to the next village. He didn't know how many there were, but he honestly hoped a lot. Jake was fully aware that his skill set happened to be incredibly effective against these life affinity foes. He had powerful poison that was insanely effective at draining health points. His enemies tended to deal with ranged opponents badly, and the general level of perception was low. There were so many damn weaknesses to exploit for someone like Jake. He could see Neil's party struggling with these foes, as they didn't have the burst damage to nearly instantly finish off the fungalmancers who could heal others, or the poison to inhibit the natural life affinity skills and natural regeneration of the Deep Dwellers, especially the variants. For Jake, however, this dungeon was his ideal hunting ground, so on a hunt he went. The first Deep Dweller village was reached around 30 minutes later, around 250 kilometers into the dungeon now. You have slain Deep Dweller Shroomguard, LVL 145. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. The village fell as easily as all others, and he claimed another mushroom. No level this time, so he moved on swiftly after a brief round of meditation. You have slain Deep Dweller Shroomguard, LVL 148. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level *. Ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 122 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points. Another village, another Shroomguard, another level. He had finally figured out how to get the Shroomguard to infuse the mushrooms. They could absorb it into their shields and merge with it, making them into turtle-like creatures with tough armor that still couldn't block touch of the malefic viper. 300 kilometers in now. Next village. You have slain Deep Dweller Warlord, LVL 149. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level *. Ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 123 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points *. Ding. Race Human D has reached level 115 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. This village had the biggest regiment of fungalmancers so far, with more than 10 in a single village. Not that Jake complained, the experience was good. He did have to spend quite a while chugging potions and meditating after, though. He even had time to get in a bit of alchemy. One would think the environment made making poisons hard, but it really didn't matter. The Altmer cauldron of supreme simplicity was too impeccably made to be affected by outside atmospheric mana. Once he was healed up, he moved on. This village had been over 400 kilometers in. The distance between them was growing. You have slain Deep Dweller Warlord, LVL 150. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. You have slain Deep Dweller Shroomguard, LVL 149. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level *. Ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 124 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points for the first time. He had encountered a village with 2 boss tier variants. This village, or maybe calling it a city was more accurate now, had been a fucking pain, to put it lightly, and had taken nearly half a day to defeat. It had taken him a while to find it too, as it was over 200 kilometers from the last village, or in other words, 600 kilometers in. It came to a point where he feared he had somehow missed one. He did find a few hunting parties and such around the place, but he had finished all of those off easily, as the best only had a single fungalmancer or warrior with them. There had been in excess of 500 deep dwellers in the village. He decided to just stick with calling it a village for consistency, and they had all been a pain to deal with. For some reason, the entire village only had 3 fungalmancers and only a handful of warriors, though making it easier in that department. It also had 2 golden mushrooms, so that was nice. From here on out, it would only get tougher, but Jake had no fear at all. He had yet to encounter any creature truly able to make him get serious yet. Shit, the strongest creature he had seen fight so far was the troll. There was also the Heartwarden he couldn't identify. It was that one Jake was currently banking on finally giving Jake a good fight, but for now, Jake would clear out any village he came across on his warpath through the dungeon, leaving not a single deep dweller alive in his wake. For lest we forget, they were evil mushroom-loving monsters. Thus his righteous crusade continued. Chapter 243, Schemes of an Old Man. Jake's skill selection for his class at level 120 had led to many things. A talk about slavery, a new skill for Jake to experiment with, insight into his own progress, and one more significant aspect. The system more or less telling him to start looking into using his arcane affinity with more than mana. As he went deeper and deeper into the undergrowth dungeon, he began doing a bit of practice with it throughout some of his fights. He had quite a few skills that used stamina, and he went with those first instead of trying to freeform stuff. Magic. He wasn't even sure what skillless manipulation of stamina was called. That is when he remembered. He already had tried using a mix of stamina and mana before in a skill he had upgraded where he made the energies mix. When he upgraded Splitting Arrow, he did by fusing the 2 energies to split the arrows. Stamina would function as the physical bodies of the arrows, while the mana would function as the inherent magic of the arrows. Coupled with the system assistance in upgrading skills once he was on the right track, upgrading it hadn't even taken a day. Yet Jake hadn't kept testing after that. Well, to be perfectly fair, it wasn't like he had many chances to. The World Congress and then his crafting marathon came shortly after the last time he upgraded a skill with stamina. He had just needed a reminder to keep working on it. Of course, neither of those energies had been arcane affinity, but his arcane affinity was closely related to pure mana, after all, so it could serve as a base. Jake began considering all his skills from one end to the other, and found quite a few he used stamina with. Arcane Power Shot was the most obvious one, but how would he integrate his arcane affinity into the stamina portion of that? The stamina portion of that skill was the stamina moving inside his body. Enhanced Splitting Arrow, mark of the Avaricious Arcane Hunter. Both used either arcane energy or mixed mana and stamina outside the body. Finally, Shadow Vault also used a mix, but that one was honestly just too weird for Jake to study in the short. Anyway, Arcane Power Shot used stamina in his upper body with arcane mana outside of it, enhancing the bow and his currents running over his body. He used stamina inside his body and closest to his skin to make sure his own destructive arcane mana didn't harm him while making his entire upper body stronger as he drew the string and charged the arrow. Meanwhile, the bow was infused with stable arcane affinity mana, which made Jake consider more deeply. What kind of effect would his arcane affinity even create when used with stamina inside his body? Was it even made to be used inside his body, or was it more suited for using it outside? The arcane barrier was, of course, outside of his body. The arcane wave was outside, too, even if it did erupt from within him. But he didn't truly know if the energy it erupted with would all be arcane affinity. Maybe it was just the mana part of it that was, as the skill used both mana and stamina. Jake's arcane affinity had two parts to it, stability and destruction. Together, his affinity was all about stable destruction, with both extremes always carrying a bit of the effect from the other. An explosive arrow needed to be highly destructive, but still stable enough not just to blow up right away, while a stable arrow needed to be extremely tough, but still able to deal damage outside of just purely piercing enemies. If it were just purely a physical arrow, it wouldn't really be worthy of the arcane affinity now, would it? Mobilizing his arcane affinity outside the body wasn't that complicated, but so far, all he really did it with was using mana, except for his new mark. The mark consumed stamina to use when he placed it on targets. Even the arcane energy that exploded within his foes contained no mana at all, but was some other kind of arcane affinity energy. A part of it was clearly stamina with an arcane affinity, but all it did was deal damage directly to the health pool of his enemy, and Jake was still unsure if that was something special about his arcane affinity that it could do that, or if it was just something the mark made possible through system assistance. This all led to the ultimate question: was it even possible to use his arcane affinity to make himself stronger internally? Theoretically, perhaps. But was he really going to risk experimenting? With normal stamina, Jake had blown off more than one limb with his experimenting. What would happen if he tried to do so with even more potent stamina that had a tendency to go big boom? Sure, he could use the stable version, but would that even be better than normal stamina? No, he would 100% need a mix. Jake felt like now wasn't the time for that quite yet. Instead, he would focus on the arcane affinity, on external attacks for now. The only issue was, he only really had the splitting arrow for that, or maybe his basic weapon skills. No, they weren't really usable. All of this meant that Jake shelved the exploration of stamina mixed with arcane affinity for now as he instead focused on clearing the Deep Dweller dungeon. Hopefully, he could get a skill or some inspiration in the future that could push him further. He was fully aware that was also one more option for stamina, some kind of aura skill. To mimic the aspiring blade of nature or even the Nest Watcher back in the day, as it seemed to only use physical moves. Once more, he reached the issue that he didn't know how to properly do that. A part of him also believed these auras were just outpouring of energy from inside the body. Stamina was also called inner energy for a reason. Keep things simple. And take the complications as they come, Jake thought as he flapped his wings and flew through the undergrowth, picking up herbs here and there, hunting down the occasional hunting party, and searching for the next village. Villages fell before him one by one, and he fought more and more variants as he got closer and closer to what he believed was the end of the dungeon and the heart of the undergrowth. Ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 125 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 116 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points asterisk ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 126 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points since entering the dungeon. More than 2 weeks had quickly passed, each fight took a while after all, and his exploration of both the dungeon and his own skills hadn't exactly helped his speed either. After the last village had been turned into a scorching hole of arcane energy, he finally reached something. Jake had noticed that the dungeon had begun slowly closing in on itself again and became narrower and narrower as he traveled in after about the 500-kilometer mark. It was at around 1,200 kilometers. It suddenly ended in a large wall, a wall that was 100% artificial. It was constructed, and Jake doubted it had been by the Deep Dwellers. No, this was some kind of ancient construct made by some other civilization. The entire wall was more than 1 kilometer tall and had a width of more than 5 kilometers, cutting off the entire path further into the undergrowth. Jake tried to lay his hand upon it, and instantly he knew. There was no fucking way he could break it. He did have one cheat, though. With his sphere of perception, he saw that the entire wall was nearly 100 meters thick, but that still meant he could see a couple of 100 meters of the other side. There he saw what looked like a massive net of vines. all looking like they congregated towards one area outside his range. Jake scouted along the length of the wall until he saw an opening and a single figure sitting in front of it, appearing to be in meditation. It was a deep dweller that was around 4 meters tall, and it carried no visible weapon. Everything about it besides its size made it look rather normal, as it didn't even appear that bulky, but Jake could feel this was the strongest creature he had yet to see in the entire dungeon. Deep Dweller Hartward LVL 162, Jake could now identify it. And its level was 12 levels above the second strongest entity he had seen. Side note, Jake, with this successful identify, concluded he could now only see the level of foes with a level 40% above his own since reaching D grade. He smiled. The dungeon had been good experience, but had been a bit lacking in the excitement department. Maybe the Hartwarden could give him a good fight. The old man blocked the sword of the young woman effortlessly as she slid across the ground to strike again. Her sword appeared to split into dozens as phantom blades rained down. Yet with a single swipe, all the blades disappeared, and the young woman was knocked flying away, landing on the ground, her hand holding the sword shaking. "Your blade is restless. What is bothering you, my child?" Miyamoto asked his great-granddaughter. Her name was Rieka, and she was the youngest of the main family clan, meaning she was his youngest direct descendant, which had resulted in quite a bit of doting from all parts of the family. She did have 4 older siblings, so not much pressure had ever been put on her, meaning she had always pursued her passions over everything else. Before he had become immobile, she had always come by to watch him practice with his sword and had chosen to pick it up herself. Her family had disapproved at first as it was not something they believed a young girl should spend her time on, but when she had proven her talent, they all relented. That the old patriarch had also liked that she did it sure wasn't a detriment either. After the system, the young woman, who had turned 25 just a few days ago, had been one of the outstanding surprises of the clan. She had not been in the same tutorial as Miyamoto himself, but had instead entered with many university students as she had been to a meeting with her Ph.D. advisor at the time of the integration. Another thing she had been stubborn about, having chosen to study chemistry and not economy or business management as most of her siblings. In her tutorial, she had completely taken charge and managed to excel above all expectations, and returned to the clan as the second strongest member of the entire clan. She had helped claim other pylons, but had not entered the World Congress as Miyamoto saw no reason to tip their hand and make everyone aware that the Noboru clan had so many powerful members. This was also the reason why they didn't bring any other D grades than him, despite having 2 others at the time. "I still don't understand. Why send me? I am not a negotiator, much less a diplomat. Even if you wish for someone to learn about his alchemical prowess, I do not see how it wouldn't be preferential only to send a small regiment of non-combatants and diplomats. Sending my companions and me could also possibly be interpreted as an unintended show of force and worsen relations," Rieka tried to argue. His great-granddaughter was not only a supremely talented swordsman, she was also their most talented alchemist. Miyamoto regretted not bringing her to the World Congress as he wished he had made her meet the hunter from Haven. "This will not solely be political, but a chance for you to learn. Your approach to alchemy is one of modern thought, while Lord Thane of Haven has knowledge of an entirely different path, one of ancientness handed down from an entity above our comprehension. I believe he has much to teach you, not only about alchemy," Miyamoto explained with a fatherly smile. Her tutorial had included plenty of ways to attain and progress the alchemy profession. Miyamoto couldn't help but find it coincidental that an entire faculty of natural sciences students found themselves in a tutorial with the alchemy profession freely available. Moreover, the tutorial had been sponsored by an alchemy-related god, which was possibly why it was organized. Rieka had gained this profession and had only 2 weeks ago, a month after the World Congress, gotten it to 99 and evolved it. With it, she had attained her perfect evolution and had since then progressed immensely fast in both her class and profession. Are we even certain this man will be open to teaching? From the reports, he seems the reclusive type and not one to openly accept someone coming to spar with him and exchange knowledge, much less teach another for nothing. "It seems like a needless gamble," she said, trying to sound respectful while at the same time adamantly disagreeing. Miyamoto found it endearing, as she was one of the very few clan members who dared argue back. It wasn't even a discussion that was necessarily relevant right now. The distance to Haven was vast and would take even him over a month to pass, so it would have to wait till after the treasure hunt. He knew that she would be accepted, as that was one of the terms that the city Lord Miranda had agreed to in order to secure the votes for herbs and the treasure hunt. The agreement was only to have a delegation, or an embassy of sorts, from the Noboru clan. None of it included his great-granddaughter interacting, or getting any guaranteed meetings with Lord Thane, but Miyamoto had a good idea how to get that when the time came. A man who strives to stand at the apex does not turn away chances to improve, much less a challenge. If you have the confidence to stand tall before him with your level of skill and power, He will meet you, and he will hear you out, Miyamoto explained confidently. How can you be so certain, Patriarch? We know close to nothing about him, and the intelligence team is still working on information on his familial situation and history, a daunting task with the interference from the Court of Shadows. I do not doubt he is as extraordinary as has been claimed, but to know his person is another thing, Ryuka disagreed, shaking her head. Miyamoto saw that she truly struggled to understand his intentions and his certainty. His smile grew as he shook his head and confidently declared, "You are my great-granddaughter, and you are extraordinary too. Lord Thane will not be able to resist a challenge and an opportunity to spar with another extraordinary human in the same field he is passionate about. How can you be so sure?" she said, a slight blush on her cheeks from the praise. Her long black hair was barely hiding the flush that even went down her neck. Truly, praise had become too rare a commodity in the clan, but it also meant that each time it happened, the impact was higher, because this old man would be unable to resist. Of course, there was one part he didn't need to mention, something that was perhaps just a small hope an old man had in his heart. Lord Thane was an extraordinary young man, only a few years older than his great-granddaughter. If something happened and the Thane family was joined more closely to the clan, it certainly wouldn't be something to complain about. With the younger brother already taken, and the city lord of Haven not having that kind of relationship with Lord Thane as the rumors suggested, he could only hope for nature to take its course if an extraordinary young man and woman with similar interests began spending a lot of time together. Even if it led to nothing, a friendship would also be valuable. Of course, it was all just the schemes of an old man, hope for what could possibly be. Who knew if any of it was realistic with what upheaval the treasure hunt could create after all? Chapter 244, Hartwarden. The Hartwarden looked completely unaware of the hunter that was currently observing it, yet Jake had a strong feeling it was aware of his presence. So even if it didn't know where he currently was, it should have at least picked up that someone or something was coming. This was why Jake didn't aim to repeat his opening attack against the Prima. He was certain the Hartwarden had something prepared, as while the Deepwellers weren't the most intelligent creatures mushroom worship, case in point, they weren't complete idiots. His arrow of the ambitious hunter had the issue of only working on the intended target, meaning if the Hartwarden had put up some defensive measures, his attack would be completely useless. Jake wasn't entirely sure it had, but he did notice that the area it was in was covered in what looked like 4 odd magic circles. All of them seemed inert, but that could just be because they didn't get power poured into them at the moment. However, they did look to be of the same making as the wall. All the circles were placed on black slabs of stone that Jake assumed were made of the same material as the wall. Jake couldn't see what was inside the wall due to where he stood, but he was 99% sure he couldn't get in there without defeating the Hartwarden first. It would kind of be a shitty dungeon if you could just have your defensive fighter distract the big boss as you went for the loot. Yes, Jake did believe the Hartwarden was the final boss of the undergrowth, at least the standard part of it. He hoped there would be more powerful foes deeper within, beyond the wall. However, that would be for after the fight to discover. Having learned from past mistakes, Jake began summoning his arrow of the ambitious hunter. While Jake hadn't fought this particular variant of Deep Dweller before, he had fought plenty to get a good enough understanding of them to summon the arrow. It was an arrow much like the one he summoned against the others. The arrow was black and exuded a faint feeling of death due to its inherent necrotic properties. Jake doubled up by coating it on uncommon rarity potent necrotic poison, as well as using the same bottle to prepare a stock of stable arcane arrows coated in poison. Once he was done, he didn't fire the arrow of the ambitious hunter. The arrow was massive like all others, and more than a meter long, but Jake had a strong feeling it would be a waste to just fire it. Instead, he wrapped it up in arcane strings and put it on his back as he drew a regular poison-stable arcane arrow and began charging his arcane power shot. Through testing, he knew the arrow of the ambitious hunter would remain for at least a while, so as long as he fired it within the next 5 to 10 minutes, things should work out fine. However, he did feel it already begin leaking some of its energy even now, making him aware he was on a timer. Arcane energy swirled around him as he knocked the arrow, took aim, and drew the string. Arcane power shot powered up as he focused on the sensation of the arcane mana across his skin and into the bow, the feeling of stamina welling in his upper body and allowing him to display strength far above his usual. Once he felt his body unable to take the buildup of energy anymore before it would begin to take serious damage that could impede him in the fight to come, he released the arrow to an explosion of arcane power. The condensed mana below his feet he had been standing on unsurprisingly blew up, but his wings were already summoned as they stabilized him. Another arrow was already being drawn as his opening shot arrived, Jake only sparing a moment to freeze the Hartwarden with gaze of the apex hunter as he saw the results of his attack. When the arcane arrow was 20 meters away from the Hartwarden, a barrier of green energy appeared in midair as a green rune lit up on the back of one of its hands. The arrow impacted the barrier, along with all of the energy from the arcane power shot. It held up for a moment until it shattered, and the arrow continued down towards the Heartwarden, but it was too late as it had already dodged to the side. Jake landed his eyes on it again and saw it now had equipment in both hands. In one hand, it wielded a mushroom shield, and in the other, it had a crystal halberd. This was the first clue on what kind of capabilities this creature had. At the same time as he observed the Deep Dweller, it clearly also regarded him with some magical sense just before it attacked. It cut the air and sent a wave of green energy flying towards him, using a type of attack that Jake felt like every damn creature fighting with melee weapons had. In Jake's opinion, a feeble attempt at trying to be a ranged fighter as he easily dodged in the air, firing another arrow towards the Heartwarden. The rune on the back of the hand holding the shield lit up as a barrier of green energy appeared before it. Just as the arrow hit the barrier, it split in four, all of them exploding with destructive energy, burning away the barrier but also flooding the atmosphere in dense arcane mana. Enough for the creature's mana sense not to detect the follow-up attack in time. It blocked two of the arrows with its shield, but the other two hit it in its shoulder and stomach. Some would argue it had got unlucky, but Jake called it luck that one of the arrows that hit it was the true arrow, the one dripping with toxic energy. Poison successfully delivered. At least Jake thought so for a moment, until he saw the shield-holding hand light up again, and a barrier appeared inside and around the shoulder of the Heartwarden. He frowned as he felt the poison failing to spread through his sense of the malefic viper. With a quite grueling sound, a cube of flesh was ripped out of the Deep Dweller's own body, containing the arcane arrow within as well as all the infected flesh. The cube was tossed to the side, the majority of the poison wasted. As for the wound, a rune on the back of the hand holding the halberd lit up as green energy pulsed across its body, making the wound heal even faster than when Jake consumed a potion. Well, that's one way to deal with it, Jake thought. It honestly wasn't that bad as he made the creature expend a lot of resources to remove the poisoned arrow. He had plenty of poison to give out, after all. The Heartwarden seemed to know this too as it charged towards him, halberd held high. It was flying a lot like the Shroomguards had, but it also appeared to be able to step in the air like the warlords, making Jake more certain this creature was a mix of the two. It attacked with mighty swipes, but Jake simply dodged back, not allowing it ever to pin him down. His wings left a trail of poison gas that forced his enemy to constantly expel it while also landing the occasional shot. The fight was honestly going a lot easier than Jake expected. He did have some issues dealing damage as it blocked most attacks with the shield, and what damage he did do was instantly healed. But he was slowly winning out, forcing the Heartwarden to reveal more of its powers. This was when Jake learned it didn't only have the powers of the warlords and Shroomguards, but the Fungalmincers too. The ground below him began churning as vines flew up and grasped for him. It also began spitting out a cloud of spores from its mouth to counter his poison mist. Jake cared little for the attack, but sent out a blast of arcane energy down towards the grasping vines, blowing up a few of them while easily dodging the remaining ones. In fact, the newfound powers didn't change much as Jake still stayed ahead of the Heartwarden at every turn. Feeling confident, Jake increased his aggressiveness to actually deal some damage. He had failed to land a single poison arrow since that first one, with the Heartwarden blocking or dodging every single one after that. To change up the situation a bit, Jake began firing more arrows, allowing the Heartwarden to get closer than before to decrease the travel distance. Instantly, he began landing far more arrows than before as it failed to block every one of them, but at the same time, Jake also got a few scratches from vines or the green waves of energy it kept sending after him. Nevertheless, it was a trade he was willing to make. Jake was waiting for a good opportunity to land the dose of death he carried strapped to his back in the form of a giant arrow, but it appeared that the Heartwarden made its move first. Both the runes on its hands lit up at once, as the fungus vines came up from below far faster than before as they gave off a green glow. Barriers also began appearing around him to block off his path of retreat, forcing Jake to either face the rising vines or the Heartwarden directly. He chose the vines. Jake fired down an exploding arcane arrow that split into four, sending out a giant blast that destroyed hundreds of meters worth of airspace, taking the vines with it. He fired again and destroyed even more, yet his danger sense spiked. The Heartwarden wasn't done. That is when he saw them in his sphere. Millions of small splinters floating in the air from the exploded mushroom vines, as it appeared like small fragments of wood had been within. All these splinters gathered in a matter of seconds as spears Jake recognized as those worn by the warriors appeared in midair, floating behind the Heartwarden like a giant wall of spikes. Jake counted over 1,000. All of them now headed straight for him in a rain of wooden spears. He wanted to dodge away, but the damn barriers appeared around him again as the rune lit up on its shield hand, and when the halberd hand lit up, so did the spears as green energy was infused into them. Scales covered his skin as he summoned a shield of arcane energy in front of him. Simultaneously, he flapped his wings and focused on his sphere and danger sense as he allowed his body to move as it wanted, flying straight towards the rain of spears. This was not a situation he could get unscathed out of, but he could minimize the damage. The rain hit him as he dodged the first few. He was hit in the arm, but he avoided one headed for his shoulder due to that. He took one in the shoulder but avoided one to the chest, and took one in the chest to avoid one in the head. Jake felt the poison from the spears invade his body, palate already eating it up. He was headed straight for the unprepared Harten that was using all its focus controlling the spears. Jake broke free of the rain, and he saw all the spears turn in air and speed towards his back far faster than he flew. But Jake was ready. The strings on his back delivered the arrow as he summoned his bow. His gaze landed on the Harten, and it froze. Unfortunately, this would not be enough to stop the rain of spears as only its body was frozen. The Harten seemed to have accepted to be hit by the arrow of the ambitious hunter to have dozens of spears impale Jake. Sadly for it, Jake had other plans. He needed to break its focus and make it lose control over the spears for just a moment, so he set it off. The mark activated, and the entire Harten flashed with purple energy for the blink of an eye as it screamed in pain, the spears behind him becoming disorganized. Jake released his arrow straight towards the Harten that was hit in the chest without even making the slightest attempt to dodge, a new mark already placed before the arrow hit. It was blasted back several kilometers and smashed into the giant wall it had guarded. It would have been impaled if Jake's arrow was able to pierce the wall, but he would just have to take the giant bleeding and festering hole in the Harten's chest instead. Jake easily dodged all the spears, as the projectiles now fell towards his body without direction, as their manipulator was busy getting blasted to Kingdom Come. The Deep Dweller at the wall began glowing in a green light, and both its halberd and shield were absorbed into its body as it fell. Jake saw it start to enter its second phase, but he was already way ahead of it. Limit Break activated at 20% as Jake moved in, not giving it any time to transform as it pleased. A few quick one-step miles and he appeared where it would land. As it began mutating, it was unable to move properly, which Jake took full advantage of. He shot poisoned arrows up into the still-falling corpse, delivering poison dose after poison dose. That is until armor covered its body, just like it had covered the Shroomguards when they absorbed a mushroom. Jake smirked as he kept firing where the armor didn't have time to form yet, and when its entire body was covered, he jumped. The grotesque falling Deep Dweller mutated so much it began sending out fleshy tentacles towards Jake, black veins covering its entire body from over 25 poisoned arrows. The tentacles swiped for him, but 2 blades appeared in his hands as he cut at them. He sliced and diced and jumped back as the wriggling mass of tumors and flesh began trying to take on a humanoid form. Once more, Jake did not allow it to do as it pleased. This transformation time was a huge opening that he had exploited and would keep exploiting. His blades were also quickly coated in poison as he moved in closer. The tentacles struggled, the body still forming. Where all the flesh came from, he didn't know, but he saw it glow in a golden color, making him wonder if the damn thing had another golden mushroom within it. The armor covered most of it, but where the tentacles came out, it was pure flesh. Jake cut off a part of a tentacle and used a descending dark fang to puncture a deep hole into the monstrosity of flesh. Jake flipped his wrist as 2 items appeared in it. One of them was a bottle with potent necrotic poison, and the other was a small sphere pulsing with arcane energy. Jake pulled out the pin and put the sphere and bottle into the wound as he jumped back, landing on the ground and doing a one-step mile as the explosion came. Boom. As the explosion rushed over him, he pulled out another 2 spheres. It was something he had remembered amid battle, and thought that now was the perfect time to test them, the spheres from Arnold. Blue-absorbent metal sphere, common, a sphere made of a composite metal by an extremely talented craftsman. Due to the materials used, this sphere has incredibly high conductivity and can effortlessly absorb and store most types of mana affinities. Once the orb has absorbed enough mana, the trigger pin will be fully inserted. Pulling the pin will release all the stored mana at once after a slight delay. Charge, 99. 8%. Jake was surprised by the explosion, and based on the agonizing screams of the Harten, it didn't like them either. The explosion was about the same level of power as one of his explosive arcane arrows, so it wasn't that extreme. It didn't matter, though, as the primary purpose of the sphere was to detonate the poison bottle. He threw 2 more spheres to test them some more as he took out his bow and knocked another arrow. Arcane Power Shot began charging as another explosion of arcane energy rushed over his body, his scales crackling with energy. Another explosion of arcane energy exploded out of him as he fired the power shot before swiftly beginning to draw another. He continued this as he bombarded the form that was still trying to regenerate itself constantly. It summoned barriers he broke, it sent out tentacles he ignored, and it even tried to summon more wooden spears but couldn't concentrate. Every 10 seconds, another arrow pierced into it, infecting it with more poison and dealing tremendous damage. Finally, Jake activated the charge. In a final flash, the monstrosity went still. In the end, the entire Heartwarden fight was another disappointment, even if it did have some interesting aspects to it. You have slain Deep Dweller Heartwarden LVL 162, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level *, ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 127 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Race Human D has reached level 117 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. Jake lowered his bow when the notification came. He had won a battle against a foe so many levels above himself, yet he frowned. Was he just too well suited against the Deep Dwellers or what? They all seemed so easy to beat, even compared to other foes their level. Heck. Even the Primo was more difficult to deal with than this Heartwarden. It sure as hell would have been a far harder fight if it was above level 150. With disappointment, he sighed as he went to check out the corpse. Within, he found another infused golden mushroom, to the surprise of no one. There has to be more to this dungeon. Jake turned his attention to the wall and the magic circles around the opening leading into it. He quickly went over to one of them, mushroom still in hand. The platform below him lit up with a green light as he stepped on it, and he smiled. He put the mushroom into his storage, and it instantly stopped glowing. He took out another one, this one not infused, and the same light appeared. Nice. The next minute was spent with Jake placing regular golden mushrooms on the 4 platforms, making them all glow. Once he was done, he turned his attention to the wall. Jake saw a large gate halfway into the wall, and he saw a green shield slowly dissipate that had been right in front of a large gate in there. Jake walked into the hole and through the fading barrier, inspecting the gate more closely. He saw that it was quite intricate, with many runes on it, and in the center he saw what looked like an orb or perhaps a heart. He flew up and put his hand upon it as a notification appeared. You have laid your hand upon the heart of the undergrowth. Your quest is done. The dungeon has been cleared of the Deep Dweller explorers that sought entry to the heart of the undergrowth. For long they have prepared, and at their precipice of success the invader came. Do you wish to complete the dungeon now or seek what the Deep Dwellers tried to claim? Easiest choice of my life. Chapter 245, Assessment. Why the hell would he leave a dungeon when he had spent so much time gathering those goddamn mushrooms? He had yet to use more than a handful of them, and he still had more than a dozen of the infused variant. When Jake chose to remain in the dungeon, the entire door lit up as the runes sprang to life. He felt some energy enter his body, and he tried to remove his hand but failed. It was like a pulse went through his entire being before entering the door again. Finally, he could let go, and he retracted his hand as the door began opening. Jake was shocked at what had happened. It felt like the damn door had scanned him or something. Whatever it did, it appeared wholly unrelated to the Deep Dwellers. He looked through the opening of the gate and saw it led into a new chamber. He also saw it in his sphere, but so far nothing was visible in that either, so Jake decided to just venture further in. His danger sense was entirely silent still. He frowned as he was confused about what the hell all of this was leading towards. When he exited the tunnel and reached the other side of the hall, he found himself in an absolutely massive chamber. Before he had even fought the Heartwarden, he had noticed how there were vines in the chamber and that they were all gathering towards one point. And he finally saw what that point was. In the center of the chamber was what looked like an inert metal sphere with several metal rings around it, all held up by vines that had overgrown on it. The metal itself was completely unscathed, even if it did look like the vines had tried to break through the exterior of the sphere. Jake could instantly see why, because the inside of that sphere was completely solid, not with metal but pure fucking energy. He could only see inside with his sphere, and even his sense of the malefic viper didn't react at all, meaning the sphere completely isolated whatever energy was within. He inspected the rest of the chamber, and he spotted quite a few things, the first of which was a wooden door in a small cave off to the side of the chamber, not leading to anywhere. It didn't take a genius to know it was an exit to the dungeon, and Jake stepped over to investigate. Putting his hand on it, he confirmed it was indeed a way to exit. Did that mean if he left and re-entered, he would be put back in this chamber? If nothing else, that would confirm dungeons could have different checkpoints of sorts. Then again, maybe it truly was just an exit like so many other dungeons, as this chamber would be the last thing to explore. He at least hadn't seen any other exits or entrances to the chamber than the gate he had entered through. Another thing he noticed in his sphere was a slew of stone slabs with magic circles on them like those outside. All of them were covered in vines, making Jake believe the Deep Dwellers had cleared the ones outside. I guess this is what the mushrooms are for, he thought as he began clearing out the vines. He summoned his bow and fired a few exploding arcane arrows to make all the slabs visible. He could have gone and placed the mushrooms then and there to see what would happen, but instead, he chugged a potion and sat down on his ass and meditated. Why would he face whatever was about to come on low resources? The Heartwarden hadn't been that dangerous, but it had still taken plenty of resources, hence he meditated. Jake got up, fully refueled and ready to face whatever was to come. He was a few potion bottles poorer but in excellent health and in good spirit as he began going around the chamber, placing mushrooms. He hummed as he did so, excited to see what would happen. As the magic circles lit up, Jake began to see a pattern. All of them had a single line leading into the middle of the chamber, directly below the metal sphere floating above. It turned out that there was exactly one mushroom for every circle in the dungeon. The last two were sadly not infused, but Jake still hoped it would be good enough for whatever was to come. As he placed the last mushroom, everything hummed to life. A beam of energy fired up from all the magic circles, especially the area right below the sphere, with their destination being the sphere itself. It greedily absorbed the energy for a while until all the magic circles ran out of power and became inert once more, all the mushrooms now ash. Everything was just silent for a moment as Jake feared that the two last mushrooms not being infused had made everything fail. He was about to admonish himself as he heard a sound above. It sounded almost like a dynamo starting. It turns out it did so because it was. The rings of metal above the sphere above began spinning to life, breaking the vines holding onto them. The rings spun faster and faster until not even Jake could keep up with how fast they went. Somehow they didn't send out any wind. Even if it were just looked at like a fan, the sheer speed would have ripped the entire hall apart, Jake included. Jake just stood there, confused about what the fuck was happening, his entire body tense. The amount of energy that Dynamo was giving off was not something that should be in a goddamn D-grade dungeon. The amount of energy was way above that, perhaps even above C-grade. A part of him considered bailing, but his instincts had yet to warn him, making him believe that this Dynamo was not any danger to him. Finally, something happened. The sphere hanging above projected a blue screen into midair with text Jake could actually read. Welcome, human of the Altmer Empire welcomes you to this assessment. This assessment is an official part of the dungeon and will count towards final system rewards. The assessment will be combat-related. All challengers will be split into groups based on their levels. If all challengers belong to the same group, they may enter together. Group 1, 100, 125, Group 2, 126, 135, Group 3, 136, 145, Group 4, 146, 155, Group 5, 156 to 100 challengers detected, 1 challenger level detected, 117. Assigned to Group 1, solo challenger detected. The difficulty will be adjusted accordingly. True talent assessment program initiated. Please proceed to the teleportation circle for assessment. Rewards will follow upon successful completion of the assessment, dependent on performance. Before he could react, the dynamo shot out one of its rings, and it landed right below the floating sphere. It formed a magic circle in less than a fraction of a section, once more showing a level of power that did not belong in a D-grade dungeon. The teleportation circle to the assessment Jake assumed. Jake didn't move immediately but frowned instead, as he just had a lot thrown at him at once. First of all, the screen before him was not by the system, that was for sure. It was made by the Altmer Empire, as far as Jake could tell. It had a lot of weird text in it, like assuring him it was still a part of the dungeon, and how doing this assessment of theirs would count towards system rewards. What was all this grouping nonsense? This was the first time Jake had seen a dungeon that had challenged dungeon-like mechanics within. Well, he hadn't done that many before, but it still seemed out of place. The whole thing about his assessment made him frown even. How did they know his level? Did the door scan him? Had they somehow bypassed Shroud of the Primordial to read it? Shit, he had so many damn questions. Wasn't the Altmer Empire some big elven faction? How the hell were they in a dungeon? Moreover, why the hell did this thing recognize such? Was this dungeon not a natural one like Villy had said it would be? Who else could have made it? How the hell had an elven empire managed to make a dungeon in a new universe? Jake hated to ask so often, but he had to know. What an interesting coincidence. Those elves are always up to something, I tell ya. Just do it normally, you're still in a natural dungeon. Act like all of it is the flavor text for now and just do your best, Villy answered promptly before cutting off the connection again, clearly amused on his end by Jake's confusion. Villy didn't help Jake much, but thinking about it, didn't he also have a cauldron offered by the Altmer Empire? Were they just suppliers of cauldrons and dungeons to the system or what? It really didn't make any sense to him what the fuck was happening, so he did the most natural thing to him. He completely ignored it and went straight for the teleportation circle. Several kilometers above the dynamo within the Deep Dweller undergrowth, a chamber suddenly lit up. Screens lining the walls began showing images of the chamber below, and many different devices came to life. It happened as the dynamo also hummed to life, and power was restored. In the center of it all, a hologram-like projection appeared. It was that of a humanoid elven figure. It instantly made a motion, and a small device lowered itself from the ceiling as it began recording everything happening in the room and on the screens. For a moment, the projection looked like it needed to ground itself after that first, almost pre-programmed motion to summon the recording device. It looked confused. The projection observed the room until it finally shook its head before it began its work as it spoke in a male voice. Deep Dweller Dungeon Monitor number 322 reporting. Activation of generator successful. All readings confirming this is a natural dungeon. The universe the dungeon is located in is an error. Unknown newly integrated universe or pocket dimension outside of the 92 main ones. Take special note if this is a code 498 scenario. Moving on to the challengers. Only a single challenger present appears to have cleared the dungeon solo based on scans. Assigned to Group 1, Level 117, Human, True Talent Assessment Program has been initiated. It appears we have a good seed here. Potential divine or factional relations yet to be confirmed. Challenger does not wear any discernible equipment that would indicate faction. All additional readings failed, indicating a skill able to block a full scan, meaning only the dungeon-bound analysis tool succeeded. Blocking skill must be powerful, a smart choice in case you listen in the future, Human. Caution is a wise. The projection cut itself off as it watched the screen and quickly moved on. Challenger unhesitantly entered the teleportation circle for the assessment. May indicate a Type 7 personality. Further analysis is required. Beginning vocal transcript of the assessment. Jake was teleported through the magic circle and had to admit it felt quite different from the system transferring him. It was actually the first time he had experienced being teleported by non-system means. It was not an instant thing like when he was brought somewhere by the system, and he could actually feel himself move through space. Not feel it well enough to actually get an understanding of how he was moved or any insight into the concept of space, but it was still an interesting sensation. Even if he couldn't learn anything about how to use the concept, he did get a feeling he could resist it. Well, not this teleportation circle in particular, as it was too strong, but it appeared that moving people through space like this was resistible to some degree. Good to know, as it would suck if Neil one day got mad at him and teleported Jake 100,000 kilometers away from Haven. Getting home would be a pain, just as his considerations of the potential consequences of pissing off space mages appeared in his mind, so did his feet appear on the ground. The first thing he did was observe his surroundings, which were not as expected. The ground beneath his feet was the borderline indestructible stone that the wall was made of, and he stood on what looked like an open field based on his first assessment with his sphere. Well, besides a perfectly rectangular all-black pillar a few kilometers ahead of him. Moreover, when he looked to the sides, he did see what looked like walls far off in the distance, hundreds of kilometers in each direction. When he looked up, he saw a ceiling far above too. It looked he was now within a massive cube of indestructible stone with a large ominous pillar. This seemed like a perfectly safe and normal situation. Spoiler warning, it wasn't. Jake observed the pillar a few kilometers away. He considered getting closer to have it be within his sphere, but his danger sense stopped him. A faint sense of danger from the pillar made him aware that it would be the source of conflict, which turned out to be entirely accurate as he saw movement on top of the pillar. A humanoid figure was raised up out of the pillar as it stood atop it. It was human-sized, around 2 meters tall. It was entirely silver, and the body looked entirely human besides having nothing down there, and while it had a regular face, it didn't have any ears or hair. He used Identify on it to confirm what it was. Altmer Census Golem LVL 150. Right after identifying it, another message appeared, this one from the system itself, showing that this fight indeed was a natural part of the dungeon. New dungeon objective. Defeat the Altmer Census Golem. Jake kept his eyes on the figure as it just stood there, waiting. He knew this was the foe he had to defeat, yet he didn't move right away. Because even now his danger sense made him acutely aware that the moment he made a move to attack, things would get dangerous. This golem was no pushover, far from it. He began preparing. His enemy was entirely metal, so he had no poison to use but his blood that could serve as an all-purpose toxin, albeit a still far less effective one against anything non-biological. Once Jake was done preparing everything, he took out his bow. His hands were shaking as he took out an arrow and drew the string, his eyes sharp and his demeanor serious. Jake was not shaking from fear or anxiety. No, it was something far different, something that stemmed from his desire, no avarice, for a good challenge. It was pure anticipation. Chapter 246, Census-Taking Hard Mode. As Jake charged his arcane power shot, there was one aspect of his usual opening salvo he became a bit doubtful about. Some basic sense of danger seemed to be an inherent ability of most beings in the multiverse, which meant landing powerful opening shots could be problematic if the attacks weren't fast or powerful enough. Even then, some foes could still avoid it. Unless, of course, the attacker had some way to stop their target from evading like gaze of the apex hunter. This is where Jake was doubtful. Did a golem have a soul as he understood it? Things like elementals did, but would it have a soul for him to gaze into if this thing was constructed? Only one way to find out. Jake released the arcane power shot as it sent out an explosion of arcane mana around him. The stone beneath his feet still looked untouched besides a few remnants of arcane energy. At the same time, he tried to activate gaze of the apex hunter. He tried and felt like he couldn't get a proper look at his foe, like it was hidden behind something. It was not unlike that time with Philip and his skill that blocked Identify, meaning this enemy had some kind of soul-protecting skill. Usually there was no way a level 117 human could pierce this defense and still activate the skill. But Jake was no normal human. He was a human that had thrown the vast majority of his free points into perception, had a bloodline that made the perception stat even better, and was using a legendary skill. Thus his piercing gaze shattered the veil that sought to protect it, and just as the golem was about to dodge, it froze. Boom. It was hit by a stable arcane arrow, yet an explosion of mana was sent out, not by the arrow but by what it encountered. Jake saw a faint shimmering barrier running along the golem's exterior, a barrier that had completely blocked the arrow except for a nearly unnoticeable nick in the silver-like metal of the golem. His opening attack that usually left his foe severely damaged if taken head-on had done barely any damage, but it had allowed him to see that it had a shield of sorts that defended it. Jake was not going to sit around and wait for it to counterattack, but took a step, making him teleport back over 100 meters as he drew another arrow. The golem several kilometers away turned his way, and Jake saw two blue mechanical eyes stare back at him. He saw them faintly light up, and his danger sense exploded. Oh shit. Jake took another step, making him appear not directly behind himself, but to the side. This turned out to be a very good choice, as where he had stood just a millisecond earlier was now occupied by a blue laser beam of destruction. It didn't cause any explosion, but Jake saw a small mark burned into the stone ground from the laser, which was more than he could leave with his own arrows. That I-beam was packing some serious pow. He had to dodge to the side again, as another laser came his way, forcing him to abandon his strategy of rapidly attacking before the golem could make it to him. Once more, Jake was happy he had his practically precognitive danger sense. If not, he could have likely taken a severe wound from that first laser. By the way, he called it a laser because it was. It wasn't just a beam of pure mana like the indigo mushroom had made, but a concentrated beam of light affinity mana. The remnants of light mana left in its wake were apparent. The golem fired off a few more lasers until it became clear it wasn't going to hit. Jake would have happily kept going to have the golem run itself out of mana, which was likely also the reason it stopped. Jake spent far less resources dodging than it spent attacking. It charged towards him, taking quick steps, but it wasn't overly fast. Jake finally took this chance to fire another arrow towards the golem. It split into 5 in midair, a new record, shortly before it reached the golem. His foe dodged in between them, but the moment they passed, all 5 exploded in a massive blast of arcane energy. The golem came out of it, sizzling with energy but otherwise untouched. When it was around 2 kilometers away, Jake fired another arrow, and the golem also made a move. Its foot landed on the ground, and just as it did so, a blast of mana came out of its soul, propelling it forward. That's the golem arrived before him in less than a second, one of its arms transforming in midair. The metal seemed to fold and bend, forming a large crescent-shaped axeblade. An axeblade it swung with extreme momentum as a small hole opened up as the back of its arm sent out another blast of mana to speed up the swing. A fucking jet engine. Jake bent his back over 90 degrees to avoid the swing, but before he could even retaliate, the axeblade changed direction mid-swing as another jet appeared on the other side of the arm. This fucking thing was damn fast and strong, but its unpredictable movements were equally as dangerous. Jake was forced to roll awkwardly to the side as the blade smashed down where he had just been. It managed to leave a small scratch on the floor below, sending cold sweat down Jake's back. Now that the golem was within his sphere, he could inspect it far more closely. Its body was made of shiny silver-like metal as he had first seen, but he had been unable to see the smallest details on it before. Incredibly tiny openings were all over its exterior, with some larger openings placed around its limbs. It was these small holes it fired blasts of mana out of. Much like how Jake had used mana blasts from his glove enchantment to propel himself and affect his airborne mobility, this golem used jet-like blasts to make incredibly fast and abrupt movements. He also saw that its hands and feet were both modular of sorts. It wasn't like liquid metal, but clearly its legs and arms could take many different forms, and Axeblade clearly one of those available shapes. Jake managed to equip his scimitar before the next attack came. He blocked the hit with the flat side of the blade, one hand on the handle and the other at the top of the flat body of the blade. A jet-like blast came out of its arm, making the attack even more potent. He was knocked back hundreds of meters before landing on his feet, only to block yet another attack. This time he didn't land on the ground but made a small platform, making him teleport towards the charging golem. It was taken by surprise, and Jake swung his scimitar with both hands like the weapon was a baseball bat, and the head of the golem was a ball. It tried to dodge, but Jake froze it with his gaze for a fraction of a second. A shimmer of arcane energy barely managed to form on the blade before he hit the golem, making it spin in the air from the impact. Fuck, that hurt, Jake thought, grinding his teeth from the reverberations going up his arms. It felt like that time he hit a streetlight with a metal pole, except far worse. The golem flipped a dozen or so times in the air till 2 mana jets restabilized it, and the fucker attacked as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, his attack hadn't even left a mark as it too had been blocked by the mana barrier. I need distance. Jake stepped forward but teleported back. He repeated this several more times, putting over a kilometer between him and the golem within a few seconds. He summoned his bow and wings both at once and fired an arrow after the golem. It shot towards him with another jet burst. While it flew towards him, the other arm transformed into a claw-like shape. It reminded Jake of those things used to lift up and crush cars, except far smaller and with razor-sharp edges. With a flap of his wings, Jake took to the air as he saw the golem dodge his arrow. At the same time, he pumped out poison mist and began summoning 2 arcane bolts, hoping to accomplish one of 2 things. First of all, it was to do a bit of damage, not to the golem itself, but its mana pool. No being had infinite energy, so Jake had already resigned himself to focusing on slowly depleting his foe's mana pool. He hoped the poison mist that attacked its entire surface would help do that. Secondly, he wanted to find out more about how it perceived him. If it had some kind of pure mana sensing skill, he had learned that his poison mist could help disturb that along with the arcane bolts. On the other hand, if it were sight-based, he would have other paths of exploitation. Either way, the poison mist and bolts shoo a pulse passed through him, dispersing the cloud of poison, as well as destroying both arcane bolts midway through construction. Jake even felt a prickling pain in his summoned wings as it passed through, but it failed to do anything other than deal insignificant damage. What it did do was ruin Jake's momentum as the grappling arm extended and shot up towards him. For a moment, Jake thought it was because the golem couldn't fly, but as it tried to grab him, the small jets on its legs activated and took it airborne. Jake mirrored its trick as he dodged the grab by firing a blast of mana out of one of his gloves as he swung his blade with the other, sending out a prolonged arcane blade down towards the golem. It didn't even react as the stable arcane blade broke on its mana barrier, but just continued its charge. Well, it didn't just continue its charge, but looked straight up at him as it did so, its eyes glowing blue. He barely managed to condense solid mana below his feet to use 1 step mile before the laser came. The beam of light continued all the way to the other side of the massive cube they were in, making Jake wonder if it even had a max range. He didn't have time to think much about it while dodging the constant attempts to grab him or cut him with the axe blade. Jake had come to realize that trying to fight it at range wasn't possible right now, so he decided to engage it in melee. While difficult, it was still manageable. Unfortunately, this forced him to do something he had hoped to avoid. Limit Break activated at 10% as he also drew the nanoblade. Using up his stamina more quickly was a big risk as he essentially aimed to outlast his opponent, but he really didn't feel like he had a choice. Being hit a single time from the axe blade would be a bad time, so he had to somehow keep up after all. He moved in, trying to stay rather close to avoid the extending grappling arm. On closer inspection, it reminded him of a certain doctor who used to fight a dude with spider powers in both form and function. The blade axe, on the other hand, was just a nightmare all by itself. Jake couldn't really block it with either of his weapons as the impact was just too powerful, and it moved in absurd ways. Dodging a fast weapon was already hard, but dodging a fast weapon that can change direction mid-swing was just borderline impossible. A few wounds here and there were unavoidable, but Jake tried to at least make his spilled blood useful, quite literally. All his wounds sent sizzling blood of the malefic viper onto the mana shield of his foe, depleting its resources. It wasn't like he didn't return the favor for every hit either, as he managed to land many attacks too. The issue was that to Jake, it felt like he was hitting a metal golem. He knew it wasn't sustainable, so Jake tried to switch up the situation again by also making use of magic, sending out blasts of arcane mana here and there, as he found his destructive mana quite efficient against the mana shield. Yet even with Jake's insane perception and bloodline, he could make mistakes. Jake dodged a fraction of a second too late. One of the claws from the grappling arm managed to barely get around Jake's arm and clamped down with immense strength. It wasn't strong enough to do any damage by itself, but Jake had no way to get it off. His danger sense screamed, but he could do nothing but see the blue crackle at the end of the golem's arm as the shock came. Blue lightning audibly crackled up the length of its entire arm as it sent a massive amount of energy into Jake's body. Without even thinking, he managed to condense his scales, and luckily, they didn't give a shit about the claw but still transformed his skin. Jake hadn't used them earlier as they would only be a drain on resources while being highly ineffective against physical attacks. Even with all that, it wasn't enough. Jake felt the electricity invade his body as he got electrocuted, but he knew he couldn't just do nothing, so he wrapped both hands around the golem's arm as his hands began glowing green. The lightning burned into his hands and the barrier stopped him, but he kept pushing as another crackling sound came. Jake clenched his jaw so hard several of his teeth broke, but the pain only made his senses sharpen as he mixed in more of his arcane affinity into touch of the malefic viper. So far, he only used the stable version with it to transmute items, but now he poured in the purely destructive aspect of his affinity. The barrier was eroded through, and Jake's hands finally landed on the true body of the Altmer Census Golem. At the exact moment he touched it, the golem swung its arm, smashing him down into the hard stone below. With a whip-like motion, it swung him to the other side. It repeated this as it smashed him back and forth, the electrocution never stopping. It only managed to swing 5 times before it froze mid-swing, this time far longer than other times it had been frozen. 2 yellow eyes stared at it from a bloody face as another crack sounded out. Jake stared at the golem as he poured all he could in to touch the malefic viper. Limit break had also already been pushed up to 20% after the golem had gotten hold of him. The silver metal had become black and cracked, the corrosion now slowly spreading down the extended arm towards the main body of the golem. The golem appeared to sense something was wrong, but for several seconds failed to move at all. Blood began dripping from Jake's eyes as he pushed gaze of the apex hunter far more than ever before as his danger sense told him the moment he let up. Things would end badly. 2 things then happened at once. With a twist, the extended arm was ripped in 2, and the eyes of the golem turned towards Jake and fired a laser beam straight for his face, his eyes more specifically, as it clearly had identified them as a primary threat. Jake managed to barely roll to the side, dodging the laser. His entire body did small spasms from the electrocution, and he was smoking from his burnt armor and skin. He had marks all over his body from being swung into the unimaginably hard ground, and there were even 2 bloody imprints where he had been smashed down. In addition, both wings were broken as he had used them to absorb some of the impacts, forcing him to desummon them. Yet he stood up again and threw a potion into his mouth. He just ate the entire flask as the vital energy ran through him. Luckily, the golem was distracted for a moment as it assessed the damage to its arm. It quickly concluded that it would be detrimental to keep the weapon as it detached parts of the arm and then retracted the rest back into itself. This turned out to be the right choice, as the detached arm began corroding on the ground after losing access to the main body. The reformed hand looked damaged with missing parts, and it didn't look like something it could heal quickly. In the end, the damage it had taken was minimal, but at least it appeared that the hand wouldn't be able to form a new weapon right away. Not that the golem needed it as it charged towards Jake, who now stood tall again. He had lost both his swords throughout the scuffle as he couldn't deposit them in his storage while being electrocuted, so they now lay on the ground. The golem charged the unarmed human that made a motion as something appeared in his hand, its axe blade ready to cleave him in ha-dong. The golem had ignored the attack. It had believed the stick of metal to be no threat due to the lack of mana coming from it. This had turned out to be a mistake. Jake had learned something back when he hit a streetlight with a metal pole. It hadn't only made his arm hurt, but also left a good dent in the metal of the streetlight. Far more than some silly knife or sword could ever do. So, if he was fighting a big metal golem, he should use a big metal pole. Pillar of Encumbrance, rare. A metal rod made of a type of metal with the natural ability to change weight based on the intensity of the mana infused within. Incredibly durable. Requirements. The golem was blasted nearly 5 kilometers away before it stabilized itself. No visible damage had been taken, but the barrier of mana flickered for a fraction of a second upon impact, signifying the drain of mana from that one strike. Jake stood back with aching arms both from the sheer weight of the metal pole and the impact running up his arms. The golem seemed hesitant for a moment. Jake gave a toothy grin as he retracted his mana from the staff and let it go. It just stayed floating in midair as it now was lighter than the air itself. He took out his bow and fired another arcane power shot at the golem, signifying the start of round 2. Chapter 247, Gravity is your friend. Against pretty much any other foe, using a blunt weapon wouldn't be even close to as good. It didn't work even with any of Jake's skills. Additionally, it was a bit unwieldy to use for anything except wild swings, and it was far slower to swing. Finally, against most foes, it would deal roughly equal damage anyway. Though he doubted he could even hit most foes, but the Altmer Census Golem was not most foes. Dong, boom. He swung again, hitting it in the side, sending it flying away in a glorious explosion of unstable arcane mana. The Pillar of Encumbrance crackled with energy as Jake infused it with his arcane mana, primarily the destructive variant. The pillar's metal was so damn durable Jake couldn't even leave a scratch on it, and the constant weight shifting made it extremely powerful as a weapon even if the system didn't truly recognize it as such. Jake's control of the pillar was far better than the inexperienced Minotaur minechief that used to own it. This didn't mean Jake hit harder with the staff, far from it. The Minotaur minechief honestly had a really fucked up unbalanced build with an insane focus on its mental magic and pure strength. Jake made up for his lacking strength with his mana control and speed. During the fight earlier, Jake had noticed one thing. The golem didn't actively avoid many attacks but preferred just to tank them. Unless it would take minimal effort to avoid, it chose to take the trade every time, aiming to land a blow in exchange for getting hit itself. It avoided his arcane arrows due to the low effort required, but dodging the big metal pole was far harder and took way more movement. Jake swung it rather wildly, but every hit was near perfectly timed as he tried to keep the golem at bay. He equipped his bow as it was sent flying back and quickly fired a splitting arrow that turned into 5 explosive payloads, blasting the golem back even further. He tried firing a second arrow, but had to dodge an I-beam. Before he could shoot yet again, he was forced to block with his staff. He jumped right before he was hit, made the pillar weightless, and let himself be blasted into the distance. In midair, he summoned his wings to try and get some more height and distance. Once more, he summoned an arrow to repeatedly do damage to the mana shield of the golem. He had theorized many ways to get rid of the mana shield, and so far, none seemed to work, at least not in the long term. If he corroded through it and made physical contact, it could not reform the shield where he touched. Jake also considered if a disruptive mana wave could temporarily dispel the shield for him to do damage, but to fire off such a blast would require him to hit it in very close melee range, far closer than he felt comfortable being for a prolonged period. He had only ever used disruptive mana waves to dispel harmful effects on himself, never offensively, so he was a bit doubtful in its effectiveness. But theoretically, it should work. The next thing he considered was some kind of acid. He didn't really have to consider it much, though, as his blood was essentially an acid. The problem there was that the golem had now adapted. Whenever blood hit it, it would shimmer and move its mana shield to make it fall off. Because the mana shield wasn't entirely physical, nothing could really stick on it. Nothing besides his arcana mana. Jake's destructive arcana mana sought to destroy, and whenever it made contact with the golem, the arcane mana burned into its barrier until it ran out of energy and was dispelled. This turned out to be a very Jake-favored exchange, which is why he kept infused the pillar with destructive arcana mana, also because it was possibly his only piece of equipment that could handle it, and why he kept using explosive arcane arrows. He had to admit, the fight didn't look good from an outside perspective. The only wounds on the golem were its one hand that looked slightly damaged and 2 small chips in its otherwise pristine surface. Meanwhile, Jake was a bloody mess. He had bloodstains running from his eyes from overusing gaze, blood from his mouth from clenching his teeth too hard, and generally wounds all over. The black veins of burned flesh from the electrocution didn't make him look healthy either. The health potion had done a lot, but he had taken too much damage for a single one to regenerate his health pool fully. That damn grappling hook had done far too much harm, showing how just a single fuck-up could prove lethal. Yet it had also demonstrated that he was far from fragile. In fact, he was barely affected by what had happened to him, but moved just as fluidly as before. Actually, if one looked at the battle as a whole, Jake was pulling ahead. This could naturally all change on a dime, so he had to press his advantage. There was still the looming threat of the currently unusable hand repairing enough to become useful again, or for it to pull out some other unexpected trick. In the meantime, Jake began plotting to take down the primary weapon of the golem, the Axeblade. Due to the purpose of the appendage, it was the only part of the entire golem not covered in the mana shield. Jake assumed it was because it would make the weapon far worse at cutting, making it necessary not to cover it. But this did mean the Axeblade was a weakness to exploit. Well, to call it a weakness was maybe overdoing it. The metal of the golem was still insanely tough, and even after the Axeblade smashed into the far tougher pillar, there was no mark on it whatsoever. But Jake did have one method of damaging the metal significantly: touch of the malefic viper. He had already taken out one of its hands. It was time to go for the other. Extreme reaction times, high level of agility, medium strength, high magic capabilities, high durability, phantasmal skills to summon wings and defensive scales, use of at least 3 different kinds of weapons. An exceptionally balanced build that seems to have its roots in either magic or archery, the dungeon monitor said, has used 2 kinds of unknown affinities, one of poison and the other some kind of destructive energy reminiscent of pure mana, an oddity for sure. Perhaps both these affinities are new, as neither have reliable records, which would be an exceptional find. However, it is also possible they are related to gods with no records stored in this particular facility. Potential arcane affinity cannot be ruled out either, but it is implausible. Further investigation is necessary nonetheless. The dungeon monitor was there only to monitor and record, yet it still had its own thoughts. It had these to make it better at its job, and allow it to voice its own subjective understandings and assessments of the one taking the trial. Most notable traits observed so far are the extreme lack of hesitation and instant adaptation to changes, as well as divination-level avoidance skills. Seems to possess a skill for spherical perception as well. Note, no observations of the concept of time, fate, or karma, or other such expected readings have been observed. Perception-based build. It is possible based on the ability to pierce the soul guard of the Census Golem. The fight is progressing with the challenger making an extremely admirable attempt. Overall, I believe we have a category 81 to 83 on our hands, skilled in air combat also. The golem will soon be able to use its other arm again, which should turn the tide again. Oh, despite the mana disruptive pulse, the challenger has futilely attempted to. Dungeon Monitor was momentarily confused at what he saw play out on the many screens. May need to upgrade the category. Jake flew upwards, firing arrows down at the golem following him, or giving it a good smash to send it flying back down whenever it got too close. The golem did have some ability to adapt. He based this on how it knew when to stop using certain attacks, and Jake made use of that. Right now, he was instilling the belief that he didn't want it to ever come close to him. This seemed to work wonders as it followed him ruthlessly while he flew further and further up into the air. As Jake had noted earlier, then they were in a massive cube. This meant it had as much height to it as it had width and breadth, so he would make use of that. He flew many kilometers up as he kept making use of the airspace. His mind was busy with four things: shooting arrows, smashing tin can golem, flying upwards while avoiding attacks, and finally preparing his next trick. On his back, something was being woven that would be used when the time was right. This continued as Jake got higher and higher. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. On the way, he had a few close shaves and even had one of his wings cut off at one point, but he swiftly restabilized and summoned a new one to keep going up. He had to take the hit to defend what was on his back, as that was his big gamble. 400 kilometers, 500 kilometers. Jake was nearing the ceiling when he reached 600 kilometers, showing how absolutely massive the cube was. As he neared the top, he prepared himself to make his move. He did something he rarely did, created a purposeful opening. Jake wasn't big on feints, but sometimes he needed to. He left his right wing entirely open, and he knew the golem wouldn't be able to resist slicing it off. It seemed not to have enjoyed the constant cloud of poison it had to fly through on their way up. Jake allowed it to strike. The axe blade cut his side, cleaving into his back and cutting off his wing, but at the same time, Jake also counterattacked. On his back was an endless spin of thick arcane mana threads. They all sprung to life and bound up the entire lower body and left arm of the golem, the arm that didn't have the axe blade. The other end of the strings wrung themselves around the pillar of encumbrance as Jake infused mana into it with a string connected to himself, massively increasing the weight every second. As the pillar got heavier, gravity took over. In a natural response, the golem tried to cut off the strings with the axe blade, but Jake was one moment too fast. While the strings could hold the golem quite well, he didn't believe they could handle being cut. Jake intercepted the falling axe blade as he allowed it to cleave into parts of his shoulder but stopping the swing. He froze the golem with gaze, spun around the arm, and pointed the edge of the axe blade away from himself. Finally, he held the arm in a vertical armbar grip. He had never stopped infusing mana into the pillar, meaning it just got heavier and heavier. They began being dragged downwards. The golem couldn't move any parts of its body as Jake and his strings had entirely restricted its movements, and their fall only accelerated with every passing second. With a good grip around the arm, Jake began doing exactly what he came to do: rip out the axe blade. His hands began glowing green as he held onto the back of the axe blade. Touch of the malefic viper began burning into the unprotected metal of the weapon, and this time it would have no way of detaching the arm to stop the touch from spreading further into its body. Naturally, the golem had a counter to being bound up by mana strings and held in such a crude armbar. It was a tactic much like the one Jake used whenever magical constructs bound him up: its disruptive mana wave. The golem exploded in a massive wave of disruptive deep blue mana, making Jake dispel his one remaining wing from the pain, and he even felt his touch reduce in energy for a moment. What didn't happen was the strings getting dispelled. Bitch, please, I've been making strings since I joined this fucking multiverse. All they got is their stability. You think your stupid mana wave can break them? Making mana strings was the first thing Jake had ever really done with mana. It had been the cornerstone of much of his mana practice, so to say that his arcane mana strings were incredibly potent for his level was an understatement. That the disruptive mana wave failed didn't mean that the golem was defenseless. The jets of mana fired up around its body as it began slowly burning away at the strings, and it even opened up those on the arm that Jake held. They tried to burn his skin, but were entirely stopped by the scales. In the end, those jets weren't made to attack with, but to give temporary speed boosts. If its left arm was still functional, it could have done something, but it wasn't. What was functional was its legs. Both began transforming, making Jake panic a bit, until he saw what they transformed into. Both of them transformed into giant laser blasters. Was this thing designed to attack like a damn iron cannon from above if I couldn't fly? The leg blasters began firing out massive laser beams down towards the pillar, likely trying to destroy the strings on it to let itself get free. It was a good tactic, except Jake pulled with his legs and his mind as he began tightening the strings, bringing the pillar closer to the body of the golem. This made the initial blasts miss by a tiny margin, and Jake sped up the pulling in of the strings. Pulling the pillar all the way in would make it hard for him to keep his armbar hold. Shit, he couldn't pull it all the way either without letting go, so it was sure lucky he could now let go. Crack. The entire axeblade cracked, black growth going down the arm of the golem. Jake did one final pull, ripping the entire lower parts of the golem's arm off like it was old and rusted. He let go, summoned his wings, and tried to stop his own fall as he held onto the strings. Jake pulled with all his might as he tightened the mana strings, making the entire pillar now be pressed up against the body of the golem. Once he couldn't tighten it anymore, Jake let go and spread his wings to slow down his fall. The updraft hurt his wings as he only now truly noticed how fast they had been going. Due to the constant acceleration, they had been falling over 3 kilometers a second. It hadn't even been half a minute since he bound up the golem, but they had still fallen nearly 100 kilometers, which meant there was still around 500 kilometers to the ground. The pillar would stop accelerating as the constant influx of mana was gone, and his strings would also begin weakening, but they should still hold up. Jake estimated the pillar would keep the same falling speed till the golem reached the ground. Heck, he even saw that the golem had stopped trying to break free after he let go. Perhaps it was just focusing on repairing itself and not waste mana by constantly having its jets activated. The fall itself wouldn't really harm it, so that made sense. This gave him around 2.5 minutes. He couldn't bombard the golem for obvious reasons as it would destroy his own arcane strings. His own destructive arcana mana was incredibly good at destroying his own stable arcana mana, so he had to spend the time more constructively. So he began constructing an arrow. Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter, Chapter 248, Minor Miscalculations. By now, he felt like he understood his foe well enough. He needed an arrow not to hit his foe hard, but to do one thing only: disrupt the fuck out of it and drain a shitload of mana. This was his understanding, and the system seemed to recognize it as valid. The skill at least responded as an arrow began being summoned. Out of everything Jake had ever summoned, besides maybe that soul-destroying arrow versus the indigo fungus, this arrow was the most unique. It was made of metal but had angular blue veins running along its body, making it look almost futuristic. The arrowhead was just a round, crystalline orb of mana that Jake recognized, his own destructive arcane mana. Jake hadn't known the skill could integrate his affinity like that, but he wasn't complaining. Jake looked down and saw that the golem was still falling. He had gotten faster at making the arrows, only taking half a minute this time. Jake had focused on doing it as fast as possible, and that seemed to have helped. It was almost too fast, but Jake could use that. He didn't fire the arrow of the Ambitious Hunter right away, but aimed his bow upwards as he got a good idea. Jake couldn't help but hold back a smile as he joked with himself, deploying time-on-target stratagem. Jake fired an exploding arcane arrow upwards with barely any force, turned around, and fired another barrage of arrows downwards. This resulted in 10 exploding arrows flying down at the same time. He fired off a blast of mana after them, speeding them all up a bit more. He repeated firing 9 more arrows downwards, each of them with differing levels of strength. He had to do a bit of quick maths, but mainly went by feel. Jake didn't need it to be perfect, it just needed to be good enough. Finally, he drew the arrow of the Ambitious Hunter and began charging his arcane power shot. Needless to say, Jake went for a full charge, which ended up being nearly 15 seconds. He was fine with taking a bit of damage, as he hoped the blow would end up dealing far more damage to the golem than himself. It was also because he needed to pack a lot more energy than usual into this arrow. He wanted to really make it bring with it a torrent of arcane energy on its way down. The reason for this would become clear shortly. He released the string as a massive explosion of arcane energy came out. Jake went for full-on scale with the explosion to maximize the energy traveling down with the arrow. This meant the entire airspace in a radius around him became filled with wisps of arcane energy. But it also meant that the arrow of the Ambitious Hunter that flew downwards with monstrous momentum also carried an equally monstrous torrent of arcane energy with it. Simultaneously, Jake began flying downwards, pushing his speed as much as he could. While flying, he kept firing arrows one after another. It would be a while till he reached the ground, but he constantly accelerated on his way down. After flying for a bit, he heard a huge explosion down below as the pillar impacted the ground. For the first time, the black stone had been broken. The pillar had implanted itself only 10 or so centimeters into the stone. While that didn't sound like a lot, it did mean that the golem was essentially tied to an immovable pole. He saw it below begin slowly getting itself free as it now had way more freedom of movement, as it wasn't being constantly pulled downwards by an immense force. Jake had counted on it not being able to free itself right away, and he was right. It would likely take the golem a few minutes to fully free itself. Maybe if it spammed that disruptive wave, it could free itself faster, but it clearly didn't want to waste mana. Not that it would be a waste, for hell was raining down from above. It would soon arrive, and while the golem seemed aware of it, it hadn't bothered to react yet as it thought it had more time than it actually did. This turned out to be yet another major mistake made by the golem during their fight. Above, a single arrow finally encountered more than 50 others that were already falling with incredible speed. As it passed, it was like a tsunami of arcane energy passed with it, giving all the other arrows a push, making them fly even faster. The golem's ETA of the arrow bombardment had just been moved up by over a minute, something it clearly hadn't expected, as it now began trying more desperately to get free. As for what Jake was doing at this moment, he was weaving. He conjured a web of strings that he wound around each other, constantly spinning them as a form began taking shape. It looked like a long, thin drill as it spun around while he weaved it. The arrow of the ambitious hunter would hopefully destroy the mana barrier. The other arrows would hopefully damage it and make it unable to reform the shield, while the weapon he was making right now was to serve as the finishing blow. His two blades were still on the ground somewhere below, so he truly didn't have any other weapon, which is why he chose to construct one. Below, the golem was just about to get free by repeatedly blasting out disruptive waves, but Jake used gaze once more. His eyes hurt like hell, and he had a growing massive headache from overusing it, but now was not the time to complain about it. The freeze ended up just buying enough time as the not-quite-orbital strike-butt close hit its target. Jake saw it before he heard it, first a flash and then a large pink-purple explosion, followed by several dozens of smaller but similar explosions. It looked like someone had dropped a massive bomb, as the explosion had torn up the entire area, making him quite proud of how far he had come. One could argue if one should be proud of making explosions that could level a smaller city, but he was nevertheless as he stared down at the widespread destruction he had caused. Throughout it all, he never stopped making his drill of strings bigger and bigger. Jake flew faster than ever before, pushing mana into his wings to accelerate downwards. He had no idea how fast he was going, but it had to be nearing the double digits in kilometers per second. For reference, that was Mach 30, faster than even the fastest unmanned rocket ever. This entire box had some very peculiar properties, mainly in that it had none at all. All concepts and affinities were so openly deployed and easily detected. Perhaps it was to make whatever the assessment, part of the test was easier, but it just made everything more effective. It was practically a vacuum of affinities in most ways. The concept of heaviness, if that was even a thing and not just some kind of gravity affinity, made the pillar fall faster as it got heavier. A part of that concept that the staff deployed appeared to be its desire to fall. It even made Jake's poison not naturally disperse. All in all, it effectively made the natural suppression of the environment non-existent besides the bare minimum physical laws. Ultimately, this didn't favor either of them. At least it shouldn't do so on paper. Yet Jake took advantage of this far more. The lack of wind affinity made air resistance a non-concern, his entire trick with the pillar, and even his application of arcane strings. None of it would be as effective in a more normal environment. Shit, with the passive, neutral mana all around, his strings weren't naturally corroded by the environment, making them last far longer. Long enough for the golem to have been hit by the entire bombardment by Jake, yet he kept accelerating. Despite the explosion, he could clearly see the golem, not visually but through his mark of the avaricious hunter, and through that mark he knew. The golem had been hit by more than just a few blasts of arcane mana, as it now was practically shining to him, and the arcane charge built up was quite substantial. The golem appeared like it hadn't managed to stabilize itself at all as the next attack arrived, a nearly 2 meters long drill of arcane mana coming straight for it with unstoppable momentum. At the very last moment, as victory seemed assured, the golem's left hand rose. Jake didn't know what he had expected. What struck him wasn't that. The pillar of encumbrance was swung up by the golem and smashed into the side of the drill, and Jake only managed to move his right hand at the very last second. His left one wasn't as lucky. In a single swipe, Jake's entire left arm from the elbow down was utterly obliterated by the pillar, as well as the entire drill absolutely shattering as wisps of arcane energy filled the air. But it didn't end there, because Jake still had his own momentum to deal with. He didn't deal with it well. Jake had resigned himself to not come unscathed out of his descent, but he didn't expect it to end this badly. He smashed into the ground with his left side first, smashing the rest of the arm and breaking his shoulder and a few left ribs at the least, and the wing was entirely crushed. He was happy that the degrade evolution had gotten rid of a few pesky organs, as those surely would have been punctured or ruptured. He only avoided getting his head bashed in by landing on his shoulder, and his mask absorbing whatever impact he did receive. Intense pain went through his entire body, as the left side of his body took catastrophic damage, turning him into an even more bloody mess than before. His response to all this was the only natural one: he attacked. Less than a quarter of a second after hitting the ground, while ignoring all the pain and damage he had taken, he lifted his one leg and sprung forward, reaching out with his right hand. He grabbed the leg of the golem and lifted it up, smashing it into the ground. This made the golem let go of the pillar, and Jake sent out a string of mana to grasp it as he swung it and smashed the golem away from him. Shit, he muttered as he fell to his knee, breathing heavily. Moving his chest hurt and everything was aching. He still had a bit to go till he could use another health potion too. In his arrogance or stupidity, he had forgotten one crucial thing. The pillar was not recognized as a weapon, which meant it wasn't bound by his mana, which meant the golem could use it just as easily as Jake could. It still needed to purge his mana from it, but its constant disruptive waves seemed to have taken care of that. Coupled with him going way too fucking fast to dodge, he had royally fucked up. Luckily, he wasn't the only one looking like shit. The golem slowly got up, looking a bit wobbly. The entire right arm was broken from Jake pulling the axe blade off earlier, and its pristine metal body didn't look quite as pristine as before. Veins of still glowing pink-purple mana were pulsing on its exterior from the arcane explosions earlier. Its right leg didn't look that good, and while its left hand and arm looked mostly fine, it still had taken a bit of damage. But more importantly, the mana barrier was gone. The golem's eyes weren't glowing as brightly as before either, but now emitted a far dimmer blue light. They stood in front of each other, both heavily damaged and low on resources. Jake still had limit break at 20% running, and his stamina was beginning to get very low. It was good that he hadn't used that many skills besides Splitting Arrow, as he could see himself being out if he had. His mana pool was still okay, even if it was down to around a quarter. Without his mask, he could be out of mana. Jake took a deep breath, and with pure willpower and by mobilizing his stamina to flow into his damaged limbs, he stood up. The pillar was lying at his side, and he picked it up and saw that the lower portion of it had been slightly flattened. It had likely happened when it smashed into the ground before. Jake could see where it had been embedded in his sphere and saw the ground all around that area actually quite damaged. It appeared like his bombardment had packed quite the power, enough to cause light damage to the stone at least. "You're tired too, huh?" Jake asked. He didn't expect an answer and didn't get one either. The golem was within his sphere, and he saw parts of its metal slowly begin to be purged of arcane energies that were still burning into it. He saw no reason to let it do this in peace. He charged forward, biting through the pain as he swung the pillar. The golem dodged it, far less willing to take hits now, and counterattacked by trying to kick him with its good leg. Jake didn't let it, but instead smashed the pillar down into the raised leg. He saw the impact make a small crack in the metal and smiled internally. Not as tough without the mana shield. A smile that quickly disappeared as a jet blast of mana made its remaining hand fly up and grab the pillar. Unfortunately, Jake couldn't really maneuver the large staff with only one arm, making him unable to move it out the way. They both held onto it for a while before the golem sent a charge of electricity through the pillar, forcing Jake to let go. He jumped back and retreated back towards where he had dropped the nano blade and the scimitar. Both were still bound to him, so he could feel their general direction. They were nearly 20 kilometers away, and Jake had to dash like a madman while avoiding the swings of the chasing golem. It was faster than him by quite a margin, and Jake felt like he couldn't make it to his swords as it was, so he turned. With an abrupt movement, Jake did a 180 and ran towards the golem. He summoned a handful of metal spheres, the ones made by Arnold, and with strings pulled out all the pins at once. Once that was done, he blasted them towards the golem as he took a step and teleported towards the swords with 1 step mile. Boom. A large arcane explosion sounded out behind him as he kept running for the blades. He felt the golem had slowed down slightly, but not long after, he peeked back and saw it rush towards him. The arcane veins running on its body looked to have found renewed life as they pulsed even more than before. His trick did buy him enough time to reach his weapons, and with 2 strings of mana, he pulled them both to him. He threw the nanoblade in his inventory and stood ready for the charging golem with the scimitar in his one remaining hand. All right, round 3. Chapter 249, Priorities. The third round wasn't like the ones prior. There were no flashy attacks or advanced tactics deployed, no powerful skills used, or anything in that vein. Instead, it was just 2 opponents duking it out with sloppy blows in a battle of pure endurance and grit. Jake dodged the wild swings of the golem as he swung his scimitar to try and land hits in return. His blade left shallow cuts on the golem's body, while it seemed to want to take him out in a single smash. He was fine with how little happened, because he was just waiting as they slowly fought. He kept dodging back when he could and fired arrows after the golem. It was a bit awkward as he had to hold the bow with arcane strings or his leg, but he made it work. He had switched to the stable version to deal even more damage, even if they didn't hit as hard when he only had one arm. He had noticed that the arrows could leave clearly visible marks on the body of the golem. When he hit it on the shoulder, he even noted how its swing looked slightly off as if he had done some internal damage. After several minutes of this, Jake felt it. The cooldown's over. He retreated as he took out a health potion. An hour had now passed, and he chugged it down greedily as the warm flow went through his body. He could faintly direct the energy as he focused on healing his internals. Jake quickly felt a lot better within seconds. Well, besides the whole missing an arm part. The potion had turned the fight from an "I'll probably win" to "I'll definitely win" real fast. The golem was running on fumes, and every one of its movements was more sloppy than the one prior. With Jake now filled with renewed energy, he pressed his advantage. Jake dove in with the goal of disarming his opponent by getting the pillar away from it. Okay, he had already literally disarmed it once, and while he likely could rip out the other arm, he wasn't going to risk it. Not when he could rip off something far more important. He baited the golem into swinging the pillar in a downward smash, and as it hit the ground, he grabbed it with his hand and kicked the golem. Simultaneously, he activated the arcane charge within the golem, making its entire body flash for a moment. The flash was so large it looked like a flashbang had gone off, and Jake hoped it would make the golem let go. Unfortunately, that didn't work, and the golem didn't even react to the arcane charge, even if it did do a lot of damage. Instead, it held on and just sent electricity into the pillar. His arcane charge hurt like fuck when it activated, but if you're a golem without the ability to feel pain, it apparently didn't bother you much to Jake's annoyance. The electricity it pushed into the pillar was far less powerful than before, and Jake easily powered through as he kicked again, this time with a lot more force as he even made his foot explode in a blast of arcane mana upon impact. That managed to do the trick as the golem let go and was pushed back, staggering as it fell to the ground. Jake used the staff to smash the golem in the side while it was still lying down, denting its already damaged arm even. He didn't hit it a second time, instead stepping forward, storing the pillar, and grabbed the golem's neck. He pressed down with his hand as it began glowing green. The golem retaliated by punching his arm, but Jake just leaned in closer to take the hits on his back and shoulder. They hurt a bit, but the golem was now far too weak. It tried to electrocute him one last time, and its eyes even glowed as if it tried to fire an eye beam, but nothing worked. In the end, the golem's arm fell powerlessly to the ground as Jake tore his hand upwards, ripping the head of the golem off. You have slain Altmer Census Golem, LVL 150, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level * ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 128 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 129 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Race Human D has reached level 118 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. Jake didn't even have time to go through his notifications before the dungeon reacted. He felt airshift as space mana and the concept of space filled the air, and it seemed to have only one purpose: teleport away the corpse of the Altmer Census Golem. Oh no, you fucking don't. He tried to put it into his inventory, but it failed. Instead, he released a wave of disruptive mana as he thought fast, but that only slowed down the teleportation. In a final gambit, he created an arcane barrier around himself and the corpse he was currently sitting on top of. He even used the steam-like energy coming off him from Limit Break as he tried to make it stronger. Remembering his last skill selection for a moment, Jake felt like he was in his entirely own world, cut off from everything. Light dimmed, he felt like gravity got less powerful, but more importantly, he felt the space affinity in the air weaken. It still activated, but what teleported wasn't the entire golem. The legs and both arms teleported away, leaving the torso and head of the golem behind. Jake finally was able to put what remained of the golem into his inventory as he fell back on the black stone ground, breathing heavily. With everything done, he could deactivate Limit Break. Weakness washed over him the moment he did so. He felt like his entire body weighed a ton, so he just closed his eyes and entered meditation as he checked his system message from clearing the dungeon. Objective: defeat the Altmer Census Golem. Completed. Bonus reward for clearing the dungeon solo. Bonus reward for completing additional objectives. Bonus Pioneer reward. Dungeon shutting down in 23:59:32. It turned out he had plenty of time, so for now he just relaxed. He rested as he replayed the fight in his head and went over his fuck-ups. In retrospect, that dive bomb move was a terrible idea, but at the time, it seemed smart and kind of cool. Also, he was pretty sure he just made some kind of arcane barrier resembling the offered skill not to have his loot stolen by the dirty dungeon. Well, he doubted it was the dungeon itself, but likely something more related to the Altmer part of this entire scenario. The arcane barrier he had conjured integrated a bit of stamina, as Jake pretty much just mobilized every kind of energy he could. The only time he had ever seen stamina outside of his body was in that mist-like form that covered his skin during Arcane Power Shot and when Limit Break was active. Something to experiment with, he thought, considered ways to use it in the future. But for now, he rested, but not before smiling as he spoke. I hope you enjoyed the show, Mysterious Observer. Challenger has defeated the Census Golem. Automatic retrieval system activated. The dungeon monitor paused for a moment as he frowned. Challenger has managed to block parts of the teleportation and claimed parts of the golem, including all core components. Inconsequential based on predicted existing relations of the Challenger. Challenger has now chosen to rest upon the defeat of the golem and has deactivated all boosting skills. ISH once more, he had to cut himself off as he practically gaped. Challenger is aware of the observations of the dungeon monitor despite system-assisted surveillance tools being used. Unknown method of observation. Possible divine interference, perhaps. No conclusion for now. Moving on to final assessments before the Challenger makes his way here. The monitor looked to the active teleportation platform not far away from him and the 3 system-created lockboxes not far from it. A wooden door had also appeared in the surveillance room, looking quite out of place. The projection's eyes lingered a bit on one of the lockboxes as a smile crept onto the monitor's lips. Final conclusion. Challenger is reckless but inventive and highly adaptive. Stats put him firmly in the upper echelon for someone his level, but his application of these stats is even more impressive. All kinds of energy control are at an extreme level. High probability of arcane affinity. High probability of high-level divine blessing. Too many unknowns to give a proper evaluation, but based on current knowledge, I shall heighten the category of the Challenger to N will confirm upon lockbox opening. Class appears to be an archer archetype making use of magic liberally. No confirmed profession yet. Will ask during the exit interview, providing additional observations and personal theorizing during the wait for the Challenger's arrival. He yawned as he sat up, stretching one arm while holding back a desire to scratch where his other one was currently growing out. It always felt weird to have it be all wriggly as it regrew. He did notice that it went a bit faster than when he was in E grade. He couldn't wait to be a few grades higher and be able to pop out limbs like green dudes from a planet once blown up by someone with a name related to the refrigeration industry. Now he only had one issue: how to leave the giant cube. Well, it wasn't really that big of an issue, as there really only could be one place for the exit to be. The giant obelisk thing the golem had come out of still stood in the middle of the cube, looking as ominous as ever. It gave off a certain aura, but there was also something else mixed in. His sense of the malefic viper made him aware that there was space affinity mana in the direction of the obelisk, likely a teleportation circle. He ran over to it, keeping a relaxed speed as his body still wasn't back to full power after the prolonged use of limit break. He felt like he had done a way too long session at the gym the day before and was just sore all over. It still didn't take him long to reach the obelisk, and once Jake got close, he truly inspected it for the first time with his sphere. The exterior was just blank black metal, but the inside was entirely different. Jake saw humanoid figures within. A lot of them. Altmer golems. He wasn't sure they were the same kind as the census golem he had fought, as they didn't all look exactly like it. Some of them sure got close, though. Needless to say, Jake would be a dead little hunter if he had to fight hundreds of golems as strong as the census golem. Luckily, it didn't seem to even be an option, as none of them gave off any response to his identify, meaning they were just empty shells. Shaking his head, Jake began running up the vertical length of the obelisk as he inspected its interior. It truly was some kind of golem storage facility, and even had a lot of technical devices within. Repair equipment, perhaps. All of it seemed weird to have in a dungeon, but he assumed there was a reason. On the top of the obelisk was a magic circle, space affinity mana coming from it. Seeing no other way out, he walked onto it and felt himself be teleported. A few seconds later, he found himself back at the giant dynamo thing. It was still spinning as fast as before, but the moment he appeared, it did something. A beam of light fired upwards from it, searing away the stone of the cave. It kept firing off energy for a few more seconds before it stopped. Jake just stood there, unsure what that was all about. There was now a big hole above the dynamo, so had it just opened a new path. It seemed like a weird way to do it. Very energy inefficient. "Please come up, Challenger," Jake heard a voice say from above. It seemed to echo through the entire chamber, the voice distinctly male. Seeing no reason not to, he summoned his wings and took a leisurely flight up the big hole. The dynamo sure had done a number on the dungeon ceiling with how long the tunnel was. Then again, this was all a part of the designed dungeon scenario, so it wasn't that out of place. It was basically just a big set piece. He emerged out into a room filled with screens and weird devices. In the middle of it stood what Jake could only describe as a very realistic-looking hologram. He was certain it was a hologram because it only registered a silhouette of mana in his sphere, and it was slightly see-through. The hologram depicted a man with long ears, wearing a simple robe. It was definitely an elf, but he also saw something even more important. "Welcome, Challenger. I must say your performance was exemplary, and I would like to congratulate you. I am the dungeon monitor of this place and one of the primary designers of this entire dungeon. I would like to ask of you if you could possibly answer some questions." The hologram said. How a hologram could talk, Jake didn't know. Magic holograms and all their secrets. As for answering questions, can it wait? He asked, already walking towards his target. "Pardon?" The hologram asked, looking a bit confused at how Jake was barely paying it any attention. "Loot first," the human answered as he identified the 3 boxes. He had priorities after all. The first was a flat but rather large box with the rare rarity tag. "Nice. The next in line was about the same size, but this one was epic rarity. Great. And the last box was small but more intricate looking than any lockbox Jake had ever seen before. It was ancient rarity. Awesome. He began with the lowest rarity box first. Funnily enough, he saw the hologram look a bit disappointed, as if it wanted him to open the smallest and best box first, but it would have to wait. Jake opened the box, and inside he found an entire white bundle of cloth. It looked a bit like silk, but was far too rough for that. At a closer inspection, Jake saw what looked to be almost scale-like metal fragments within the cloth. Using Identify, he saw that it was a cloak. Altmer Prismatic Cloak, rare. A cloak made out of a strange mix of fabric and metal, created by the master craftsmen of the Altmer Empire. This cloak is incredibly resilient to both slashing attacks and will distribute a portion of all kinetic attacks taken throughout the fabric. This type of cloak is usually worn by elite units focusing on stealthily eliminating their foes. The cloak passively aids in making you harder to detect, and when infused with mana, this effect will increase manyfold, allowing the user to become nearly undetectable. If the cloak is damaged, it can repair itself at incredible speeds and make it tougher defensively at the loss of its stealth functionality for a period of time. Enchantments: Prismatic Veil, Prismatic Reconstruction. Requirements: LVL 110+ in any humanoid race. He really wanted to go test the cloak now and put it on, but seeing the hologram just stand there staring at him made it awkward. So he just put it in his inventory and moved on to the next lockbox as the hologram spoke. Ah, those cloaks are quite popular in the Empire. The cloth is made by some of our greatest young talented tailors and is a beautiful display of the fusion between technology and more traditional weaving techniques. It's even popular among those who don't need the stealth component, as it offers great protection against nearly all physical attacks if needed. Additionally, they are also considered quite fashionable, and you can freely change the pattern and colors on the cloak after some practice. And it turned out he didn't even need to test out the cloak to learn more about it, as he apparently had an exposition hologram readily available. Chapter 250, Altmer Signet. Apparently it was a really great cloak. At least the talkative projection refused to stop speaking about it, over-explaining details of where it came from, even throwing in info about a cousin of his who used to make them. While it was a bit interesting, Jake did notice that despite it saying so much, it didn't really give out any truly valuable information. Well, besides fashion advice. Jake tried to ignore it at least a little as he went and opened the epic rarity box. Within he found a folded pair of pants. They were made of a very dark green fabric, almost black, and looked slightly worn. The fabric was rather thick as he picked it up, and he had to say the pants were rather heavy. They looked like they could actually provide some solid protection. Yet the first thing he picked up was the smell. They smelled like that smell when it has just rained and you are walking through greenery in the middle of summer. Yeah, exactly like that. It was a pleasant smell. The reason for the scent was obvious, as he could practically feel the life affinity energy emanating from the pants. Using Identify, he finally saw the description. Legards of the Undergrowth, epic. As the first to wander the undergrowth, the records of the long-forgotten place has led to the creation of these legards, so you can keep a piece of the undergrowth with you as your path continues. An immense amount of life affinity mana has found its way into these pants, and simply wearing them will fill you with vital energy and energy to help you on your travels. The legards will passively absorb and store life affinity mana in the atmosphere. This mana can instantly be released as a burst of healing if the wearer is a vitality-based lifeform. Passively emits an aura that encourages growth. Enchantments: plus 150 vitality, plus 50 agility, plus 50 endurance. Self-repair, life burst. Aura of the Undergrowth. Requirements: LVL 115+ in any humanoid race. Goodbye, my dear Badger Pants. You have served me well, Jake thought as he had to hold back his desire to bind the legards now and just jump into them. Sadly, he had a curious hologram looking over his shoulder, and it would be a bit awkward to strip in front of it. While he had just skipped over the cloak to look at it later, he couldn't hold himself back from inspecting the pants a bit closer and consider their properties. First of all, stats. Great stats. 250 stats. Jake's current Badger Pants gave 25 agility and 25 endurance, so he would double up on those alone. On top of that, he would get a massive 150 vitality and 2 other effects. He didn't really count self-repair as another effect, as while it was great to have, he had just gotten too used to it. The life burst enchantment seemed nice too, almost like an extra health potion of sorts. He was a bit unsure how it would work, as the potions had inherent system fuckery built into them to make them more effective. It was something to test out for sure. The last part was that aura of the undergrowth. To that, Jake had only one response: I swear on my fucking life, if that aura makes mushrooms grow in my house, I'll do something very unpleasant to these damn pants. Stats or not, he hoped for the best but feared the worst. Either way, the pants looked nice, and he would surely put them on once he was out of the dungeon and test them. The Pioneer, I guess it does make sense as most factions prefer to send their most talented to secure the title and bonus rewards. A bit risky, of course, but risk and growth go hand in hand. I shall not comment on the reward itself, but I hope it will serve you well, the hologram politely said. Thanks, pal, Jake answered. So what makes you so curious about this last box? My curiosity will only hold meaning to you after it's opened, it answered back with a smile. Oh, okay, Jake said as he threw the lockbox in his inventory, making a mischievous smirk. I guess I'll just open it outside then since it doesn't matter. See ya. Wait, the hologram said, surprised. All right, the last reward should be a signet of the Altmer Empire for you to wear and serve as proof of your budding relationship with the Empire. So it's a tracker. He asked curtly, raising an eyebrow. The hologram looked a bit flustered before answering. Yes, but it will be openly shown as one of the enchantments, and will also allow you to feel the direction of the nearest teleportation circle attuned to the Empire's territory. Sounds plausible, Jake answered, shaking his head. Anyway, how come an elven empire has managed to create a natural dungeon like this? From what I know, that isn't how things usually go. From talks with the Viper, Jake knew that direct factional connections in natural dungeons were exceedingly rare. Of course, it could happen, but often it contained old and destroyed factions, not ones currently in power, and much less this prominently. I guess there are no issues in informing you, the hologram answered. This dungeon is part of a larger grand experiment put in motion by the Altmer Empire to create particular areas that can be turned into dungeons. I do not know all the details of how everything is made possible. I am but one of many designers. A talented one, if I do say so myself, at least all my teachers believe so. Anyway, the dungeon itself serves as a test to find talents and create connections to budding experts in faraway worlds, as the Empire is rather self-contained. Note that I have done a vocal transcript of everything that has happened so far. What you speak to currently is a projection of my soul at the time of construction. I do not know the current real time, but this particular experiment was started approximately 1 billion years after the integration of the 91 First Universe. Everything we say is being recorded even now, and upon your exit, I will give you that recording to bring back to the Altmer Empire. Only if you have the chance, of course. I promise you will be justly rewarded. Jake nodded along as the projection spoke. Honestly, he didn't need that much information. The projection could just have said dungeon experiment, and he would have taken it at that. But damn, that projection really liked to talk. What's your name? He asked. I'm Jake. I am Tyresis Norland, C-grade dungeon designer at the time of upload. I reckon my name will hold little meaning dependent on how long time has passed, but perhaps the family is still around. As the projection spoke, Jake multitasked and dialed up Villy to accomplish two things. Firstly, to ask if everything said in there was purely confidential. It was. After he left, the only trace of the conversation would be if he brought out the recording. Once the next challengers entered the dungeon, everything would be reset after all. Oh, and the second reason he called him up was to have him listen in because he thought it would be fun. We're in the 93 Third Universe now, been less than a year since the integration, Jake answered with a big smile. As only he, Villy, and a hologram of an elf would hear everything, he didn't hold back any information. Villy agreed with his plan and thought it would be hilarious. What, truly, this is a new universe, absolutely remarkable progress in such a short time. I am certain the Empire will be more than happy to invite you, it answered, not even trying to hide its shock. Thanks, doing my best, became a progenitor and all, he answered with a big grin on his face. Also, the Norland family is doing quite well. Villy told me you even had a god rise in the family a couple of eras back. We did, you're what? Wait, who's Villy? Ah, Villy is my best bud resident god. A primordial or something, he made me his chosen to have a beer buddy. People keep calling him the Malefic Viper or something like that. It's a bit weird. Wait, maybe he's just with me because of the bloodline. Jake snickered, perhaps overdoing it. At least the hologram seemed to think so as it seemed to calm down and get more serious. I guess I should have added humorous to the evaluation, it said, making a forced chuckle while looking a bit miffed. Nothing I said was a lie, Jake answered, looking deadly serious. Why hide anything when this is 100% anonymous? It doesn't matter, does it? This conversation will hold little meaning, as I understand you have no desire to bring out the recording. Clearly, the hologram didn't fully believe him. I guess I did go a bit overboard, Jake admitted. No, I won't. I am not going to bother Villy with getting a play-by-play, and I honestly see no reason to share personal information with the Altmer Empire when I don't even know them, Jake made clear, as he finally moved on to the final box. Ah, but I will open the box here together with you. Let's see if I get some cool stuff, shall we? Without further ado, he finally opened the last box, the projection completely forgetting its prior mood, and returned to being overly curious. Quite an eccentric projection, that one. Within the box, Jake saw a very simple-looking ring with a large N-shaped gem placed in it. Without further ado, he identified it. Altmer Ensignet Ancient. You have been judged by the Altmer Empire and found worthy. This ring is made of unknown metal with an unknown gem embedded in it. This signet is proof of your performance and contains an identifying script designed to only be readable by the Altmer Empire. Yet even if this ring is primarily a display of status, it is far from just a showpiece, for with great status comes great power. The first time the wielder equips the ring, they will become able to distribute the signet's energy into whatever stats they desire. Distributing the stats will make the ring soulbound. Stats cannot be redistributed once set. Enchantments plus 1000 stats undistributed requirements, LVL 100 plus in any humanoid race. Jake read it over before he closed the description and shook his head. Nah mate, you read it wrong. No way. He opened it again. Still says 1000. You truly are from a newly integrated universe. That must be the explanation. The hologram exclaimed, a bit excited. Usually they only reward 750 due to the location enchant on the ring, but the system seems to have fully redistributed the records into simply rewarding pure stats. Without a doubt, due to this being a new closed-off universe. What an interesting interaction. Wait, a level 100 ring Sirius gives 1000 fucking stats? Jake asked, still confused as fuck. Yes, distributable stats are a great way to shore up where you aren't quite capped yet. I know it likely won't help you much currently, besides getting some optimization done by making sure you stay capped in your most used stats, the projection nonchalantly said. Not help me very much, my ass. I get like 500 stats total from all my stuff right now. This is fucking insane, Jake kept saying as he just kept staring at the ring. You aren't joking, are you? No, that would just be a bad joke. Most of my gear is for around level 50 or something. This is a massive upgrade. Seriously, how the hell can you think it isn't great? Jake asked, seriously considering if the hologram was damaged somehow. In his defense, being capped in stats from gear is pretty much standard for all elites of the major factions throughout the multiverse. The Order of the Malefic Viper too. Having gear lined up for certain levels isn't anything new. You don't even need high-rarity equipment, just equipment suited to your level. Shit, most get an entirely new wardrobe upon reaching D grade. Of course, the more stats you have from classes, professions, race, and titles, and all that, the higher your cap, so you may need some better gear than most others, but still. You haven't gotten shit since reaching D grade. It's only natural your gear fucking sucks, Villy chimed in. Truly a category, and you didn't joke about being a progenitor either, did you? That explains it. Truly spectacular. I must insist that you pay a visit to the Altmer Empire if you can. I am sure your patron's faction can help you if you are truly blessed by a primordial. You don't even need the recording. The signet alone will be enough, the hologram insisted. Maybe. What does the N stand for? Jake asked. We judge challengers on a scale from 1-10. Most solo combatants who make it to the end of the dungeon, while being below the level of 120 tend to be around 75-8 based on prior experiments. Those judged to be above category 10 are categorized with an N, standing for non-determinable. Needless to say, this category is the highest, and is simply an admittance that we cannot truly test you with the tools available in this dungeon. In the end, the system rules are still in place, and it has to be beatable, the hologram enthusiastically explained. And here I thought I was done with exams after uni, Jake joked as he couldn't stop admiring the signet. It looked more and more beautiful by the second. He knew that putting it on now and beginning to distribute stats would be something he could come to regret. Well, a small part of him did want to make it plus 1000 perception, but that would just be stupid. He would save all the math till when he was out. For now, he would keep chatting with the hologram. So, this may sound a bit weird, but I kind of made a friend with one of the dungeon monsters outside. It's the cave troll with its 2 kids. I was just wondering if there was any way to bring them out with me. Some hidden dungeon functionality or something. Jake asked. He hadn't forgotten the big fella. Bring out some of the dungeon residents. No, not unless you have such means by yourself already. I would advise against trying to make use of dungeon monsters as a fighting force. It is rarely worth it, and their records tend to be heavily affected, making progress borderline impossible for them, the projection kindly explained. Well, that sucks, Jake sighed. He had hoped for the dungeon to reward him some rare item to free the troll or something like that. One more thing, the projection began, looking a bit hesitant. Could you perhaps leave the remains of the golem here? Proprietary technology was used during its construction, and unless you are part of the Altmer Empire, you aren't allowed to possess it. Nah, it's mine. Tough luck. Fucker was hard to take down. No way I am letting you keep it. Anyway, do you have any more questions? Jake asked, seeing as you have no interest in taking the recording out with you, no. After you leave, this hologram will cease to exist, and anything you tell it won't matter. I would like to still heavily implore you to visit the Altmer Empire. We can do much for you, and I am sure that there is much for you to learn when part of a newly integrated universe. The Altmer Empire has always welcomed young talents from all races, the hologram finished with a smile. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks for talking, mate. Jake smiled as he walked over to the out-of-place wooden door leading out of the dungeon. He placed his hand on it as he turned T. Oh, by the way, remember what I said about someone from your family becoming a god? Yes, did it truly happen? The projection asked, quite expectantly. It was funny. It was just a hologram that would remember nothing, yet it still wanted to know so badly. Yep, sure did. And I never mentioned the name, did I? No, I don't believe you did. I heard the dude is called Tyresus. Jake didn't allow the projection to say anything before accepting the prompt, leaving the dungeon, a flabbergasted hologram left behind. Chapter 251, Stats, Tables, and Gear, all the lit RPG. Villastromas smiled as he considered going on a bit of an expedition. He hadn't been to the Altmer Empire since he went into seclusion in his realm, so it would be interesting to send an avatar there to check things out. There was no way he would go in person with his real body, as quite frankly, that would just be a needless risk. Even he didn't take the perhaps most powerful empire of the multiverse lightly. The Altmer Empire rose to power during the early parts of the Second Era. While Villastromas wasn't certain, then there were good chances the leader of the empire was the first few gods that rose to power after the 12 primordials from the first universe. At least he had been born in the first universe, and went to great lengths afterward to wipe out details of the exact time he attained godhood. While the Altmer Empire was run by a council that did everything, the leader of the council was the one truly in charge. Known as the Autarch, he and the council ruled with an iron fist, and through his leadership they had created one of the only race-led organizations of the multiverse. While they did have guests from other races among their ranks, every single council member was an elven god. To make natural dungeons like that, I wonder how they did it, the Malefic Viper wondered out loud. He had never been much into dungeons. That had always been more the Wormgod's field of expertise. Of course, the Wormgod was busy with his namesake Nevermore to care about somehow creating artificial yet natural dungeons. Still unsure if checking out the Altmer Empire right now was worth his time, he instead did a quick inspection of the order, and saw that preparations were coming along nicely. Jake had joked about hoping never to do any more exams after university. He was lucky in that Villy had no intentions of making him take any. Too bad for him, he wouldn't be able to dodge education as a whole though. The Order's Academy was still preparing for the next admittance. The notices had been sent out, not just to the factions related to the Order, but also to a few other organizations. Today he had just decided to send the Altmer Empire one too. It was a notice for them to send their talented young alchemist to learn at what had once been known as the greatest academy for poison-based alchemy in the entire multiverse. To come, learn, and see that it was still the best. Jake appeared on the metal disc that led into the undergrowth. While he was in a generally great mood, he still sighed as he looked down at the platform. He felt a bit sad about failing to bring the cave troll and its 2 kids out with him. "Sorry, bud," he muttered as he jumped out of the hole and up to what had once been a biodome. He saw that quite a few plants were growing there now, and if left untouched, it would surely turn into a biodome once more. For now, he would just let it grow naturally with the hope that something valuable would appear, so he made his way back to the lodge. On the way, he checked his status and saw that his 2 dungeon-related titles had been updated. Dungeoneer VI, successfully clear a dungeon suitable for your level, +8 all stats. Dungeon Pioneer VI, be the first to clear a dungeon suitable for your level, +24 all stats. The basic Dungeoneer had increased by 3 to all stats while the other one had increased by 9. That was 12 to all stats in the bag. Both bonuses had tripled as Jake had expected. It did make him wonder how high the title counted for D grade. Well, he guessed up to 10. Hopefully he could find 4 more suitable dungeons while still in D grade. Fingers crossed. Once he got back, he saw a small magical note on his door, simply stating that Miranda had been by and when she could return. It also let him know that she had left the city for a while to make her own push for D grade, and not to worry as Neil's party members only needed their professions for their own perfect evolutions, and were all staying back in the city themselves to level. It also included that Neil had evolved to D grade while Jake was gone evolved, and gone straight to the fort to try and improve the teleportation circle there. This reminded Jake that he should pay a visit to Arnold again, but not now. Now it was math time and stat allocation time. The first thing he did was take off the things he would replace. His shitty cloak was replaced with a hopefully not shitty invisibility cloak. At least, that is what he thought it to be from the description. This didn't change his stats, as neither gave any. He was beginning to think cloaks didn't give stats at all, actually. Next up were the pants. Jake removed his old badger pants, losing 25 endurance and 25 agility, as well as the absolutely vital technique badger jump. He wasn't sure what he would do without the critical ability to jump higher by infusing his legs with stamina, a technique he totally hadn't figured out how to do without a skill a long-ass time ago. Putting on his new pants, he bound them to himself and felt the influx of energy rush through his body like a warm flood. It was a sudden spike of 200 extra stats, making him instantly feel great. He also got a basic understanding of what that whole life burst ability was like. It really was a bit like an extra health potion, but it wasn't as controlled or system-assisted. Instead, it just flooded his body with life affinity mana, and Jake would have to direct it himself to heal his body. Meanwhile, a health potion did everything for you, and while you could control the vital energy somewhat, if you didn't, it would just automatically prioritize what it deemed most important. If he didn't direct the life affinity mana from the life burst ability, it could end up just turning into a big tumor or be wasted entirely, so he would have to be a bit careful with it. The aura of the undergrowth he couldn't really test, but at least he didn't instantly see moss begin growing in or around his lodge after putting them on. He did feel like the grass outside looked a bit happier. His sense of the malefic viper also let him know that the area around him was more suited for growth. Weirdly enough, Jake actually didn't give off any energy. It was more like his mere presence encouraged the plants. As it didn't seem to have any inherent affinity to it, Jake even hoped it would work on stuff like death-attuned mushrooms. They even felt nice to wear. The pants had a very solid and tactile feel to them, yet didn't impede movement at all. With new comfortable pants, Jake came to the most important thing, the ring. He started out by choosing which ring to discard. The first gave plus 30 strength, plus 20 perception, and plus 20 agility, while the other ring gave plus 50 intelligence, plus 50 wisdom, and plus 35 willpower. While he likely needed the stats on the first one more, there simply wasn't any competition. One gave 70 total stats, and the other gave 135. Jake put the first ring in his inventory and took on the Altmer Ensignet. He bound it to himself, and instantly he became innately aware of his ability to redistribute all the stats. He had to hold himself back for a moment from just putting them all in perception. It was tempting as fuck, but he forced himself to be a bit smarter about it. There were two things that had to be remembered when it came to rules related to gear. The first was the maximum possible stat gained from items, which was 20% in a single stat, and how you could only get a total of 15% total extra stats from gear. This was a hard cap as far as Jake was aware of, and there was no way to get around. One also had to remember that these stats from items didn't benefit from percentage amplifiers. Well, they did by the number of stats possible from items increased due to the amplifiers. So essentially, one just didn't double benefit. To put it in the simplest terms, the legs Jake just got gave him 150 vitality. He didn't get more just because he had titles giving him a percentage amplifier. Jake played around a bit with his status menu and consulted the one about items. He opened it up and took a look as he considered where he could distribute the stats. As could be seen, he had plenty of room to grow in every single stat, some more than others. He felt like it was absolutely atrocious that he didn't get a single stat point in perception from his equipment after taking off the ring. Taking it off also meant he didn't get any stats to strength at all. So, he could put 981 of the stats from the Altmer signet into perception. Heck, in a couple of levels, his hard cap would be 1,000, so he could totally throw them all in there. However, his logical side stopped him. Something annoying stopped him. Math. Because to truly figure out where it would be smartest to put the points, one had to look at percentage amplifiers. This was the second big factor Jake had to take into account. To do that, he had to refer to the expanded stats page. Jake had some really great percentage amplifiers. 5,421% extra stats in total, but of course, they weren't equally amplified for all stats. Perception was the top stat, along with vitality, with 65% amplification each. This essentially means that these stats would be the worst to increase with items logically and mathematically. The reason for this was due to gear not amplified from the amplifiers. So it was instead better for Jake to increase these two with natural treasures or free points, as he got a higher net total through that. Of course, with how the caps worked, he was pretty much forced into getting some points in either, and as he couldn't pick and choose gear currently, he already had a lot of vitality-giving gear. Heck, it was his most increased stat from gear due to the new pants. Now his 4 least increased stats, and thus technically the best to get gear for as he shouldn't spend free points on them, were agility, strength, endurance, and toughness. All sat at 45% stat amplification. Naturally, this did mean that Jake wasn't min-maxing properly by eating the time bananas, but that is where another very crucial factor of this entire math puzzle came in. Jake didn't really give a shit about min-maxing. If he did, he would just call up Villy and ask him, or even ask his divine friend to hire a stat consultant for him, or something to find the absolutely most optimal distribution possible. Honestly, that just sounded like a boring way to live, and Jake would rather just do stuff his own way. This didn't mean he would completely disregard min-maxing and mathematical logic. They just wouldn't necessarily be the primary reasons behind his decision-making. Yet, for once, he would play it smart. Jake knew that right now, he needed some stats more than others. He would hate to put free points in some stats, so why not shore up some of his shortcomings with gear? He could increase a single stat by 20% after all. Firstly, strength. It was a stat Jake really hadn't focused on as much as he should, and it was his lowest besides toughness. With how much time he spent in melee, and how much it would likely also help with his archery, he needed a good boost. Jake could get a total of 324 more from gear, so 300 strength from the ring seemed like a good idea. That would be close to a 20% increase in the stat, which should be massive. Secondly was agility. Jake was already eating bananas and had thrown some free points into it. Quite a lot of free points, actually. 367 in total. It was a bit of a waste as he honestly preferred just to throw everything in perception. Either way, agility was a good choice. He could get around 400 more there, but he chose to settle on the ring giving 300. He wanted some space for other pieces of gear to increase it too. Plus, he still planned on eating bananas. That was 600 stats, planned out 400 to go. Now with the logic of where the amplifiers were, endurance or toughness should be next. Toughness. Well, Jake wrote that off right away. While it was always nice to be tougher, Jake, in general, preferred not to get hit to begin with. He knew he was already quite tough for an archer as it was, and that he was capable of taking hits when needed, which left endurance. While Jake could see the value in increasing it, he had noticed that his stamina drain honestly wasn't that immense. A big reason for this was that most of his skills also used mana. Limit Break was the only major drain. While it wasn't a top priority, he still chose to put 100 points into endurance. It would still help. 300 to go. He decided to put 100 into intelligence too. It helped his arcane magic immensely and made things like his explosive arrow better. With 200 to go, he failed to resist. 200 to perception. He needed some points there, okay. That 0 stuck out like a sore thumb. He had to do it. Feeling a bit guilty, he mischievously smiled as he distributed the stats in the ring. Once he was done, he mentally accepted, and then he felt a massive flood of energy enter his body. It felt fucking great, and he basked in it for a few seconds until it went away. He identified the ring again and saw that it had indeed registered the distribution. Altmer Ensignet Ancient. You have been judged by the Altmer Empire and found worthy. This ring is made of unknown metal with an unknown gem embedded in it. This signet is proof of your performance and contains an identifying script designed to only be readable by the Altmer Empire. Yet even if this ring is primarily a display of status, it is far from just a showpiece, for with great status comes great power. This ring has been customized by its owner to grant him the distributed stats he desires. Stats cannot be redistributed once set. Enchantments plus 300 strength, plus 300 agility, plus 200 perception, plus 100 endurance, plus 100 intelligence requirements. Soulbound he admired the ring for a bit and took note that the requirements had changed to Soulbound just as it had said it would, and the description had also changed a bit more besides that, mainly by removing a lot of the stat distribution text. Looking at his full status after everything was done, he, of course, noted his stat growth. Status name Jake Thane Race, Human D, LVL 118 Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, LVL 129 Profession, Heretic Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, LVL 107 Health Points, HP, 19,871 23050 Mana Points, MP, 25,671 31462 Stamina, 13,967 21120 Stats Strength, 1921 Agility, 3014 Endurance, 2112 Vitality, 2305 Toughness, 1511 Wisdom, 2517 Intelligence, 2196 Perception, 5108 Willpower, 1995 Free Points. 0 Titles Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer VI, Dungeon Pioneer VI, Legendary Prodigy, Prodigious Slayer of the Mighty, Kingslayer, Nobility, Earl, Progenitor of the 93 Third Universe, Prodigious Arcanist, Perfect Evolution Degrade, Class Skills, Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior. Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Hunter's Tracking Uncommon, Expert Stealth Uncommon, Archery of Vast Horizons Rare, Limit Break Rare, Enhanced Splitting Arrow Rare, Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter Epic, Arcane Powershot Epic, Big Game Arcane Hunter Epic, Arcane Hunter's Arrows Epic, Descending Dark Arcane Fang Epic, One Step Mile Ancient, Mark of the Avaricious Arcane Hunter Ancient. Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary, Gaze of the Apex Hunter Legendary, Profession Skills, Path of the Heretic Chosen Unique, Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Craft Elixir Common, Toxicology Uncommon. Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Concoct Poison Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blood of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sagacity of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Wings of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Pride of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Fangs of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sense of the Malefic Viper Ancient, touch of the malefic viper ancient, palette of the malefic viper legendary, blessing. True blessing of the malefic viper, blessing true, race skills, endless tongues of the myriad races unique, legacy of man unique, identify common, thoughtful meditation uncommon. Shroud of the primordial divine, bloodline, bloodline of the primal hunter, bloodline ability unique, strength and agility were the biggest winners with the ring, of course. It was 1,000 fucking stats he had just been missing before. After this dungeon, he had decided, before the treasure hunt, he would get some gear upgrades. Chapter 252, something long overdue. He now realized he had truly neglected his gear for far too long. Jake hadn't made proper use of humanity and their ability to create items. Arnold had given him the Nano Blade, a far better weapon than his old Venom Fang. Why not also get gear in his other slots? He had replaced everything from the first dungeon with the Badger Pants gone, but he had more subpar equipment to get rid of. Actually, Jake still had the 2 pieces of equipment he earned from the challenge dungeon, which was technically his first ever dungeon. He still had the boots of the Wandering Alchemist and the Prodigious Alchemist's Necklace of Holding. The necklace had his spatial storage within, so replacing that was impossible. The fact that only gave 25 wisdom was a bit off-putting though. Jake knew there had to be ways of upgrading soulbound equipment somehow. Perhaps he could find a talented jeweler, but to be perfectly honest, he didn't really want to. He needed someone he truly trusted both as a person and their ability before he would ever risk them trying to improve the necklace. The second piece of equipment he still wore from the challenge dungeon was, of course, his trusty boots. Now did they only give 20 endurance and 15 agility? Yes, had the enchantment to reduce stamina expenditure been useless for many levels. It had been, did he still love the boots? Fuck yeah, they were just too damn comfy and durable. They looked as worn and old as the day he got them, which was the point. They looked just like the day he got them. Without any self-repair, enchantment, that is. They had survived being blasted by mushroom megabeams, blown up in dozens of different types of explosions, and a slew of other things. But nothing had managed to leave a mark. Their comfort was also on an entirely different level. The boots were snuggly and just felt good on Jake's feet, and in the end, isn't that what's most important when it comes to choosing footwear? Okay, he would try to upgrade them if he ever got the chance, but who could upgrade them was the issue once more. But even if Jake didn't want to mess with these 2 pieces of equipment, for now, that didn't mean there weren't other places to improve. His second ring, chest piece, bracers, and gloves, these were the pieces of equipment he would seek to improve. The ring and chest piece were okay for now, but he knew he could do better. As for other gear slots, Villy had told him that humans could have 10 pieces of wearable equipment bound at once. With Jake's 2 rings, necklace, chest, legs, boots, bracers, mask, cloak, and gloves, he had those 10. This did mean Jake could toss away one of these things to potentially put on something else. Different humanoid races naturally had different pieces of equipment. Jake himself could, for example, wear some earrings instead of rings or a hat or helmet instead of the mask. The gear was still bound to the parts of the body they went on though, also based on their effects to some extent. Jake couldn't just wear 4 chest plates or 2 pairs of boots. He could wear an undershirt of some kind and a big chest plate on top though, but that would mean he couldn't bind a cloak. To be perfectly honest, it seemed like yet another place one could really min-max and optimize, even if young geniuses from other universes tended to be stat-capped anyway. Jake had absolutely no intentions of doing some major do-over of his getup. He just wanted to replace some of his old shit with new shiny treasures. He liked most of his current things, especially the mask, not just because of its legendary rarity and indestructible build, but because it was a mask. Jake had found that he actually really loved wearing a mask, and he found it sad he hadn't discovered the comforts in wearing one before the system. Then again, if he ever walked into a bank in a wooden mask with only eye holes, he would likely have been arrested. Also, it was probably about time he addressed what lay beneath. No, not in any philosophical way, but literally what lay beneath his lodge now. He went over and entered the cellar, and down there he found a new door installed. It wasn't a wooden door, but one made of thick metal. Beyond the wall was a hole. The entire hole looked a bit like an old mine shaft. Wooden boards entirely covered the walls with metal plates in between to fortify and isolate the tunnel as a whole. It was nearly 3 meters wide and across, and one could easily fit a large elevator in there if they so desired. And if it were before the system, one would be sorely needed. The hole went down a bit over 100 meters, where it opened up into a large and empty chamber that still looked to be under construction. There were beginnings of cutouts to other rooms. Jake also saw that a marking had been made in the direction of the cave with the dungeon. He had mentioned to Hank that he might have wanted to link them up, and this seemed to be the beginning of that. Really, Hank had gone a bit above what Jake had expected. He just wanted a cave a few dozen meters below the lodge, but what he instead got was more what looked like an underground bunker 100 meters below. Heck, the underground complex would be even larger than his lodge above, by a good margin. As he stood there, he felt oddly comfortable. It reminded him of the tutorial dungeon, a hidden livable chamber away from everywhere else. Now he just needed a spatial pocket with a garden in it. Seeing as things clearly weren't done in his soon-to-be alchemy cave, he made his way up to the lodge again. He had a feeling they had stopped to wait for him to ask for input. Their plans had been quite rough the first time around, and Hank probably wanted some clarifications. Jake had already decided he needed new gear, and how he also wanted to visit Hank and ask him about things. He didn't really want to do alchemy down in the cellar in case builders would head there again soon, and he didn't really have anything else to do. So Jake went on a quest, to his own city. As much as he hated to admit it, this would be his first time actually entering his own city and exploring it. All he knew about Haven came from him stealthily checking it out when he went in and out of the city. He had never walked the streets or seen the shops. It was about time he did so. Jake wore his new cloak over his armor and pulled up the hood. He instantly poured in a bit of mana, and the cloak began changing color until it was black. That projection had said it would take some practice learning to control the colors freely, but that turned out to be bullshit. You just had to make those small metal pieces act as mediums and impose your will while manipulating the mana in the cloak. Took like 10 seconds. He decided not to fly, but just walk and try to stay as inconspicuous as he could. The valley was not that far from the relatively bustling city of Haven, yet it seemed nicely isolated due to its nature as a valley. There also weren't any people walking in his direction at all. Haven didn't have any walls or large defensive barriers constantly active, a rarity as far as Jake knew. Wayward beasts, especially of the flying variety, were hazards to most other settlements, and the occasional alpha beast trying to lead its flock to take down a city also wasn't abnormal. Heck, the fort had to deal with the occasional attack. Luckily, at least none came from the forest where Haven was located, and the mine chief still had left its mark on the area it was from. Jake had also been told that his bird buddies occasionally made their way to the fort, which served to scare away any opportunistic beasts. A pair of degrades was far more than most beasts, even degrades, could handle. Speaking of birds, he was a bit sad he hadn't seen them upon his return. He missed Sylphie, that adorable little murderhawk. Well, everything at the fort should be fixed by Miranda reaching D-grade and also claiming the fort as officially recognized as part of the area influenced by the pylon. That would make it clear to all beasts that, like Haven, it was the domain of Jake. Beasts had the common sense not to invade the territory of a hunter. As he walked closer, he focused on his hearing as he heard the city's noise far ahead of him. Jake had learned a long time ago that while perception also increased all his other senses, it really wasn't that effective most of the time. Hearing everything far louder was nice in some situations, but it could just as well be a distraction during a fight. Improving his sense of smell would be nice, but again, it wasn't really something he focused on. Jake had also noticed that the atmospheric mana made smell kind of useless, as the mana just kind of ate up all smells, making them not linger that long, unless it was a magic smell. But those kinds of smells were most often placed because the source wanted you to smell them. He reckoned there were ways of using smell based on the many monsters he had encountered that used the sense. Jake just hadn't learned how to yet, or maybe humans just couldn't. Anyway, he heard the noise of the city people talking, arguing, someone landing on the ground with heavy boots on, someone yelling as they dropped something, and even the sound of kids screaming. To be perfectly honest, it was overwhelming. Like an auditory version of his sphere, he felt like he got overloaded and quickly stopped focusing on improving his hearing. A minute later, Jake saw the first treehouse. A guard sat atop it and was looking not towards the valley but the city. He even saw a sign on one of the trees saying the valley ahead was off limits. The guard was likely there not to keep people out, but keep them away from his lodge. The guard never even noticed Jake, as he passed underneath expert stealth on full display, and his new cloak making him appear almost invisible. Coupled with the guard not looking specifically for him, or using any perception-related skills, it really wasn't a surprise he missed the powerful D-grade passing by underneath him. Curious, Jake made his way to where the true city began. He saw the trees above filled with treehouses, sometimes with accompanying buildings on the ground. More trees seemed to have staircases on them than not, and he even saw hanging bridges connecting many wooden platforms above. Haven was quite the vertical city. He also didn't need a mega-perception-boosted smell to pick up on the sweet scent of grilled meat. He hadn't eaten for a good while with the dungeon and all. Not real food, at least. And while he didn't need it, he still wanted some. The cause of the smell was a small booth at the base of one of the trees. There was a single large man inside working it. He had a big rack of skewers in front of him with sizzling meat on it, and he smiled as he cooked, clearly enjoying himself. Jake saw the man infuse some herbs and spices with mana as he carefully seasoned some skewered meat before he put it on the grill. It looked simple, but Jake detected some respectable mana control from the man. The metal rack was infused with mana as the man controlled the heat and poured mana into the food. There was already a small line in front of the booth, waiting for the latest batch to be ready. Jake joined them as he deactivated expert stealth and also made sure his cloak didn't passively hide him anymore. Naturally, he still had his hood and mask on, but he at least avoided people overlooking him. This would 100% have happened based on the man in front of Jake nearly jumping in fright as a figure appeared behind him. The man turned around and looked at Jake. He stared for a second before just giving him a nod and facing towards the booth again. Jake smiled beneath the mask. He had felt the attempt at identify. Could he feel it before? Jake wasn't sure, but he could now. Maybe it was due to the sheer level disparity or Jake's increased perception stat. Hard to tell. It took 10 minutes before it was Jake's turn. He stood patiently in line the entire time, just taking in the atmosphere and inspecting all of the city he could see within his sphere. It was actually great practice, not looking at everything but figuring out how not to look. He didn't feel comfortable peeking into people's homes, especially not after he saw someone in a bathtub. The cook looked at Jake but didn't try to identify him. A real professional, that one. He was also level 61, which was pretty damn good. How many, Chief? The cook asked Jake with a friendly smile. 3, he answered. There was a small sign saying you could only get 3, so he took 3. Also, there was a sale. It was 40 for 1 and 100 for 3. That'll be an even 100, the man said with a big smile as he wrapped up the 3 skewers. Jake was damn happy at this moment he wasn't the only one in line, allowing him to see how payment worked. There was a small metal plate at the front of the booth where everyone placed a finger and paid through. It was a good system. The plate confirmed payments were made to both parties, as while credits could be transferred directly, it was an entirely hidden action to all outside observers. This meant it would be borderline impossible to enforce scammers, as it would just be one word against another. Furthermore, the plate seemed to record all transactions, and Jake wanted to bet his ass the city itself could see all transactions taking place through the plate. Clearly, there was some system fuckery going on with it. Jake didn't place his finger on the plate, but just touched it with his will. He didn't even need to make a mana string. He didn't get why others didn't just pay like that, but he assumed most hadn't figured out how to impose their will on stuff. Honestly, it was only so easy as it wasn't anything that required power, but was just a system interaction. This action did earn him a stare from both the cook and the ones behind him. While none of the others waiting in line asked anything, the cook didn't have any reservations. Neat trick, you new around here. I haven't seen you before. I'm darn sure I would have remembered you as you're sure a memorable type, the cook said with a slight chuckle, wrapping up the last skewer. I've been around, Jake answered as he accepted the skewers once they were all wrapped up. He used identify on them meanwhile. Seasoned mixed meat skewer, common, a skewer of different mixed meats from high-level E-grade beasts grilled by a skilled chef and seasoned with herbs and spices. Gives a minor increase to stamina regeneration while not engaged in combat for the next 24 hours. Restores a small amount of health upon consumption. This is some good stuff, Jake continued. Could you tell me the direction to where the bosses of the builders are these days? Either in the guild or the fort. Pretty sure a big group went to the fort the day before yesterday. I would check out both places. Caravans are traveling to the fort nearly once every hour, though I have the feeling you'll be fine on your own, the cook chuckled. All right, thanks. How's business anyway? The city treating you well? Also, did you get access to the system store? Jake asked curiously. Business is good and Haven is a nice place. Very cozy. Most of my ingredients for the seasoning and all the herbs used I got from the store with the help of the city office. The cook answered patiently before adding on a bit teasingly. Now, can you stop holding up the line and enjoy the food? This was when Jake realized the gazes boring into his back weren't ones of curiosity and due to his trick when paying but pure annoyance and impatience. Sorry, Jake muttered, a bit embarrassed as he hurried away, mumbling under his breath without thinking. You too, have a nice day. The cook yelled after him, a big goofy smile on his lips just making Jake even more embarrassed. Why the hell had he said, you too, shit, so embarrassing. It didn't help that he had no idea where the hell this mentioned guild was. He remembered Miranda had talked about some profession archetypes making guilds. But that's it, I'm sure I'll find it in a jiffy. Chapter 253, Leatherworkers. Jake didn't find it in a jiffy. In fact, he didn't find it at all. In his defense, though, he wasn't really looking that hard. He was walking the city and checking different things out instead. The number of shops was insane, but even more so, he noticed the average level of the people around being quite a bit higher than he would have expected. He saw many above 50, and even a good number above 60 managing the shops. Even more impressive were some of the people looking to be more combat-orientated, where he noticed a few around level 80. A strong party like them could likely escape a weak degrade alive, making them quite respectable. Granted, they would still get fucked up by a single decent degrade, but at least they were working hard. Failing to hold back his curiosity, Jake checked out a few more shops. Some sold equipment, and some sold small, interesting baubles. Other places had more regular clothes or food, making it seem more like a normal city. The clash of a large shopping window with a modern-looking dress behind it, and the entire magical forest theme was also immensely entertaining. Having already decided to improve his gear, Jake also decided to check out some stores selling equipment. Unfortunately, most had been a big disappointment. While he did find some leatherworkers with decent stuff, he hadn't come across anything he particularly wanted. Most were inferior rarity still, with a few common rarity items here and there. While some of it had higher level requirements than Jake's current items, the rarities were just too low in comparison. Just as he thought his quest was in vain, he noticed another leatherworker. This shop was quite a bit larger than any prior, but more importantly was the level of the shopkeeper. Human LVL 83. It was a woman who was currently cleaning some leather with a rough piece of cloth. The entire shop didn't have a single customer and didn't exactly look inviting either, and the woman didn't even turn around to regard Jake when he entered. Jake didn't go up to her either. His target was something else. On a wooden holder was a vest of some kind, giving off an oddly familiar aura. Using Identify, he quickly saw why. Vest of the Trilite Dervish Common, a vest made from the hide of Trilite Dervishes, a monster known for its agility and weight magic. It has been created through the collaboration of two talented leatherworkers. This vest contains some scarce remnant records of the dervishes and has even been touched ever so faintly by the concept of time. Enchantments, plus 100 agility, plus 25 strength, plus 25 endurance requirements, LVL 75 plus in any humanoid race. He was honestly surprised. Who else had managed to hunt down dervishes? Those monkeys were often around level 130. Shit, he was also surprised they had even found any, as Jake was pretty sure he did a number on the local Lytle population. Just as he was considering who possibly have hunted the monkeys down, the shopkeeper came over. A good piece came in yesterday. It ain't cheap though. It comes from a D-grade beast, but you look like you ain't strapped, so don't try to pull a fast one. I know what it's worth, she said, speaking a rough tone. I know. Where did the creators come across these hides? Who hunted them down? Jake asked curiously. Having evolved to D-grade, Neil could maybe do it with support. Could the birds handle one? They should be able to if they work together. A bunch of scavengers brought the hides and I made the vest with my partner. The scavengers caught a lucky break as they explored the forest for valuables, primarily herbs and such, at the request of the city lord. Heard they came across an area where some beasts had fought. Shit was torn up according to what they said, and they found a shitload of corpses of D-grade trilidal monkeys of different variants. The beast that killed them took all the cores though. Honestly, they were just lucky bastards, coming across the leftovers of some beasts battling. They made a shitload. Some of those beast corpses were mid-tier D-grades, for God's sake, she said, a bit of annoyance in her voice. Jake just stood there, feeling his ears heating up as she went on. He didn't dare say anything as her rant continued, getting progressively more irritated. For fuck's sake, who gets that lucky? Luck isn't even a stat, yet they just stumble into it so close to the city. Also, what kind of beasts just fucks up an entire horde of monkeys and then leaves their corpses behind like that? Well, I guess for anyone other than leatherworkers or cooks or whatever, the corpses aren't worth much and only the cores matter, but the beast could at least have made them all into rotten mushes. It did it with some of them, completely ruining the hide and meat. Some fucking solidarity would have been appreciated. Guess you can't expect better from some stupid beast that can't even clean up after itself, she ranted before finally stopping and looking at Jake. Anyway, wanna buy it? Make an offer? His face below the mask had quite the grimace, but luckily she couldn't see it due to the mask. At least she didn't show any signs of knowing. As for if he wanted the vest, no, not really. It was an upgrade, but a minor one. The embarrassment of wearing it and the constant reminder of this day simply wasn't worth 25 extra total stats. Yeah, lucky. Sorry, this wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but it's good craftsmanship, Jake said, praising the product. No matter how bad it made him feel, he couldn't deny its quality. He didn't really regret not taking the corpses, though. He didn't want to fill up his spatial storage with stuff he didn't truly need, and he did take all the far more important cores. It also just felt kind of weird to him to know he carried around a bunch of corpses around his neck at all times. Now, this only counted for the regular enemies. If he met a strong foe, he would sure as hell take the corpses now, like with the Altmer census golem. He didn't really get any other valuable corpses in that entire dungeon, as his poison did have the habit of destroying corpses. His arcane affinity too. This is likely why a small vest was made from the hide of several dervishes. It's good, right? She smiled at his praise of her handiwork. Too bad we didn't have the compatible cores. Can't really infuse them properly with records without, so we had to make do with just going quantity over quality. I guess that would be a bit too much to ask. I reckon the beast that tore through their territory did it for those cores to begin with. Yeah, I guess that's why the beast went through. You wouldn't happen to have any gloves, would you? Good quality ones. Price isn't the issue, Jake said. He nearly felt like he had to buy something with how much time he had spent in the store. It had nothing to do with how awkward he felt about the origin of the vest. Those over there, she said, pointing towards a table. Jake had already checked out that table with his sphere and seen that none of the gloves were better than his current ones. Reading Jake's body language, she added on, but we could custom make something by commission. My partner is just out with a delivery of some pants. Do you have any idea how often people ruin their pants these days? People are good at defending their chest but suck at defending from attacks coming from below, so their pants and legs get ruined damn fast. And before you ask, no, we're still working on making that self-repair enchantment. That shit ain't easy. Jake just nodded along once more, allowing her to rant. She continued on about how people expected the self-repair enchantment just because tutorial equipment had it, and how it was clearly an easy low-level enchantment due to that. She cursed the system, the customers, the leather and hides, and even ended up throwing in a few offhand comments towards those scavengers again. The number of times she mentioned the moronic beast that killed the monkeys also wasn't just one or two. He wanted to leave a few times but thought it would be rude as he technically had been the one prompting her to speak. Luckily he was saved. He spotted someone he recognized approaching in his sphere. "Hey Olivia, stop bothering the customer's wit." She stopped up as she looked into the room and saw who the customer was. Jake also looked back at her as he waved. "Hey Alina, long time no see," he said. "Making good progress, I see." It was the archer of Neil's party that was the partner of this Olivia woman. Yes, Jake also just realized now he hadn't ever gotten the shopkeeper's name. As for Alina, she truly had made good progress. Human LVL 96, great even. Alina was getting darn close to D-grade and with plenty of time to the treasure hunt to spare. She was going for the perfect evolution, too, as far as he knew, meaning she likely would be D-grade already if she didn't. "Lord Thane, I didn't expect you here," she said, clearly taken aback. Jake didn't fare that much better. Had she just called him Lord Thane? When had he shared his name, actually? Also, what the hell was up with it being so overly formal? Well, it was better than calling him the owner or whatever, at least. "Wait, this Super G dude is that Thane guy?" Olivia cut in, looking at Jake skeptically. "Rude," Jake mumbled before looking back at Alina. "And just call me Jake, no reason to be so formal. I didn't know you made a leatherworking shop." "It isn't mine, it's Olivia's. We just work together on most projects. We have different profession variants, and mine is better at handling some animal parts while hers is better at others," Alina explained before changing the subject. "Anyway, how come you're here? I heard from Neil you were in the dungeon." I'm done with it. A truly nasty place, that one." "I wouldn't go with your party right after you all reach D-grade. You will need some solid anti-healing measures when you go too," he quickly explained. "What type of monsters?" she asked, and Jake quickly caught on. "Hairless blind humanoids that look kinda creepy and have mushrooms growing within them. Nothing to skin there, unless you're one sick bastard," Jake told her. "I see, so did you come for anything in particular?" "Mainly just checking out the city. I'm looking for some new gear, but I may just have Miranda look for something. Maybe have Lillian do it, not sure. Anyway, it was nice seeing you, and I was actually on my way out. I may come by with a commission sometime in the future." "Take care, see ya," Jake said as he hurried out. The reason was simple. He had seen Olivia begin to look very impatient, as if she was about to go on another rant. About what? He didn't want to find out. His only regret was that he forgot to ask about how they knew his last name. If they knew that, he assumed they knew his first name too. Another thing to ask Miranda about. All of that could wait, though, as he kept exploring the city. There was especially one place he wanted to check out, the largest structure in town. Seriously, that was that Lord Thane guy. For real, I didn't know you knew him. When did you meet? Olivia asked Alina. The archer just sighed and said, "Yeah, that's him. I told you our party was one of the first groups to make it here. He saved Neil and the rest of us when we were in a pickle. Neil still thinks we owe him, and I kind of do too. Damn, friends in high places. He doesn't look like much though, does he? He looks straight out of a video game or something. That mask and cloak don't make him any less conspicuous in the least. Heck, I think I know like half the people in the city. Anyone trying to look anonymous and mysterious like that stands out like dog shit on a newly mowed lawn." Olivia ranted again. "Not sure we're friends, I just know who he is. I've barely spoken to him more than a handful of times, and I don't think we've interacted since that time with the bovines in the fort. Also, you may judge his appearance as much as you like, but don't do it in front of him," Alina warned her friend. "Is the big bad Lord Thane gonna eat me up? I'm sure I won't have anything to worry about with you around," Olivia chuckled. "I am not joking, Olivia. The first time we met, he killed people without any hesitation and near-effortlessly killed 2 people who my party and I didn't stand a chance against. The next time at the fort, he slaughtered some D-grade that herded an army of thousands of cows. Today he just returned from a dungeon filled with D-grades. If he wanted to, he could kill every single person in his city," Alina said rather gravely. She didn't have even the faintest hint of jest in her voice. "That's some heavy shit. But Neil also reached D-grade, didn't he? Can't he? I doubt Neil can even handle those 2 birds of his alone, much less Lord Thane himself. He isn't normal. Just be happy he is on our side and don't piss him off. He seems to place a lot of trust in Miranda, so let's hope things stay stable in the future." Alina sighed once again. "Enough about all that stuff. That Thane guy is some monster, but he's on our side, so who cares?" Olivia said a bit dismissively. Clearly, the topic was making her a bit uncomfortable. Did that old guy like the pants? Oh yeah, he liked them. I also stopped by and talked to Silas on the way. He seems to be settling into that school quite nicely and enjoys his job. He makes a good teacher and he seems to like it. It also levels his profession damn fast. Eleanor smiled, more than happy to change the subject. How about Levi and Chrisen? Olivia asked. Those two stopped slacking, both working in the smithy like there's no tomorrow. That system store sure did them good. Too bad the leather wasn't voted for. I reckon we will all reach D grade within the next 3 weeks to a month max. Then we should still have a couple of weeks until the treasure hunt to get a few levels in. All of us with perfect evolutions, too, Eleanor said proudly. Oh, you're already perfect as you are, Olivia said teasingly. Anything else interesting happened? Oh damn, I nearly forgot. It's actually related to Lord Thane. I mentioned those trilito monkeys to Silas, and he said that Neil was pretty damn sure Lord Thane is the one who hunted them all down. Apparently he came straight from hunting them when he entered the World Congress. Quite the coincidence that he came by today and saw it, don't you think? Eleanor said. Yeah, that's preto. Oh shit, Olivia muttered. What? I may or may not have spent 5 to 10 minutes shit-talking whoever hunted down those monkeys. Oh, Eleanor said, lost for words. She hoped Lord Thane kept having a good day. Jake had done all he could to repress the memory of the leatherworking shop and what transpired within. He now instead stood before a quite frankly massive structure. He could see it was cross-shaped and was the biggest building in Haven by a fair margin. The logs used to construct the walls had to be hundreds of meters long, and it was over a dozen meters tall. People were buzzing about at the entrance, exiting and entering all the time. They spoke in loud voices, and he noticed that the majority were wearing robes. The building had some serious enchantments placed all over the walls, and it looked damn hard to break into. Jake had a slight urge to try and fire an explosive arcane arrow at the wall to test its durability. He, of course, didn't. He just wanted to a little bit. What he stood before was naturally the Temple of Haven, the next stop on his journey to explore his own damn city. Chapter 254, Personal Improvement. Jake stood looking at the large temple, deep in his own thoughts. He stood over to the side, and no one particularly bothered him. He got a few glances, but that was only to do with him looking a bit suspicious. He was a bit more self-conscious about it now, but nothing that really irked him. It had nothing to do with him hearing Olivia's words before he left. If he took off his mask and cloak and just walked around like that, he would likely get far fewer stares. But if he was honest, then wearing the mask and cloak wasn't about going unnoticed or being inconspicuous. Instead, it was about separation. To put a mask between Jake and anyone he had to talk with, to make sure none could read his expression and for he himself to feel comfortable. It really had nothing to do with anyone else but him. There was power in a persona, and Jake knew that. It was how he had learned to survive his entire life. Granted, him being away for weeks at a time in dungeons that were all about killing didn't do him any good either. To summarize, Jake just felt less exhausted when wearing a mask in public. He would keep his bare face only between him and friends. He just felt more comfortable that way. It wasn't like not being recognized was an option either. Jake had hoped not to be recognized as Lord Thane, but just as a mysterious masked guy. He would be recognized as someone standing out no matter what happened. He hadn't learned to hide his D-grade aura after all, as everyone could feel it, so he would get the glances no matter what. Well, he could have gone full-on stealth, but he still wanted to explore the city in a more normal way, or at least as normal as he could be. At least people seemed to have some tact and just acted friendly. Also, being masked and scary-looking made people only look and not actively seek him out. None of the shopkeepers had given a damn either. In fact, most seemed to be happy when he entered as they picked up on the D-rank aura. D-ranks were bound to have a lot of money. He did attract a bit of unwanted attention in the form of a few rifle-bearing men who he saw check him out through binoculars from a distance. They never directly sought him out, though. That was nice. It would be awkward trying to explain that wearing all black and a mask wasn't against the rules of Haven. Jake should know he had just made up that rule after all. This didn't mean no one ever approached Jake, though it tended to be people who recognized him. Pretty much everyone from the fort knew how he looked due to his presence back then, and a few had walked up to thank him for back then. It was a bit awkward, as Jake wasn't used to it, but he accepted their gratitude nevertheless. As he stood there, Jake felt another person's eyes land on him, and this one lingered. He looked back at who it was and recognized his observer. It was a young man with short hair and a strong build. The young man walked over towards Jake, a big smile on his lips. "Lord Thane," he said when he had walked over, practically bowing. "Chris, right?" Jake asked. It was one of the people from Abby's group back then, the first one to speak up against Donald. That is what had put him on Jake's radar and made him worth remembering. At that moment, he had chosen an opportunity to get revenge against Donald and Abby over his own safety. That was respectable. "You remember me," he said with a mix of surprise of happiness. "Well, yeah, I asked your name, didn't I? That would be silly to do if I wanted to forget it," Jake said, shrugging. The young man looked healthy and more full of life than last time. Back then, he had been full of resentment and grief, while now he looked more put together. His level was also pretty good. Human LVL 57, I guess, Chris said, scratching his hair before asking, how come you're here at the temple? Are you here to visit? I heard the City Lord statue recently got made and it has already been infused. It's the only one in the grandest hall at the moment. Ah, I'm sure you already knew. Sorry, I just got a bit excited when I saw you. I came to see the statue today myself. Oh, Miranda got that statue made already. I guess I should go check it out. I haven't heard many details of the temple. I just came by to check it out today, Jake said. If that's the case, should we go together? I kept up with news and I helped build the temple. I could be a guide or something. He asked. No matter how dense Jake could be, it was apparent the young man desperately wanted Jake to agree, not like he had any reason not to. Sure thing, Jake agreed, smiling beneath his mask, while he didn't exactly crave social contact. He felt like having some outside people like Miranda would be good. After killing for so long, it would do him good to socialize a bit to not completely lose the ability to do so. So, you're a builder, eh? You get along with Hank. Yeah, he's great. He has taught me so much, and Chris kept talking as the two of them entered the temple. A young chatterbox and an ominous-looking mask-wearing cloaked degrade. Miranda leaned back against the tree, breathing heavily. One of her arms was mangled, and she had a fist-sized hole in her stomach. She had to admit that she may have been in trouble without Jake's health potion, even with all her preparations. Green wisps of energy still floated in the air as remnants of the battle. The atmospheric mana in the area was soaked in verdant mana from the formation that had been active until not that long ago, a formation that had covered an area nearly 500 meters in diameter. The formation took the form of a pentagram made of staves with now cracked orbs on their ends in all the corners. The magic circle on the ground in the clearing had also helped immensely, as well as many of the explosive runes she had blown up. 4 entire days of preparation, all coming after more than 1.5 months of killing the damn Oakwood Tigers to make this a one-on-one fight, had led to this day. Miranda had never thought she could do it, but with encouragement from her patron gods, she had given it a shot and succeeded in solo killing a degrade before her evolution. You have slain Oakwood Tiger Alpha, LVL 103, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. The corpse was lined with glowing veins of verdant energy that had invaded its body. She had bombarded it with more regular spells too, but in the end, she had only stood a chance due to her immense preparations. Miranda didn't think of herself as a vindictive person normally, but that didn't mean she couldn't bear a grudge. The Oakwood Tigers had scared her for a long time as she Hank, and the kids had nearly died to one. It had taken her a long time to build up the courage to defeat one, and now she had nearly succeeded in wiping out all the Oakwood Tigers near Haven. Including their alpha, she had done it to face her fears, and it felt almost cathartic when she finally killed the alpha. It was like a perfect circle of her journey to Haven had been made. Half a year ago, she had found what would end up being named Haven while being chased, and now she was one chasing and killing the leader of those same monsters that hunted her. To truly drive home that the circle was complete, she also reached the level threshold from the kill. Ding. Class Neophyte Verdant Witch has reached level 99 stat points allocated, plus 3 free points, which meant it was degrade evolution time. Miranda began making her way back to Haven with difficulty as she went over the fight a few more times in her head. She had only won because she planned everything. She had studied the beast and how it hunted and learned about all its tricks. Countermeasures for every skill were made, so the entire fight was more a play than an actual battle, and she the scriptwriter. What little improvisation she was forced to do resulted in a mangled arm, vine attacks penetrating her stomach, and she even had one also go through her chest. She used a health potion to make it through that one. Miranda had gotten better at dealing with pain. However, when she began leveling her witch class, she couldn't handle. She failed to focus while using skills if it hurt, and any wound practically paralyzed her for half a second from the pain. It had taken her a long time to build up her tolerance to an acceptable level. Without it, she would be dead. The thought of risking her life wasn't pleasant, but she had felt forced to. She desperately wanted to try and keep up with Jake and the city as a whole. Neil reaching degrade had truly pushed her. He and his party had also killed a degrade before evolving, using their teamwork to bring it down. On her way back, she checked out her old profession. It had been the start of her journey to finding the place she belonged in the new world, and a part of her felt sad knowing it would change. Principal City Lord of Earth, the City Lord employed by the first human to found a city on Earth, now on a path to create a haven for the survivors in the new world, a home to defend. City Lord is a profession focused on managing and guiding a city to glory. Grant skills related to management, economy, leadership, and control, as well as paths to protect your new dominion. However, be warned that should the city fall, you will not escape unscathed. Stat bonuses per level, plus 18 free points. The profession had been great, likely one of the better ones on Earth as a whole. She had put a lot of thought into the placement of every single free point, and after the ladies of the Verdant Lagoon blessed her, she had begun making use of her dream's skill to consult the other residents of the Triplet God's realm. There were plenty of loyal subjects of the God Queens that would gladly help her with anything she needed. Humans among those two. They had given her advice, and with that, she had what she hoped was a very optimal free point distribution. It was pretty standard to do this, and while she wanted to say that she was sure Jake put just as much thought into placing his points, she was pretty sure he didn't. He probably just placed them wherever he felt like. Miranda wished she had the confidence to do that. When she re-entered Haven, she stayed hidden and went straight for her home. Well, it was also her workplace, but she did have privacy in some parts of the large building. Once there, she evolved to degrade without hesitation. The first thing she did after evolving wasn't to upgrade her profession, but instead to take a shower. Did she need it? No, not really, but she really wanted one. It also allowed her to properly identify some of the changes the evolution had brought. Neil was already a good-looking young man before becoming a degrade, but was at old-world actor standards now. He had joked about maybe finally being able to land a partner with his improved looks, but it had led to some questions. Why had Jake barely changed when he became degrade? She had ended up asking a C-grade human within the Verdant Lagoon, an absolutely gorgeous woman who had explained how evolution worked in more depth, how it brought your appearance and some other things about yourself closer to your own ideal version of perfect. Did that particular mole bother you? The evolution would remove it. Did you like the mole or didn't care about it? It would stay. This had inadvertently resulted in all humans looking quite a lot better, but it wasn't equal. You had to want it. Often it was just subconscious wants, out of one's control. Everyone had small parts about themselves they wanted to improve if they could, some more than others. She had learned that Jake was one of the people who didn't truly wish for any significant change. He had gotten a bit taller, and his features had been ironed out, but that's it. Not to misunderstand, he looked handsome, but he had done so since the first time they met. A bit average, sure, that coupled with his entire presence was a charming mix. To be honest, Jake's confidence made Miranda feel vain as she stood and stared at herself in the mirror. While she had always put effort into her appearance, it was nothing compared to the makeover and evolution could bring. She felt like she looked like some of those internet influencers, except her mirror image wasn't photoshopped. I blame the unrealistic beauty standards set by advertisement firms and the advent of photo editing technology, she joked with herself as she dried her long orange hair. The evolution had even made her hair feel more comfortable to touch. Why the hell had she wanted that? Shaking her head, she put on her clothes again. She felt them magically fit her slightly changed body, giving room or shrinking where needed. What was it Jake called that? System fuckery, was it? There sure were some shenanigans going on. Once dressed, she went and sat down as she began her profession evolution. She couldn't evolve her class yet due to needing that extra level, but her profession had been capped for a long time. She had a selection of 5 different professions on the list. When she evolved to E-grade, she had only had 4. One of the new options was a straight upgrade to her existing one, not really adding anything new except tripling the stats, which wasn't bad at all, as it would offer 54 per level. 2 of the options were unrelated to her role as a city lord, so she disregarded them instantly. One was related to her blessing from the Verdant Witches, and the other was some general social-type profession. Neither of them better than just the straight upgrade, which left 2 remaining. Both were better than the straight upgrade to Principal City Lord, at least stat-wise, the first of which gave 55 stats. But Steward of Jake Thane, you have sworn your life to uphold the interests of Jake Thane and will serve him, I know. No way. Next, Mistress of Haven, you are the leader of the first city founded on Earth by the progenitor and chosen of the malefic viper, Jake Thane. Haven had many expectations as the first city, and most were met, not through rapid expansion, but by focusing on quality. More importantly, you have managed to stay in the good graces of Jake Thane and keep your position. You are now more trusted than ever, as your bond with your benefactor strengthens. Grant skills related to management, economy, leadership, and control, as well as paths to protect your new dominion and remain in the good graces of the owner of the city. However, be warned that should the city fall, or if you fail up to live up to the expectations of the city owner, you will not escape unscathed. Stat bonuses per level, plus 59 free points. Way better, if still a few implications I am not sure what to think about. Louise even helped bring food this one time, and we talked about old times. We even liked the same TV shows from before the system. Recently she began wearing this new dress. I think it's pastel-colored. I'm not sure. I suck at colors. She looked really pretty, and Jake walked beside Chris, who was enthusiastically talking about his obvious crush on Louise. The young man wasn't even trying to hide it and had begun after he probed Jake a bit. Jake had admitted that he had a girlfriend before, and that made Chris believe Jake was some expert when it came to the opposite sex. He hadn't even gotten the chance to tell the young man that his first relationship didn't exactly end amicably. It was honestly enjoyable. Chris was a nice guy, if a bit naive and overly outgoing. Just as Jake was thinking this, he felt the change. The atmosphere underwent a subtle shift. The mana changed. Jake was clearly the only one who noticed it as it was so minuscule, but it was there, and Jake also instantly knew the reason. Miranda had evolved her profession. Jake kept walking and talking with Chris as the young man introduced all the different statues they came across of weird gods. They had decided to save the main chamber with the ladies of the Verdant Lagoon Inn for last. None of these gods were infused by someone blessed, and yet they still had odd auras around them, likely due to the sculptor infusing some inherent magic. He kept thinking about Miranda's evolution and how he should go check things out a bit later once he was done at the temple. It turns out that wasn't necessary. Jake felt something, a probe of sorts. Something tried to connect to him, and it felt ever so slightly like when Villy contacted him, yet it was blocked. It encountered an impenetrable wall, a wall that seemed to be both grand and disconnected from Jake. He couldn't even comprehend it, and without the system letting him know, he would never notice it. No, it was more a veil, a cloak, a shroud. Just as Jake felt the attempted connection fade, he let it through. Instantly, he lost all feeling of the shroud as the system stopped making him aware of it, as Miranda's voice echoed out in his head. Hello, it should be working. Is my skill broken? Hello. Chapter 255, Temple and Blessings. Message received, over. Jake responded mentally to Miranda. Another merchant god. How many damn merchant gods are there? Jake also asked Chris as they stood before an overly gaudy statue made of what looked like gold. Finally, I was beginning to think the skill didn't work. Anyway, hey Jake, I evolved to degrade and upgraded my profession, which got me a skill to contact you through some formation for communication. I was lucky I had the ingredients required on hand. It isn't cheap, but I wanted to test out if it worked, Miranda explained through the odd telepathic connection. A bit of karmic magic in there, too, Jake reckoned. For some reason, there seems to be a buttload of gods who do trade and money stuff. I heard from some people it has something to do with faith, but I'm not sure. All I know is that, yeah, there are so many. Maybe it's because they're more into investing in young talents. That's businesslike, right? Chris answered Jake. Holding two conversations at once was a bit weird, especially as one was in Jake's head and the other with the young man beside him. It was some next-level multitasking, and Jake couldn't help but try. He found it challenging to do, which was reason enough for him to do it. You forgot the over, Jake responded, teasing Miranda. That makes sense, I guess. Our world revolved a lot around economics before. It makes sense gods who focus on it found many worth investing in here, he also answered Chris. He kept up this dual conversation, neither of the two people he spoke to wiser to that fact. It did help that Miranda only spoke a few more times, though. She quickly gave a rundown on things and said she would be by the lodge the next day, which left Jake plenty of time to continue wandering about and even throw in a visit to the fort. The range of this skill should be quite extensive. It's rarity and only works on you, so it has to be decent. I can't even contact Lillian with it, though she already has a skill to do that, so it isn't a problem. Also, I'll be sure to bring some food from this new place when I visit. The system store having foodstuff has added to the palette of the restaurants even more than before the dungeon. Anyway, see you then. Over, Miranda had finished, making Jake able to focus all his attention on Chris. Jake felt Miranda would have to cut off soon anyway as her voice was beginning to feel a bit faint, making him guess there was a limit to the skill on communication time. Wanna go to the East Wing now. There are a few infused statues there. They have this insane aura, and people can even pray to them and get temporary bonuses. I even heard someone got a profession upgrade due to one of the statues as well as a blessing, Chris explained as they were about done in the West Wing. The West Wing had only non-infused statues, quite a lot of them even. Jake also noticed they all had some similar aspects, so he couldn't help but ask, are all these made by the same sculptor? Yes. They're all made by Felix, a really great dude if a bit weird. He spends all his time making statues and has a backlog of ones to create even now as far as I know. He even evolved his profession at level 100 and made the statue in the innermost chamber after that. The one with the ladies of the Verdant Lagoon, Chris said, delivering some nice exposition. The two of them walked through the crowd and entered the East Wing. While the West Wing did have some people in it, it wasn't that many. The East Wing, on the other hand, was absolutely packed. Jake easily saw the reason why. At the end of the room were 8 statues giving off powerful auras, divine auras. Jake saw Chris beside him unconsciously lower his head a bit as he entered the room. Most of the people in there were praying and stuff like that, but there was one group that stood out. Over to the side of the chamber was an area with what looked like yoga mats. Around 20 people sat on their own respective mat with their eyes closed and sweaty brows. Most of their heads were held high, but they looked to be struggling. Finally, one of them breathed out heavily, opened his eyes and lowered his head. After a bit of labored breathing, he walked out of the room with unsteady steps. People made way and gave him a fast lane to get out, making Jake think it was a usual occurrence. On closer inspection, Jake was pretty sure 2 of the 19 left on the mats weren't conscious. What's up with that? Jake asked, nodding towards them. Chris looked up at Jake, a bit confused, before answering. They're training their resistance to auras, mental states or something. They try to resist the aura to build up a tolerance when it's easier just to let it affect you. I see, Jake nodded. Well, he understood what they were doing even if he couldn't relate. The auras weren't an issue for him at all. Heck, Vili couldn't bring him down with his aura, so how could a bunch of statues from weaker gods? The auras were weirdly clashing in the room. Each statue was 10 or so meters apart, and each had an area of influence around them roughly based on their level of power as far as Jake could tell. Some statues had auras extending further than others. It could also have something to do with the one who infused it, the level of their blessing. A combination, perhaps. Luckily, he didn't need to figure that one out himself as Vili came poking. Jake felt like he was beginning to have too many people in his head these days. The statues possess an aura both dependent on the god and the one who infused it. The higher the rarity of the blessing, the more juice is packed into the statue, while the god is the quality of the juice. By the way, wanna do something funny? I promise it will be interesting, Vili said in a teasing tone. Will it include the death of one or more people? Jake asked back to clarify, half-jokingly. Nah, no one will get hurt permanently, but it will be funny and interesting. Promise, Vili insisted. No destruction of property either, Jake stipulated. He already had an idea of what Vili was planning. Jake wasn't sure it was a good idea. In fact, he was quite sure it was a bad idea, but he was curious. He wanted to see what would happen. Which is why he also didn't resist when Vili's presence amplified. Deal. It was a bad decision, but a bit funny. An aura descended on the entire east wing. Instantly, the 8 statues were suppressed, and every single person except Jake fell to their knees and couldn't raise their heads. Jake, playing along, also crouched down. It only lasted for around 5 seconds until the aura disappeared as if it had never been there. It took another 10 seconds before the statues began exuding an aura once more, and nearly half a minute before people began standing up, looking around confused and afraid. Some didn't get up at all but lay unconscious on the ground. The 17 people who were still awake before on the yoga mats were all knocked out cold. Silly people tried to resist. Panic seemed to overtake the entire wing as people began yelling and looking around. Few gazes landed on Jake, but with how many wore robes or cloaks in there and him staying crouched, he didn't stand out that much. What exactly was the purpose of that? Jake asked the clearly bored Primordial, shameless flexing. Those gods all felt it on their end. Just wanted to take a good wee all over my our territory, to make them clear that while they got statues here, they ain't shit. Oh, and another small thing that you will find out about in a bit, Vili said. That last sentence sounded way too amused for Jake to feel comfortable. Wah, what was that? Chris muttered, having managed to stay conscious and relatively put together. He did look a bit wobbly on his feet, but otherwise he took it well. Jake was a bit proud of that. Vili's aura was quite something after all. Not that Vili used his full aura. Jake remembered feeling it back then in Vili's realm and back during the evolution of his profession. What had just been done felt like nothing. How Vili tossed me a percentage. How much juice, as you say, did you put into that one? Jake asked. We aren't in the percentage points yet. I can't really unleash it all even if I wanted to. Well, I could still pour in enough for me to kill anyone, not at least in degrade within a few hundred meters of you, but it really isn't worth it. It's tiring as fuck to do, and anyone it has any effect on you can fuck up yourself. So no, not applicable in combat at all, Vili explained. Jake himself decided to stay in the real world. Must be something to do with those statues. Can you tell me about them? Jake said, changing the subject. Oh, probably was just them. I don't really get how these things work. Anyway, the statues to summarize. The statues depicted a bunch of weaker gods or subordinate gods from larger organizations. Nothing interesting or fancy going on at all. Of course, to the populace of Haven, any god was an absolutely insurmountable existence. It kind of made sense to a regular human. It didn't matter if a black hole was small or large. It could rip you apart atom by atom no matter what. If atoms were still a thing after the system, probably not. Did black holes still exist? Probably. Jake couldn't wait to go see one. Event horizons looked dope in pictures, and seeing one in person would be awesome. After Chris was done, he hesitantly asked, would you like to go pray at one? It offers a temporary buff to your status menu. It's quite good, you go. I already got a blessing, Jake answered nonchalantly. Oh, you do? Well, that makes sense. I heard the best got them offered. I'll be right back, okay? He asked Jake, waving him off to go get his blessing. Chris was clearly anxious Jake would leave while he was gone, an unfounded fear for sure. Okay, one last trick. Have the kid come back, Vili buted in unprompted. Those stupid gods aren't the only ones who can play, well, gods. Actually come back here, Jake said just as Chris had taken a single step. Yes, he asked and was already back before Jake even had a chance to answer. Place your hand on the guy's shoulder or something. Jake did so and placed his hand on the confused young man's shoulder. Now just want for him to get a temporary blessing and pour in a bit of mana. Following the instructions, Jake poured in a bit of mana, and he felt Vili also pour in something. Chris looked confused until he felt the energy enter him. He gaped for a while before making a huge grin. For real? He asked, excited. Yeah, go for it, Jake said, smiling beneath his mask. Billy thought he was pulling a fast one but didn't know that Jake already knew what he was doing. He had seen it mentioned in Jacob's small booklet a long time ago. Anyone with a certain level of blessing can, with the permission of their patron, give out blessings themselves. In fact, the whole meeting through evolutions, part of giving blessings was a rarity. Well, it had been a necessity for the new universe. Jake understood why this was a thing. Gods shouldn't waste time giving out every minor baptism or insignificant blessing themselves by meeting every prospect, so they had delegated that shit. And now Billy was having Jake act as a religious figurehead, blessing Chris. As for why Jake let him, because why not? Chris seemed like a nice guy, but blessings didn't grow on trees. It would help the guy out, and also, it was kind of interesting, wasn't it? Is this the first person on Earth besides me you blessed? Jake asked the Viper. Ah, this is way less fun when you know. As for if you are the first, not telling, Billy said, trying to tease Jake, but, so that's a no. Good to know. Be nice to Chris. By the way, I don't think he could handle you messing with him. Talking directly to those you blessed isn't just something you can normally do this easily. I can because you're my chosen. Also because it tends to fuck up the blessed person if you talk too often. Their feeble souls cannot handle it without dedicated skills for communication. Before you ask, yes, you are a freak of nature. And also, yes, I still want that sacrificial array deployed. We can compromise and go with a continental one except for a planetary. Jake wanted to respond with a quip, but before he could, something unexpected happened. Two arms wrapped themselves around him as Chris gave him a big hug. Thank you so much. I can't even begin to tell you. What do you need me to do? I know nothing comes for free, and I swear I will do anything I can to make it up to you. It's fine, no pressure and no expectations come with it besides for you to do your best, so just let go, please. Jake said, Chris still hugging him tightly. It was very awkward. Sorry, he muttered as he reluctantly let go. It's just a lesser blessing. I already got my investments worth tenfold with that hug, Billy laughed. Jake cut off the super rude snake god as he and Chris made their way out the room and headed towards the main chamber where only a single statue infused with energy resided, the ladies of the Verdant Lagoon. They came, they saw, and Jake had to say it looked great. He also noted that the aura didn't affect him at all, as in, it didn't even try to affect him. Chris also looked surprised and said he didn't feel anything. Something to do with them being groupies of Villy, I guess. To be honest, the main chamber wasn't that interesting, yet it was even more packed. People prayed to statues that weren't even infused, which to Jake just looked silly. Especially the one Jake assumed was meant to depict the Holy Mother, or at least her symbol, which was also the symbol of the Holy Church, was super popular. For the record, her symbol was a pair of wings. A bit boring, though Villy's was just a snake. Both a bit boring. Jake didn't want to stay long and neither did Chris. Well, Chris just wanted to follow Jake. As he exited the main chamber, still thinking about where to go next, he saw someone approach him in a hurry. The moment he saw Jake and Chris, his eyes practically lit up, and he rushed over even faster. That's the sculptor Felix, Chris muttered just in time. You're blessed by a primordial, aren't you? I felt it. I felt the almighty aura of a primordial, and I still feel it linger even now. Haha, I never thought I would truly encounter one blessed by a primordial this soon. Please help me in trying to display even a fraction of the brilliance of a primordial with my meager skills. The sculptor named Felix yelled at the entrance to the main chamber, drawing attention from all around. Felix's eyes were directed straight at the one blessed by a primordial, Chris. Chapter 256, Servant and Territory. Jake was confused, Felix excited, Chris super confused, and Villy was laughing hysterically in Jake's head. It took Jake a moment to realize that Villy had seriously just blessed someone just to fuck with him as a setup for this joke. Along with the hug, the old snake god seemed to have one hell of a time. Too bad for Villy. Two could play that game. Felix looked expectantly at Chris, who looked nervously up at Jake for guidance. They had attracted quite a lot of attention as Felix seemed to be a bit of a local celebrity. Now that same shine was put on Chris, who everyone looked at. Only a few gave Jake a glance, which was actually quite nice. Jake took charge and said, "Please, let us take this somewhere more private." His lordship does not wish to flaunt his position. This earned him even more confused glances from Chris, but Jake just looked at him back, trying to convey the young man should play along with the joke. It didn't work. The young man still looked panicky. Felix shifted his attention to Jake and mumbled, "Yes, I understand. Please follow me." Putting a hand on Chris' shoulder, Jake led him to follow him and Felix into a side room. A large enchanted door separated the room from the rest of the temple, and upon entering it was clear this was a workshop. Tools lined the walls and two half-built statues stood in the center of the room. Enchantments also seemed to nicely isolate the room from the rest of the temple. Now, please, I must know, I felt the aura. But which primordial blessed you? Was it Stormold? Worm God? No, you're a builder. The star-seizing titan. Rigoria, please, I must know. Felix said with fanatic fervor. Yep, this guy is a loony, Jake thought. Had the dude been making too many statues and now found his mind broken by godly auras, or was it something else? Before answering, please let us know why you desire this information. Jake said, continuing to play his role of bodyguard or assistant, or, well, he hadn't really decided on a set role. He was improvising. Yes, sorry, I was just too excited. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Felix, a newly joined member of the Primordial Church and blessed by the Eternal Servant. Sculpting is my creed, and after being shown the magnificence of the primordials, my life goal has been to depict one. Naturally only with the approval of one blessed by them, Felix explained, clearly putting in the effort to stay calm. I think there is a misunderstanding, Chris said, as he had built up the courage to explain himself. I just received my blessing a few minutes ago from Lord Thane. He pointed at Jake, that little snitch, forcing him to stop the play and enter another role. Villy wouldn't get off cheap. But I feel no aura. I should be able to. I have a skill to see so, Felix said while looking at Jake, unsure if Chris was telling the truth. Chris, you tell him, Jake said, totally not, because he wasn't sure how to explain the situation and make himself seem cool and mysterious meanwhile. Lord Thane touched me and gave me a blessing related to the malefic viper. He was the one with it first, Chris explained. Granted, the kid didn't know much, but apparently just the mention of the malefic viper was enough. Felix looked to be flummoxed for a moment and didn't respond. He paused, looked almost to be in a trance for several seconds. Then, another aura appeared. Felix's eyes glowed a deep blue for a split second. One of his eyes returned to normal, but the other kept shining and the aura remained, the aura of a god. Tears began pouring out of his eyes as he fell to his knees. This servant greets the chosen of the malefic one, he said, or perhaps they said would be more accurate. His voice echoed, first with that of Felix's and then with that of the god. His body appeared to be half possessed. On a side note, Chris was knocked out cold the moment the god's aura appeared. Jake was, needless to say, surprised by several things. First of all, could gods possess mortals like that? Secondly, whatever god did so clearly knew his identity right away. And third, the aura of the god possessing Felix felt awfully similar to that of Villy, both in signature and power. Who are you? Jake asked. Jake, give me some mana here, he heard Villy's voice say. Jake didn't think much but poured out nearly 10,000 mana in a fraction of a second, as a faint outline of a glowing green eye appeared. Turns out that's all the physical manifestation Jake could possibly facilitate. One thing that did remain in full force was his presence. Felix, or the god possessing him, looked at Villy with wide eyes as he practically prostrated himself. This eternal servant greets the primordial. I guess it's been a while, Villy said. His tone was odd and Jake picked up on it right away. He sounded more formal and annoyed. At least he didn't appear to be in a joking mood. Had he not predicted this would happen? Jake assumed he had. Far too long, malefic one. I have no words to explain my elation when I felt your return. The world has been incomplete for far too long, the god in Felix said with an echoing voice. Jake didn't really want to butt in, but Felix seemed to be breaking. Yo, better get the fuck out that guy's body, or he's gonna die, Jake said in a scolding tone. It is of no concern, it is merely another vessel. I shall bring another to. I wasn't asking, Jake said, staring into the eyes of the possessed Felix. He felt the god stare back at him with a hint of surprise. Jake felt like he looked into an infinity ocean of light, and he saw 12 figures upon mighty thrones for a fraction of a second. The vision appeared as fast it had come, and the possessed man smiled. Truly worthy of being the malefic one's chosen. I shall oblige, he said, his smile widening. Felix's lips cracked due to the smile as blood began leaking out. Blood also began pouring out his eyes, ears, nose, and his skin cracked several places. It shames me our meeting was cut short. Please never hesitate to call upon me, O malefic one. With those words, the aura faded and the eye stopped glowing. Well, it didn't really stop glowing as much as it disappeared, as there now just was an empty eye socket where it had been. Felix was on the brink of death, and Jake didn't hesitate to go forward and make him drink a healing potion. All of these weird events left Jake in a room with 2 unconscious people and a floating green eye belonging to Villy. So, who the fuck was that? Jake asked. The eternal servant. I honestly don't want to say much about him. He is what happens when fanaticism is taken to such an extreme it resulted in godhood. He is from the second era, born in the first universe, and he is a bit much. Yeah, just thinking about him is annoying. Man, I hope to fuck with you by having a fanatic from his church meet you, but now it just got weird, Villy said through the weird floating eye. So, what is this primordial church? A fucked up fan club of all the primordials led by the biggest fanboy of the multiverse. I'm not joking. Seriously, the guy exemplifies why the word fan comes from fanatic. He is batshit insane, and anyone who joins his church is pretty damn crazy too. Well, they can be normal most of the time, but confront them with anything primordial related and they go mental, Villy said. Jake was sure there were a lot of stories for him to hear in the future. Sounds like a lot. Will the dude cause issues for me? Jake asked. Also, what the hell was he doing with this Felix fellow? He nearly died. Besides possibly getting a meltdown due to the paradox of you being both a heretic and a chosen, I doubt he will ever be an issue for you. he may be an annoyance. As for that mortal human, he is just a mortal human, another instrument for the servant to do his work. Why would a god care about the death of a single E-grade follower? To him, a single nanosecond more in the presence of a primordial is worth more than that guy's life, Villy explained curtly. Okay, dude is fucked up for real. Is that kind of divine possession normal? No, not at all. The one being possessed has to accept it, and as you saw, it isn't exactly healthy for the one being possessed. This guy must have a skill related to the eternal servant to do it, which is why I hadn't seen this shitty situation coming. But you can meet people who can do it, and some possessions or partial possessions also have combat effects. You don't even need to do it with a god, just someone quite a bit more powerful than you. Often it isn't even an individual possessing the person but a record fragment. It's just integrating a part of a superior being's records for a short period to empower yourself. If you had taken a class to become my champion, you would have 100% gotten one like that. They're basically just another form of temporary boosting skills with all the associated aftereffects, Villy told him. Jake nodded along, not at all unhappy he didn't have some weird possession skill. He didn't like the thought of being possessed at all. Why Felix was fine with it, he didn't get either, but the dude did seem a bit broken. Thanks for the info, mate. I guess I'll see you around. Also, you majorly fucked up, eh? Don't worry. I'll make sure to get you an absolutely wonderful statue that will truly show off your awesomeness. Jake deviously smiled as he saw the floating eye about to run out of mana. See, this is why you got that damn heretic part of your profession. Villy laughed as the eye slowly faded away. Not mad at all, but just bemused. Jake himself just chuckled. He wasn't going to do something overly obscene, but he would have some fun with it. Now there was just one minor issue. The room had changed from 2 unconscious people plus Jake and floating green-eye Villy to Jake alone with 2 unconscious men. Jake sat down in meditation as he began weaving some mana strings into the shape of a statue to pass the time and wait for them to wake up as he muttered to himself. Now, how much can I get away with? While Jake was fucking around and being childish with the malefic viper, the rest of the world progressed towards the treasure hunt. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. A month after the World Congress, around the time Jake entered the dungeon, the barriers went down. Barriers sealing in the many degrades bound to the unclaimed pylons of the world. Variants and groups of degrades were freed, and many of these were not as docile as the usual beasts. They weren't all natives of the 93 Third Universe, far from it. Some of them were even sapient like the king of the forest with their own ideals and goals. Even more so, when the barriers disappeared, the pylons spawned, ready for the taking. But not only humans could claim them. The only reason no monster had claimed one yet was due to one always spawning after a human or a group of humans killed the guardian. The only exception to this was Jake's, which beasts had tried to claim, but they could not due to Jake's quest. Now nothing held them back, and all across the globe, monster nobles appeared. They claimed territories affected by the pylons and made them their own, dominated other beasts or creatures in the area, and they themselves experienced massive growth as the pylons sped up their progress. This led to some of them being greedy, to want to claim more pylons and grow more powerful. Other monsters were displaced as they lost the bout to claim a pylon and went looking for another. The vast majority ended up in conflicts with other monsters. One must remember that humans were all concentrated in a small area, while the rest of the planet still existed, dominated by other creatures. These creatures now fought as they also struggled for dominion, just as humans did in their own smaller area. But of course, some found their way to human settlements. Packs of degrade beasts that sought opportunities, solitary powerful degrades that were ousted, or entire armies led by a powerful leader. All of these were now something humanity had to contend with on top of the usual native beasts of Earth. Naturally, the beasts of Earth also had to contend with these newly released invaders. In fact, many pylons were claimed by natives as they dominated the territories of these pylon monsters and claimed them as their own. Many didn't due to them already living in areas suitable for their growth, but some monsters would always wander. Humanity faced this new threat head-on. Many cities were prepared and had defenses in place, at least one degrade around to defend the city, or powerful parties or formations to at least hold back any invaders. The more powerful cities didn't have any major issues. The Court of Shadows Undead, Holy Church, Nabaru Clan, Valhall, and many others handled these invaders easily. All of these factions had multiple degrades in their ranks by now, and just the size and power of their permanent defenses were enough to deter any opportunistic invader. No, those that truly suffered were the smaller settlements, those who had a pylon but no major fighting force attached. Sure, all had to slay a strong degrade to get the pylon, but the killer of the degrade hadn't always stayed around, or at least they couldn't be around all the time. The moment the strongest fighter left, the city would fall, and many of the invaders weren't stupid monsters but intelligent beings. They waited, they plotted, and they seized the moment when opportune. This inadvertently led to even more growth for both parties involved, as many humans were forced into leveling their otherwise neglected class. gods were also involved. Humans were not the only ones who could be blessed. Some gods even began to place bets on beasts or monsters, blessing them and giving them guidance with the hope that they could take over the planet. These deities were not silly enough to think they could kill all the humans, simply make them run away from the planet in due time, or have their blessed one leave themselves if it got too dangerous. It was a new paradigm that resulted in far more beasts or monsters attacking cities as they were displaced. No city went unnoticed by these monsters. Some they chose to steer clear of, however. Those too big, like Sanctomo, Saya, or Skygan, were natural places to avoid. Others had powerful defenders. All of them were avoided after long consideration and scouting from the monsters, especially the sapient ones, all but one. During the time Jake was in the dungeon and Haven lay undefended, some monsters did come by. A gargoyle looked down from far above towards the forest below. Its red gem-like eyes stared down for a long time. It stood on a large horizontal tower that floated through magical means, nearly 10 kilometers long and 500 meters wide. The gargoyle was the leader, a powerful monster that saw few equals in this new world. Yet it had been pushed away from its pylon and was forced to flee by a powerful native beast. The inner parts of the forest were not somewhere it could safely exist, so it had taken its army and tower with it as it retreated, looking for a new opportunity. It had fled from deep within the forest, and the closest pylon was in the outskirts. It had felt it due to its magical sensitivity. It led an army of over 1,000 gargoyles, several degrades among them, and as the leader, it was already a mid-tier degrade at level 131. Its royal guards were all degrades above 120. The city should be easy to claim, as all the readings indicated they had every advantage. No degrades either, according to their devices.
It should be easy, but this place
is not ours to claim, the leader said as it commanded the tower to turn, and their journey continued as they went to seek out another pylon. It was not the first monster to come across Haven. It would not be the last either, but so far none had dared enter, sapient or instinctual, smart or dumb. They all felt it, they all knew that one does not simply walk into the territory of a powerful entity, much less the territory of the Primal Hunter.
Chapter 257, Will of the Chosen.
Should I go for human form Villy looking silly? Nah, that would be boring. Small snake eating a mushroom. That could be funny. Oh, what if I added a plaque below saying Danger Noodle? Yeah, that could totally be funny, Jake thought as he considered his options while waiting for the two men to wake up. His hands were weaving different figures of stable arcane mana as he tried out a few shapes he thought could be funny. After 15 minutes, Chris woke up. Felix was still out, as it seemed like being possessed by that god had done a number on him. Without the healing potion, he would have 100% died. Again, that eternal servant guy was a major asshole. What happened? Chris asked as he woke up. He didn't even try to stand up right away but stayed on the ground as he rubbed his head. Felix got possessed by a god and the aura knocked you out. I heard that can happen, so no reason to feel bad about it, Jake explained.
Chris answered.
He sighed as he sat up and stared at the floor as he muttered, "Why do I keep being mentally assaulted and knocked out all the time today?" "Sorry, that's on me," Jake apologized. "On a positive note, that should be the last time. I hope it is at least." Chris nodded. He looked at Felix also lying on the ground and saw the bloodstains from the possession earlier. The missing eye was still being regenerated, but it wasn't exactly visible. What happened to him? Is he dead? Chris yelled as he got up in a jiffy and backed away from Felix. On a second look, he did look like a corpse. His entire body was bloody from his cracked skin. Blood had flown from every opening and he didn't look healthy at all. If one looked a bit closer, one could see that no actual injuries besides the still healing eye were present, but Chris hadn't done that. "I told you, divine possession. Apparently not the healthiest of things to engage in. Don't worry, Felix should be fine. Physically at least, I think he's already a bit out there mentally," Jake patiently explained. Not like he had anything better to do, and Chris was a nice guy who just seemed to accept all the fucked up shit he told him without question. Quite refreshing. "I hope he's okay," Chris said, clearly worried about the sculptor. "He'll wake up eventually. Anyway, while we wait, do you know where Hank is these days?" Jake asked. He had been meaning to ask for a while, but things kinda happened. Hank and Louise went to the fort. They're always super busy there, and he needed to help them out and handle some issues. There are a lot of new settlers because of the increasing presence of beasts, and people feel unsafe due to the lack of a physical barrier between the outer parts of the fort and the surrounding plains, Chris explained, sounding more confident than before. "I guess it helps to talk about things you actually know about," Jake chuckled internally. Has there been any major issues with beasts? The Minotaur mine chief was still on his mind, and Jake wondered if something similar had happened. Anton and Neil were there, both degrades, so they should be able to hold enemies off. Neil, at least, should be able to put up lots of resistance. Jake didn't know if Anton could really fight, but he had a feeling the man wasn't defenseless, not as much as elsewhere. "I heard a lot of the smaller settlements are struggling, but the attackers only hit the places with pylons. Apparently, Neil is in communication with some other space mages, and they let us know. I'm not sure about the details, though. Chris said, looking apologetic. I'll just have Miranda fill me in. We're meeting tomorrow anyway. Jake waved it off. The two kept talking for a while, and Jake came to learn a lot about the young man. He looked a bit meek and nice, but he was also headstrong and determined. Jake learned even more information he frankly didn't need or want to about Donald and Abby, and it only helped confirm how absolutely shitty people they were. Chris had stayed with them with the goal of one day getting his revenge for what they did to his sister. He had outwardly looked loyal, but when he talked, Jake saw the pure hatred in his voice, coupled with the elation when he spoke of that one time he got one of the people loyal to Donald killed. He was a scheming man who didn't even flinch when he mentioned stealthily throwing a dagger at someone's calf as he tried to dodge a charging beast. Jake liked him more and more as they talked. However, there were some things that made Jake uncomfortable. Chris had been prepared to die. He had already written his life off, so when Jake had ended up saving him, Chris had decided that he would gladly use his life to repay that favor. It wasn't normal at all, but the man had clearly been fucked up mentally by what he had gone through and had a weird mindset now, no matter how normal he could seem most of the time. Jake was beginning to think Villy hadn't just blessed him as a joke. Chris was loyal to Jake to an unhealthy level. What do you want to accomplish, Chris? Jake finally asked. Why do you ask? What do you mean? The young man asked. He looked genuinely confused by the question. You just got a blessing from a god, you don't seem incompetent, and you are still only in the middle parts of E-grade. You're gonna live a long-ass time, and that lifespan will only increase as you level up. While you're still in your early days, you can change what you want to do still, what you want to be. So what do you see yourself doing in a decade, a century? Jake asked. It was something he had been meaning to ask, because besides repaying Jake, Chris didn't really seem to have any other real goals. He just trudged along and worked as a builder. Well, he did have a massive crush on Louise. Did that count as a goal? I'm not sure what you mean. Chris asked, his confusion growing. I'll just keep working, I guess, do my best. I think I'm pretty good at my job, and yeah, that's what you could keep doing, but what do you want to do? Seriously, nothing's holding you back. Do whatever you want to, and as long as you don't piss off people you shouldn't piss off, no one that matters will judge you for it. So I ask again, what do you want to do? Jake reiterated. He himself had thought a lot about it. He knew exactly what he wanted to do and the way to reach that goal. Even if it was as simple as fuck plan, it was a plan nevertheless. Chris said, staring down onto the floor. He was silent for several seconds as he looked deep in thought until he looked back up at Jake with a serious look. I don't know. In retrospect, maybe it was a bit much to expect the young guy to figure out his entire path of life on the spot like that. Jake should have known better. Of course, that kind of thing is only okay to do with teenage students choosing higher education. Well, I guess your first goal should be to figure that out. Also, if you're worried about the whole God and blessing thing, the creed of the God that blessed you is to pursue freedom above all else. Be your own man and have your own goals. You don't owe me anything. I helped you because Donald and Abby were pieces of shit and invaded my territory. That you also got help too was just a happy little accident, Jake curtly said. He didn't want to mince words with Chris. He had potential, but his mindset was just not something Jake could agree with. He wasn't comfortable with the young guy being so reverent towards him. Chris was already awkward enough before Jake inadvertently helped him get a blessing from a god that the title description made clear was very powerful. Now he was even worse. Jake didn't want that. He wanted Chris to be his own man. If he then decided to still be on Team Jake, at least that would be his own decision, not made due to some odd sense of debt. Chris didn't answer, but just sat there and thought. Jake kept playing with his mana strings, making small, funny-looking miniature statues of Villy as they waited. Silence overtook the room for a few minutes until a groan was heard from Felix. The resident sculptor looked to be in immense pain as he struggled to sit up. His one eye was still regenerating, and his body was a mess. Jake wouldn't blame him if the guy asked them to leave. Oh, where are my man? Halfway through the sentence, he got a coughing fit, spitting out a glob of blood before continuing. Nurse, I apologize for the unsightly appearance. Relax, you nearly died by being possessed by your patron, Jake said, shaking his head. I know, a meager sacrifice to learn I am in the presence of a primordial's chosen. Please, let me know of any way I can be useful. I shall do my utmost in creating a sculpture to the best of my abilities. Even if it isn't able to display even a fraction of a primordial's magnificence, I must do it. I beg of you. Felix managed to get out between spitting blood, coughing, and generally looking paler and paler. Just focus on healing for now. We can discuss the sculpture later, Jake said. But he had made a mistake, for between his hands was a miniature sculpture. One Felix saw. What could that be you are conjuring? He asked as he looked at Jake's mana sculpture intensely. Just playing around with sculpture ideas. Nothing you shoe. Jake didn't get further than that before Felix prostrated himself on the ground as he proclaimed loudly. The depiction of a primordial. I'm so sorry for my arrogance and disrespect. To not be kneeling. I swear I will depict it just as shown. Have no doubts, it shall be as perfect as my meager skill allows. Felix didn't get further before he let out a big cough, spat out a large amount of blood, and passed out again. Jake and Chris just looked down at the sculptor who had managed to knock himself out again. Is he dead? Chris asked after a few seconds as it became clear Felix wasn't getting back up anytime soon. No, that's good. Yeah. They stayed there for a few minutes more before Jake just shook his head, took a health potion out of his inventory, and put it down in front of Felix. Let's just leave. We can come back another day. That's probably for the best, Chris agreed, undoubtedly wanting to leave himself already. Is it okay if we split up here? I have to finish some work at the eastern side of town before Hank gets back. As I said, do what you want to. You don't need to tell me everything you do. I don't own you. So yeah, see you around. I'm gonna head to the fort myself, Jake said with a wave. Jake began walking out of the room as his cloak shimmering and the light around him appeared to refract as his body disappeared. Expert stealth activated, and coupled with his cloak, he became nearly entirely invisible and even unnoticeable to magical means. Chris looked after him in awe, making Jake feel at least a tiny bit awesome. His new cloak was not shit, that's for sure, because Chris wasn't looking at him, but only his direction even when Jake was only 10 meters away. The young man exited after Jake and walked off, drawing quite a bit of attention that Jake thankfully avoided. Chris looked to be deep in thought as he began walking away from the temple. Jake's words had clearly had an impact. Jake saw all this through his sphere as he himself stood atop the temple. Everything inside had returned to normal. It had been a nice visit to town, and Jake had seen and learned a lot about it. Having Miranda tell him about how everything was developing and experiencing it yourself was entirely different. Summoning his wings, Jake took to the air as he began flying out of the forest and towards the fort. Once he made it to the outskirts of the forest, he landed and began using 1 step-mile to travel even faster. It wouldn't take him long to reach there at all. Guess I'll go talk to Arnold first. It has nothing to do with me not knowing where Hank is specifically. Felix woke up inside the temple. A splitting headache dominated his senses, but a feeling of elation quickly overtook that. The first thing he saw was the potion on the ground. Felix instantly knew who it was from as he picked it up and cradled it. The generosity of the chosen, a gift. He would make sure to save it. The thought of drinking it didn't even occur to him for a second. The sculptor had been lost only a few months ago. He had no purpose. Death and flames scared him beyond anything until the eternal servant had offered him another path. One where pain and hurt were but a matter of perspective, where purpose was found not through personal accomplishments but by recognition of a higher power, the primordials. It was their job, not just to do what the primordials wanted, but what they needed. To carry out not only their words, but also understand what was left unsaid and do what would be best for them. This was why Felix understood. The Chosen had not needed to tell him. He had seen the statue the Chosen desired, and he would sculpt it, the form scorched on his mind. While it was true the sculpture itself made him confused, who was he to try and truly understand the magnificence of a primordial? Who but the Chosen who had met the malefic viper in person could display it so accurately? Who was he to question it? He was just a simple sculptor. Felix walked over, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 sculptures under construction shattered and turned to dust. Even in their half-made forms, it would be unsightly for other statues to be in the presence of a primordials while under construction. Yet he didn't begin working right away. Instead, he sat down and meditated. He wanted to get started immediately, but the Chosen had ordered him to recover first. The Chosen said they would talk later, but he didn't need to waste the Chosen's time more than necessary. He swore to himself. He would not leave that room until the sculpture was perfect, and just as the Chosen had shown him. Chapter 258, Jake the Corpse Merchant. As expected, Jake didn't take long before he made it to the fort. On the way, he took note of one thing in particular. He never left the influence of the pylon. Even when he stealthily entered the outskirts of the fort, he was still within its range. The fort had expanded even more than before. Jake could see why Hank had to be there. If construction in Haven was rapid, the expansion of the fort was just insane. He knew a lot came from caravans or smaller settlements that chose to integrate themselves, but this was far more than expected. From what Miranda had told him, one of the major reasons why so many came was the lack of regulations yet still ensured safety. Many other cities had a faction ruling them, and that faction wanted to at least ensure a modicum of loyalty, or at least an assurance a group or a powerful individual wouldn't work against them. Miranda had asked if they should do something similar, but to Jake, that wasn't needed. Sure, there were some basic rules that pretty much just boiled down to, don't start fights, don't be an asshole, and if you piss off the leadership of Haven, get the fuck out. If you choose to stay anyway, well, that luckily hadn't happened yet. Jake guessed this was where he would possibly have to come in as the owner to take out the trash. Jake thought it was nice he hadn't needed to do that yet. Philip was apparently the guy in charge of security, and considering the man had half a rifle-bearing army already, it made sense. Should he go by and check up on him too? Nah, no need. He was pretty sure Philip wasn't a huge fan of Jake anyway. Having the fort now be actually a part of the pylons area after Miranda evolved was great news to everyone involved. It would allow the people of the fort access to all the system stuff City Lords made possible, and Miranda to get a better handle on all those who lived there. Sneaking through the outskirts of the settlement, Jake became aware of exactly how much construction was going on. Brick houses were being made by the dozen, and hundreds of workers were visible within his sphere at any time. It appeared that Hank had gone for a more normal look for the fort. Brick houses, stone, and even something that looked a lot like concrete. If Haven was the city of wood, this would be the city of stone, which in retrospect probably was most cities also in the old world. While Jake enjoyed looking over the city, he still prioritized getting to the central fort itself. No one noticed him as he jumped over the walls and into the courtyard that was a wealth of smithing and crafting as usual. The gun production was still going strong, and Jake noticed that the level of the crafters had increased yet again. Maybe some of them had evolved their profession already. If not, they would soon. Entering the building, Jake saw all three people of note instantly. Arnold was in his workshop as always, while Neil and Hank were in the same meeting room he and Miranda had gone to back when they first came to the fort. Seeing them all together made everything a lot easier. Being a bit cheeky, Jake marked both Hank and Neil with Mark of the Avaricious Hunter as he went to talk with Arnold, just in case they left. Jake tried to sneak into Arnold's workshop but found something odd at the door entrance. A shimmer of sorts covered it. He could see it both in his sphere and with his eyes ever so faintly. Jake didn't know what it was exactly, but it didn't give him any feeling of danger. Now, Jake did also notice one other thing, a doorbell right beside them. It took him a few seconds to decide between trying to sneak in and just ring the damn doorbell, and in the end, he decided on being polite. In one smooth motion, he rang the doorbell, opened the door, and used one step mile to the other side of the room where he crouched down, focusing on the stealth functionality of his cloak and the expert stealth skill. He saw Arnold turn around towards the open door, looking confused. He then took a quick look around the room suspiciously. Jake, being childish, tried to sneak up on him as he began moving forward, but at that moment felt that he had been detected. "Ah, great to see you back. How did the field test go?" Arnold asked nonchalantly, not even questioning why or how Jake had tried to sneak in. Shit, he didn't even turn around but kept tinkering with something on the workbench. Jake looked up and saw his detector. A floating eyeball-looking machine was suspended at the ceiling looking straight at him. He had to admit Arnold was very industrious and had quite a number of different machines. It went okay. The grenade exploded with pretty good force, could deal noticeable damage to degrades around level 130. Not that effective against the variants though, Jake answered, deciding to stop messing around and just get down to business. So that hypothesis turned out to be accurate, Arnold said as he wrote down some notes on a tablet-looking device. How would you compare the intensity of the mana released compared to your usual output? About the same, I guess, Jake said. He had noted the explosions were roughly the same as his explosive arcane arrows after all. Considering the spheres were slightly bigger than an arrow, and the arrow was from an epic rarity skill while the metal grenade was common rarity, that made sense in his head. Arnold nodded as he also noted that down. I noticed you have a spatial store. How much energy dissipated before you used them, and how long went between getting them and using them? This went on for a while as Jake was interviewed. He went along with it as he had kind of agreed to it when he took the metal balls to begin with, and the devices had been helpful. Also, the nano blade was nice, and Jake believed that staying in the good graces of Arnold would only be beneficial. Jake learned that his grenades had been substantially more powerful than the ones left behind for Arnold. Arnold could only cause some minor damage to a degrade, and it had taken dozens of them along with dozens of other attacks for the man to kill some. Yes, apparently, Arnold had been killing degrades to test out his stuff. It suddenly made a lot more sense why the man had managed to reach degrade. His class wasn't as low a level as Jake had expected at all. He badly wanted to see how someone like Arnold fought. Well, he did have a good idea based on all the drones and different robotics around. If he had a class that synergized and allowed him to make better use of all his creations, it would all make a lot more sense. The resulting damage was lowered further when a level 41 soldier threw a sphere too. Quite drastically, I might add. Suggests even consumables items like these have inherent scaling to the level of the user. Quite peculiar how the same item can have such a massive difference in effect just based on who threw it, Arnold said when Jake asked him about some of the other field tests he had done with Jake's arcane grenades. Do you need more? Jake asked. He could do a few if it was, but no need. The biggest issue wasn't the effect, but the leakage of energy and annoyance in handling them. The nature of the mana infused makes it inherently highly unstable and destructive. The leakage also only makes them more unstable, but overall less destructive. Yours reduced in effect at a substantially slower pace, maybe due to you being the infuser or due to the unique properties of the affinity, Arnold explained, shaking his head. I decided to settle on pure fire affinity mana instead, far simpler and equally if not more effective in most cases. That one hurt Jake's feelings a bit. Did Arnold just tell him his arcane affinity was worse than regular fire affinity? Thankfully, he didn't do that. Lucky man. If not, Jake would have had to discipline him. The ones with your mana are more effective within the first 31 hours and approximately 40 minutes, while after that, the pure fire affinity becomes more effective due to the lack of natural energy leak and decline in power, Arnold said, saving himself from Jake's untold wrath. Arcane affinity is still better, though I wonder, could I do fire magic? Jake thought. He would have to test that out for fun a bit later. He figured out dark mana, so he should be able to figure out fire mana, if he had the affinity, that is. Anyway, Arnold, I am in search of some new equipment, so I came to you as you seem to be one of the best crafters. I understand you aren't a typical craftsman, but I thought to ask anyway as the nano blade is great. So if you have something, I may just have something for you too, Jake finally said with a smile, turning the conversation to what he had actually come for. He was quite sure Arnold wanted what he was peddling. I have some projects that may be useful to you. If adequately compensated, I may trade them away. For the record, I am not in need of credits. I have sold a few choice items to traders and on the system store and have more than adequate funds for now, Arnold said. It was as Jake had expected. Thankfully, Jake had something far more valuable than a few credits. Before I show you, be aware that this won't be a fair trade no matter what. I am certain what I offer has more value, Jake made clear. Arnold looked skeptical but nodded in agreement. Jake made a motion, and an odd-looking piece of metal appeared on the ground. It was a head and a torso made of metal. Both of them looked badly battered with dents and scratches, as well as many signs of Jake's arcane affinity having burned into it. The neck even had signs of what looked like rust from touch of malefic viper. Walking closer, Arnold frowned. What is this? He asked as he knelt down and placed a hand on the torso. Jake saw his hand emit some mana as a pulse seemed to try and go through the corpse of the Altmer census golem. He stayed kneeling for several seconds without moving or saying anything. The frown on his face grew by the second until he finally stopped infusing mana but didn't get up. This is way beyond me, he said, shaking his head. Even while inactive, its core is protected, and all my attempts at scanning are completely blocked. I have no way of even researching it beyond the surface without trying to split it apart, and even if I do so, there is a chance it was built with some innate self-destruct features or something similar. Doubt it will explode or have any other issues due to where it comes from and how the creators wanted it back. Either way, does that mean you aren't interested? Jake asked teasingly. He already knew the answer. He saw the unabated greed in the man's eyes as he stared at the battered golem. Of course I want it. What do you want? Arnold said without any hesitation. His hand was still caressing the metal. He was already looking towards the head too, but Jake quickly came in and scooped it up. Depends on what you have to offer. I need equipment or if you have any other cool gadgets, Jake answered, tossing the head up and down, taking way more pleasure than he should in Arnold looking nervously at him. I have more nanoblades, 2 of them if you need, he started with. I don't need more than the one I got. Come on, I know you got better stuff, Jake pushed him. Follow me, he relented as he went over to something that looked like a safe. Jake noted it had quite a number of magical enchantments to protect anyone from snooping or breaking into it. He wanted to look inside with his sphere, but held back as he wanted the surprise. Besides, Arnold was explaining, during my research of the mana inside the metal spheres, I noticed faint traces of stability within the destructive energies. This is what kept it from just blowing up or consuming itself. I attempted to take this stable aspect and increase it to create a tool to somehow make better use of the explosives, Arnold explained as he began opening the safe. This proved far more difficult than expected. I couldn't properly manipulate this energy, but I found a way to isolate and stabilize it. I had a tailor create a pair of gloves from a synthetic material I made using a few choice items from the system store, a material with a close to flawless ability to absorb mana. Most of the materials combined to craft the material were uncommon or rare rarity. It was not cheap. I was satisfied with the workmanship, and I even got some worthwhile enchantments as I wanted to use them myself. They did return to me as uncommon rarity still. I made more modifications and infused mana from the orbs and an epic rarity item I had acquired from some travelers. The man claimed to have bought it in the tutorial store. I am not certain about this claim. Anyway, even after it all, there are still major issues. I think it's best you see them for yourself. Jake saw him take out a small box. When he opened it, Jake saw a pair of gloves within. They looked thin and to be made of silk or something like that, yet he felt a very familiar energy from them. He used Identify and instantly saw the reason why. Gloves of sporadic manifestation, rare, gloves made from a powerful synthetic cloth. These gloves are incredibly thin and nearly unnoticeable, and are incredibly resilient against all magical attacks, relatively fragile against physical attacks. These gloves contain a large amount of arcane affinity energy, but the energy is directionless and cannot properly manifest its properties, yet the arcane energy still manages to amplify the existing enchantments through a powerful catalyst. All mana constructs created with your hands will last for longer due to the inherent power of stability within these gloves, but become unstable if they come in contact with any other types of energy. Enchantments plus 100 intelligence plus 75 wisdom plus 50 willpower. Sporadic manifestation requirements. LVL 105 plus humanoid race. He read it over and was impressed. Yet he had one major question. Won't all mana manifestation be useless by default? There are other types of energies in the atmosphere all the time, Jake asked, a bit confused. Yeah, that's the exact issue. The gloves are useless to me as they are only worth it for the stats, but wearing them would cause too many issues. If you can fix them, you can have them. I will even throw in that if I ever make anything useful based on my research related to that body, you will be the first to benefit. Also, take this with you, Arnold promised and handed Jake a small stack of papers from within the box the gloves had been in. Considering Jake had nothing to use the Altmer census golem for at all, he saw no reason to refuse the trade. Yet he still kept it cool and frowned at the opposition to make it seem like he was really losing out. It worked. I may also be able to upgrade the nanoblade, he said, looking like the offer physically hurt him. Jake didn't bother questioning why he was so reluctant, but just smiled. Deal. After some good business, Jake even offered to let Arnold watch as Jake tried to fix the gloves but got the response that he was done messing with that unreasonable affinity and just ushered Jake out of the workshop after having him hand over the nanoblade. What was the deal with the whole questionnaire if the guy didn't care about Jake's arcane affinity anymore? Not wanting to get a headache from trying to understand Arnold, Jake just went on his way. He saw that Hank and Neil had both left the building too. Seeing no reason to track Hank down here and now, as the guy seemed to have headed to another construction site, Jake turned his attention to the new pair of gloves. He went into one of the closed-off meeting rooms in the central building of the fort, sat down on his butt, holding the gloves on the palms of his hands. Transmutation time. Chapter 259, Taking Advantage of Mistakes. It had been a while since the last time he used Touch of the Malefic Viper on an item to transmute it. The last item he had transformed was his bow. Actually, that one could have gone better. Sure, the bow got better overall, but the change from Windsor bow to Winsaro bow made him feel a bit like a baddie. Before he began the process, he took out the notes Arnold had made on the gloves and read them over. It was a meticulous list of how they had been crafted, what items had been used, what methods were applied, and which people had been involved. Jake skimmed it mainly for fun but had to stop as he saw the sheer amount of ingredients that went into them. 3 different types of spider silk, a couple of uncommon or rare rarity metals turned to dust and sprinkled in, crystals containing mana, and even a beast core from a D-grade beast. And that was just for the gloves themselves before Arnold really went ham. After that, Arnold had infused it with some filtered version of Jake's arcane mana. To store it, he had made use of an epicrarity. Oh shit, it was a crystallized essence, an unattuned version. Jake had encountered a crystallized essence once before during the Valley of Tusk's dungeon. It had been the cause of all the soil water in that pool, and that one back then had only been rare rarity. How exactly a big crystal had been merged with those small and thin gloves, Jake didn't get, but somehow it had. Jake couldn't help but think that shit had really been wasted. He didn't understand how they could only be rare rarity with so many great materials in them. Natural treasure. Who the hell would waste a crystallized essence on a pair of gloves? But was it really all that bad? Because when Jake inspected the gloves and bound them to him, he felt the energy within them. So much untapped potential for him to exploit. So much fuel to burn and transform and bend to his will. The last time he had met a crystallized essence, it had resulted in his Touch of the Malefic Viper upgrading to epic rarity. The first time he encountered massive success with his transmutation, he upgraded Touch to ancient rarity. What was more fitting than using both those experiences to possibly make his best transmutation ever? He knew the crystallized essence was key. It was a powerful natural treasure with the ability to absorb and transform energy. To use one on some gloves was a waste, hence why the effects were wasted. Jake reckoned Arnold had gotten the deal of a lifetime on the essence, yet he also understood why the man had been so unwilling to part with it. It hadn't been cheap to make. However, chances are the man could still salvage them and make them useful down the line, so giving them to Jake like this was a risk. Well, in the end, the machinist still won out as the Altmer census golem was quite the find. Jake sat down in the room he had found, and with the assumption that no one would come to bother him, he entered meditation and went to work. Thoughtful meditation activated its effects, making him even more focused than before as he dove in head first without any more preparations. He felt the gloves in his hands. They felt thin and frail to his touch, but when he dove his mind into the connection he had to them, he felt something entirely different. A directionless space of energy was within, a metaphysical crystal floating in the middle. At least that's how he interpreted it. It needed direction, stability. Arnold had just infused the space with arcane mana and attempted to make the crystal serve as its guide to make it stable, yet he couldn't. He had tried to make the crystallized essence into that of the arcane affinity, possibly to get a source of arcane energy himself to craft orbs without needing Jake or to keep the spheres fully charged. The man's approach had been logical, and even if Jake was a bit annoyed the guy hadn't told him the truth of why he had made the gloves, he still understood why he had done it. He was even a bit flattered. The man had tried to find a way to replicate Jake's arcane affinity, but ultimately Arnold had failed, because there was a crucial flaw in his equation. He couldn't just think of Jake's affinity like the fire affinity or water affinity or even more advanced ones like space or time. All of those were natural. Jake's wasn't. The only natural occurrence of Jake's arcane affinity was Jake. He himself was a core component, and without his will, his arcana couldn't exist. So when Jake entered the gloves and provided them his arcane energy, they almost hummed in satisfaction. Touch of the Malefic Viper dug in with his arcane affinity as Jake took control of all the energy. His will and power became the maestro of the directionless orchestra of energy as it all began moving to his will. The gloves began glowing in his hands as they crackled with energy. Purple veins coursed throughout them. These didn't disappear as it looked like the gloves had torn, yet thin strings still held them together. They pulsed with energy, but Jake didn't let up. They could still take far more. Time kept ticking on as Jake kept up the work. One would think it should be difficult, but it was actually surprisingly smooth. The groundwork had all been laid, the ingredients supplied, and all preparations carefully made. All it took was for Jake to do the legwork and give the entire thing direction. Time-consuming, yes, but not particularly hard. Naturally, he still had to focus throughout it all, but that had never been an issue for Jake. The process still ended up taking him nearly 13 hours. He had to chug down 3 mana potions during the process and a single stamina potion. Jake was tired and sweating, but the result wasn't anything to complain about as he read the notifications. You have successfully transmuted gloves of quintessential arcane manifestation epic. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned ** ding. Profession, heretic chosen alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 108 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points. Jake smiled to himself. Epic rarity. It was as expected, but he was still happy about it. With the materials put into the gloves, them only being rare was a travesty. When he had thankfully corrected as he identified the new and improved gloves. Gloves of quintessential arcane manifestation, epic, gloves made from a powerful synthetic cloth. These gloves are incredibly thin, nearly unnoticeable, and are incredibly resilient against all attacks, will become immensely more durable if infused with arcane energy. The crystallized essence has been fully integrated. All constructs using your arcane affinity, and your hands will last longer and be more potent. The gloves can store a large amount of arcane energy that can be released immediately. Channeling unattuned energy into these gloves will grant it your arcane affinity. Enchantments, plus 125 intelligence, plus 75 wisdom, plus 50 willpower. Quintessential arcane manifestation. Requirements, LVL 115 plus humanoid race. Quasi-soulbound. Never before had Jake been so happy that someone else had majorly fucked up when crafting an item. Arnold had tried to make the item Jake just had. But as always, it had the issue of being quasi-soulbound, making it useless to anyone but Jake himself. Jake naturally put them on and took the old ones off. That made him lose 35 intellect and the mana blast ability. The 35 intelligence were replaced with 125, so still a gain of 90, plus of course, the 75 wisdom and 50 willpower. As for the mana blast, Jake could do that shit easily himself by now. The gloves made it easier and a bit more effective, sure, but he doubted these new ones wouldn't also do that. Feeling the influx of stats was always nice, and he couldn't hold himself back from instantly experimenting with the quintessential arcane manifestation part of the gloves. First, Jake summoned an arcane bolt to float above him. He felt it was exactly the same as before, besides the increased potency from his increased stats. Next, he held out his hand and conjuring a mana bolt in it by channeling mana through the gloves. This time, he felt it coalesce a bit faster than before, and upon closer inspection, it even felt a bit more potent and stable. It was just a small amount, but it was there. After that, Jake got up and summoned an explosive arcane arrow. To his disappointment, he felt that it was the same as before, with the gloves doing nothing. He frowned and tried again. It still failed. He used his hands to do it, and he believed it had to work. He knew the issue already. He didn't channel the mana through his gloves at all, not allowing their effect to work. Jake kept trying a few more times but kept failing. He found that the issue was in how the arrow instantly appeared. He couldn't hold on to anything and channel it. The automatic parts of the skill overtrumped his own control, and if he had to channel it through the gloves, it would make summoning arrows slower. Yet he refused to give up but kept trying. The gloves said it would be all constructs, so what was he missing? Closing his eyes, he considered what he was doing wrong as he held out his hand and summoned arrow after arrow. That is when he got an idea. Jake drew his bow, not to shoot anything but to make it feel right. He moved his hand as if he drew an arrow from the quiver. He imagined feeling the arrow be drawn as he pinched it with his fingers. The skill responded, and one appeared. With the bonus effectiveness from the gloves now working, it just worked the first time he tried this. He shook his head, not fully comprehending what the issue had been. Was it because he didn't summon it in his hand before as an outgrowth of his hand? It all felt so arbitrary, and quite frankly, Jake didn't want to waste time on it. Instead, he kept experimenting with the gloves and tried to get a good estimate of the effectiveness of the enchantment. He concluded the increased effectiveness was small but noticeable. A few percentage points in the low single digits increase, perhaps. It didn't seem like a lot, but for someone like Jake, every bit counted. He also tried to channel stamina through the gloves as it said it would transform any energy into arcane energy. Unfortunately, that one didn't work as he hoped. In the process, he also experimented with channeling mana into the gloves to make them more durable. This was clearly from the stability-focused part of his arcane affinity, and the effect was more than noteworthy. The gloves became so tough he couldn't even cut them with his scimitar as long as he kept supplying a stable source of mana. Jake was already imagining dozens of ways this could become useful in the future. This experimentation went on for hours until Jake was thrown out of his focused state of mind and back to the real world. He had been so engrossed in his practice session, he hadn't noticed the people walking down the hall outside towards the meeting room he was in. He recognized Hank with 4 other men he didn't know. Jake semi-panicked for the moment, not just because of his presence there, but because of what he had done to the room. He had chosen the room because it was isolated, it sealed in things, including sound and energy. Now Jake spending nearly an entire day inside the room hadn't left any real physical signs, but the atmosphere of the entire room was soaked in his arcane affinity. It was overwhelming. He considered for a moment if he should just leave, but decided against it. Instead, he would get his meeting with Hank out of the way. Miranda had told him long ago to try and keep up the mysterious defender of the city persona. This could be an opportunity to look imposing in front of some of the new leaders of the fort. He assumed they were new leaders because Jake didn't know any of them, and he remembered all of the leaders back when Philip was the top dog around. Jake sat down in the chair at the end of the table as he waited for Hank and the others to arrive. He did his best to act like the oppressive atmosphere was entirely on purpose, and not because he had been flooding the room with arcane mana the majority of a day while practicing. It only took a few seconds before the door opened. I was saying that switching T, the man in the front abruptly stopped the moment he set foot in the room. His eyes went wide and his legs began shaking. With fright, he looked at Jake, who sat in his cloak and mask at the end of the table. Jake just hoped he hadn't scared the man too much. Jake had definitely scared the poor guy way too much. Hank felt the aura the same time as his companions, the sheer presence of the room. He had felt something similar, if not as intense, when he entered a room Neil or Miranda had an ongoing ritual in and because of that managed to stay relatively calm. The 4 others didn't. The first one shook and took a step back. One of the braver souls pointed at Jake as he stammered, "Who, are you?" He said, not even able to form a complete sentence. The 2 last men just stood frozen as they stared at the ominous-looking cloaked figure at the end of the table. The owner was sure good at looking scary. He had to hand him that. Hank only thanked the heavens he hadn't also decided to summon his wings. "Lord Thane," Hank spoke, bowing slightly, aware that he had to be as cordial as possible in front of others. To keep Jake mysterious and feared was beneficial to everyone. One would think the revelation of who the owner was would make him seem less mysterious, but his brother turned out to be the leader of the Court of Shadows, and that was the only available information people knew. Hadn't exactly hurt Jake's image. "That's," one of the men beside him muttered, but didn't get any further. "Hank, I came by to ask about updates on the project," Jake stated, doing a damn good job at being oppressing. If Hank didn't know that Jake could be odd and easygoing, he wasn't sure he would have managed to stay confident. "Yes, I plan on coming by for a meeting when I return to Haven. There are things I need to consult you on," Hank said, still keeping it as professional as he could. He didn't want to discuss details with others around, and talking to Jake like this was just weird. It was way more relaxed when it was just him around. Maybe Louise or Miranda present too was fine. Good. "Keep up the good work," Jake said as he got up and began walking out of the room. "All of you." He said the last words as he passed them, and as he was only a few steps down the hall, he teleported to the end where the air around him shimmered and he disappeared. Hank looked after him, nodding internally. He had sure come off as mysterious and powerful. He did a quick take of the men with him. Yep, the 4 of them were scared shitless. Looking into the room they had planned on using, he muttered, "I guess we'll need to find another meeting room." Chapter 260, Keeping It Friendly. Jake waited outside the building for a few moments as he looked through the fort using his sphere. Hank and the 4 others went to another meeting room while Arnold looked busy with Jake's nanoblade. Arnold had it suspended in some device and was firing a laser or something on it. Jake wasn't a craftsman, so he just shook his head and went on his way. It had been close to a full day since Jake had been back in Haven, and it was approaching evening time. He had a meeting with Miranda planned, and while he could get engrossed in his practice, he hadn't forgotten it. He would have to come back to the fort again in a few days, but it was time to head home for now. The return trip was swift, as Jake didn't have any other side objectives on the way. He was back in Haven before anyone even knew he had left the fort, assuming they were aware he had been there to begin with. When he got close to his valley, he noticed there was activity within. Jake frowned for a moment until he felt the auras of who it was. The Hawks were back. He had barely managed to get into the valley before a large green projectile hit him in the chest. The projectile turned out to be a squishy bird that nuzzled itself against his shirt as Jake held the bird and rubbed her head. "Hey there, Sylphie, how have you been?" Jake asked while hugging her as she playfully squirmed in his grasp. She replied, telling him it had been all good. While Jake was grinding alchemy in the dungeon, Sylphie had really entered her growth phase. She had been hunting actively, and coupled with her still naturally growing, she had gained quite a few levels. Sylphie and IS LVL 83. It had been around 1.5 months since Jake last saw Sylphie, and in that time she had managed to go from 41 to 83. She had more than doubled it. One had to remember she was only a few months old, and she was nearly already a fully fledged D-grade. Jake wondered if she would reach D-grade by the time it was time for the treasure hunt. Sadly, she wouldn't be able to enter on account of being a beast and not a part of the enlightened species. Still, it made Jake happy. While he hugged and nuzzled the young hawk, he also checked out Hawkie and Misty. Neither had been slacking either during this period. Hawkie had been 109 and Misty 116 back then, and now they had both gained a good amount of experience. Stormsong Hawk LVL 120, Mistsong Hawk LVL 126. While they were slow compared to someone like Jake or Sylphie, the speed was still respectable. Especially considered that they protected Sylphie during all this time and focused more on her progress than their own. He couldn't help but chuckle a bit when he imagined the little featherball reached the same level as her parents. "You guys doing well too?" Jake asked his bird buddies. Both of them gave affirming sounds as they also assessed Jake. He saw a small trace of defeat in their eyes as they saw that he had grown as much, if not more than them. He kept talking to them a while, having a one-sided conversation as he played with Sylphie. He felt that she was a lot more powerful. It was quite natural, of course, with her leveling so much, but she felt too strong. In fact, she reminded him a bit of himself back then. Jake imagined that if the level 83 Sylphie were put against the level 99 Horde leader, she would win. That is when he noticed his weird-ass time tree do something. Jake was a bit annoyed that no one was there to look out for and eat the bananas like he had told Hank, but quickly noticed why. He saw a banana ripen, and at that exact moment, a small magic circle activated as a tendril of mist fired up, wrapped around it, and pulled it down to the ground where it was covered by some kind of energy, all while staying within the area of the tree. Jake looked over at Misty, gaping. "You made an automatic magical banana retrieval system." Misty had once more amazed him. She had put down a magic circle at the base of the tree that Jake hadn't even noticed when he came back from the dungeon. It was so subtle. It just pulled in the banana and somehow stabilized it until someone came to eat it. Had she saved some for Sylphie struggled herself free from Jake's hug, and with impressive speed, zoomed over and scooped up the banana. "Hey, that's me," Sylphie gulped it down, peel and all. "Nee," Jake finished in defeat. Now he at least knew where all his bananas went. Without any sense of shame, Sylphie flew back and landed on Jake's shoulder, happy as a clam. She even had the audacity to nuzzle up to him. He could smell the bananas on her. If it were anyone else, Jake would be mad, but who the hell could be mad at Sylphie? "Good girl," he chuckled as he praised her and petted her head. "But remember to share. Maybe I can make them even better. Make them into some kind of drink that makes the bananas taste even better." Sylphie agreed, though Jake had a feeling it would be an uphill battle. She seemed to enjoy bananas a lot, and he didn't have the heart to actively try and keep her away from them. "I guess it'll be a competition when she is here," Jake chuckled internally. The birds seemed to want to hang around since Jake was back, and he didn't complain. They ended up playing with magic until Miranda came back. Jake fired small arcane attacks, and the birds blocked or deflected them. Jake also blocked their blows as he practiced, and he even had a few games of tag. Hawkie was still damn fast, and Jake needed to predict his movements to have a chance to catch him. In a straight-up chase through the air, Jake would lose every time. Sylphie was still the weakest, of course, but she had some fun tricks too. Jake called it tricks mainly to make him feel better because he didn't understand what the little hawk was doing. He was embarrassed to admit he had no idea what the hell her magic was about. Clearly, it was wind magic, but not really. It cut like wind and was speedy like wind, yet it seemed to be more. How exactly that was, he couldn't pinpoint. All he was certain of was that it was powerful and in no way a low-tier concept. Her offense was noteworthy, but her defense was even more potent. Jake felt as his albeit playful arcane bolts were sheared away by her green winds, and those she didn't just blow away failed to have any effect as she made a green bubble of sorts around herself. Just as Jake was beginning to think that was all Sylphie had green wind and a green bubble, she pulled out another attack, one Jake hadn't seen coming. He didn't know why he hadn't expected it. Maybe it was because of Hockey and Misty and how they fought, the small frame of the hawks. Their usual use of magic, all of it had made Jake not expect the hawk to do the most obvious of things, attack with her body. Jake felt her fly by first, her wing glowing green. The wing was like a razor blade, and Jake managed to avoid it as it cut through the air, making odd sounds. In a swift turn in the air, she came back with another attack, this time using her talons. Jake was curious and raised his arm to block. He allowed her talons to strike, and the result surprised him. Both of them, it seemed. He had to spend the next quarter of an hour consoling Sylphie after she had nearly ripped his forearm off. Her talons begun shining as she struck and had penetrated straight through the armor on his arms. It had then gone through his skin with only a tiny bit more resistance, drawing plenty of blood. Finally, the talons had clamped down and cut into his arm even more, and the only thing that she failed to cut through was the bone. Even that had some clear marks, though. It was nothing a healing potion couldn't fix, but Sylphie still felt incredibly bad about it. She kept making apologetic screeches and nuzzling up to him, throwing glances at his already healed arm. The skin still looked a bit tender there, and his armor was still repairing itself. Jake was sure she would feel better when all signs of her overeagerness were gone. As for Misty and Hockey, they just sat on the side, looking like the proudest parents in the world. She seemed to cheer up a bit at Jake's constant reassurance that all was fine and his praises of how strong she was. He had to admit he had underestimated her. Those close combat attacks were powerful. He couldn't help but imagine how strong she would be at level 100. What tier was she in? The same as the Prima, above it, Census Golem level. He couldn't be sure. Sylphie was still rather fragile if one did manage to strike her. Her small frame also made her susceptible to many of the same attacks that took down Hockey. Her means of attack also weren't that varied, but things like that could be shored up with time. Shortly after, Misty and Hockey wanted to take Sylphie along, likely to continue hunting, but the small hawk refused to leave. She kept nuzzling up to Jake, and when her mom gave a stern screech, she just tried to hide away under Jake's cloak. "It's fine, I'll keep her company." "You two go have some quality time together," Jake said with a smile. He could be the babysitter of the little murder bird while the husband and wife hawks could go enjoy a nice date killing stuff together. He was such a romantic. Jake and Sylphie kept playing no fighting this time until evening arrived. Miranda had picked out the best she could find for dinner. She was afraid she had brought too much, but it should be fine. Even if there were some leftovers, she could just take them back with her or give them to someone else. She entered the valley with a smile on her face. She didn't carry anything as she had gotten quite the upgrade since last. A ring on her finger held a small spatial storage of about 27 cubic meters. It even appeared to freeze time for everything within. At least it kept the food hot. The ring had come from Neil trading it with one of his space mage buddies, and she could only wear it now that she was a D-grade due to the level 100 requirement. In the distance, she could already hear Jake. It sounded like he was doing some kind of practice as she heard the sounds of things flying around. Telekinesis practice. She still remembered the first time she saw him lifting those stones at the pond. Yet what she saw instead was the smaller of the hawks shooting small bolts of semi-transparent green mana at stones that Jake threw up into the air. He cheered every time the bird hit one and turned it into dust, with the hawk happily flapping its wings. She had to admit she didn't know much about the hawks. The two adults were both D-grade and more powerful than her, and she couldn't really communicate with them like Jake. How the hell he could hold a borderline conversation with them was still insane to her. Though she had to admit the small green one was quite cute, Jake also clearly liked it a lot, a feeling that was reciprocated as she rubbed up against his hand as he scratched her. Jake turned around as she got closer, and he greeted her with a smile, his mask already made invisible. "Oh hey Miranda." He paused as he did a double take before shaking his head. "Congratulations on your evolution," he said with a smile. "Thanks," she answered happily, wondering about the hold-up earlier. Maybe Jake was a bit surprised with her evolution. Thinking about it, she probably was the first person Jake regularly interacted with who he had seen evolve. "So, should we go in and eat? And is it fine if Sylphie comes along?" he asked, looking a bit embarrassed, without a doubt due to wanting the bird to join them. Miranda naturally agreed as they headed inside the lodge. There was plenty to talk about. Jake walked inside with Sylphie, a bit flustered. He knew evolutions could bring changes, but he hadn't really thought about it much. He had seen Arnold before and after evolution, and that guy had barely changed. He himself had barely changed. Jacob had always looked good, so his evolution hadn't done much. And while Miranda had been nice in her own right, the evolution had sure done a lot. He honestly felt shitty about it. He had always been bad around overly attractive women. Jake couldn't even properly talk to Caroline back then. Miranda had been attractive before, sure, but now she had moved up a level. If it were in a larger social setting, Jake would be fine, but right now, he was alone with only her and a bird. But it was just Miranda, right? Yeah. Jake shook his head as he got inside, Sylphie looking up at him, a bit puzzled. He gave her small head a pat as he went to find some cutlery and plates. Honestly, feeling weird around women. Wasn't it about time for him to get over that? Miranda was Miranda, the same person, just slightly improved, if that was even the right word, probably missing a few organs now too, just like him. Really, his complex was just silly. Jake had many issues in the past. He still did, but now that the world had changed, he had thrown off so many burdens. So many parts of himself that he perceived as his own weaknesses. Evolution was meant to push you towards perfection, at least physically. The mental work Jake would have to do himself. He recognized it as a flaw and chose to see it as another challenge to overcome it. He would do his utmost to have a nice dinner with Miranda and get through the meeting with Miranda without acting weird. Part of him thought it was lucky Sylphie was there to help distract him and keep the atmosphere a bit more relaxed. Moreover, he was Miranda's boss as well. He had a responsibility to act appropriately. But more than that, he was her friend, so he would keep it friendly, just keep things simple, and take the complications as they come. Stop treating people differently based on how they look. In the end, everyone's kill notifications looked the same anyway. He reminded himself as he set the table and threw Miranda his usual smile. So, tell me about that profession upgrade. Chapter 261, Introspection and Self-Control. When Jake had asked if the hawk called Sylphie could join them, Miranda had naturally just agreed. Why would she not? It looked cute and it could sit and listen in when they talked. However, she hadn't expected it to also eat with them. Alright, even if it would eat with them, then it would just get some meat or something and sit off to the side. That would make sense to her. The current situation didn't. Jake cut off a slice of meat and ate it, having nice table manners. Miranda did the same as she used her cutlery. The hawk too. A third plate was at the table, and in front of it a hawk sat on its butt. The cutlery was glowing green as it imitated her and Jake, cutting off small slices of meat and bringing them to its open beak. The hawk even made chewing movements, despite Miranda being absolutely certain birds didn't need to chew food. Well, by now Miranda should really just call the hawk she. Jake talked to her like a person, and the hawk did act remarkably human. Miranda just had difficulty wrapping her mind around an animal being as smart as a person. Besides the presence of the small hawk acting weird, everything was relatively normal. They talked about quite a few things, one of which was classes. I still find the concept of witchcraft interesting. I wonder how it allows you to attack through marking a target. I see possibilities there, Jake had muttered in between bites after Miranda had explained some more details about her current class. She still hadn't evolved her class yet at level 100, so she wanted some advice. Jake's advice ended up boiling down to pick what you like the most, just go with your gut, which wasn't the most useful. Sylphie had just made a screech, which Jake had interpreted as her agreeing. How the hell he got that from a screech she didn't know. Miranda was 50-50 on him just fucking with her, but the hawk didn't protest either, and clearly she understood their speech to some extent. At least Sylphie could pass the salt when asked. With the fort expanding, it won't be long before we reach 6 digits, Miranda said proudly, talking about citizens. After the pylon's influence encompassed the fort, the vast majority of the people there automatically became recognized as citizens. I've been wondering, what are the benefits of more citizens? Does it make you level faster? Jake asked. Only partly. It appears to be based on how much work I do as a city lord. In the end, I only have that much time and energy to work, and as we expand, help becomes required. From what I know, Sanctomo has an entire government structure set up by now, with the augur only working as the leader of a cabinet of leaders. It's a far more efficient system and recognized as a correct path, but that doesn't make it more correct than being a city lord leading a smaller city more intimately, Miranda explained, adding. The levels of the citizens only appear to have an impact on growth. She left out one thing though. She also got levels by engaging with Jake. A part of the reason she wanted these meetings with him was that she nearly always got a level during them. Clearly, the system believed her interactions with Jake to be a crucial path of her role as city lord, based on her new profession that had only become more important. Interesting. I guess it makes sense. It's like leveling through killing. Singular, powerful citizens under your employ will be viewed as equally valuable to dozens of weaker individuals. I reckon, Jake commented, nodding as if deep in thought. I'm not quite sure it's that simple. It depends on how much work I have to do. It's about what issues I resolve or prevent, or when I make good diplomatic decisions or create valuable relations with someone important. Even appointing employees who do a good job rewards me. Me dealing with a level 40 troublemaker will reward me more than a D grade who just sticks to himself and doesn't bother anyone, Miranda explained. Leaving out that according to the system, Jake was likely the largest potential source of trouble for Haven, or perhaps just the most important element to handle. That sounds complicated. I'll just stick to putting arrows in things, Jake joked, making Miranda giggle a bit. Jake did seem a bit different today, more confident. A bit awkward as usual to begin with, but the dungeon and time away seemed to have done him good. You do that, then I'll handle all those issues you can't just fix with an arrow, she answered with a smile. There is no issue that cannot be solved with oil, duct tape, and arrows, Jake stated as if it was a matter of fact. Miranda's smile only deepened as she shook her head. As much as she hated to admit it, Jake honestly could fix most issues with an arrow, or at least the threat of an arrow. And those he couldn't, it was her responsibility to try and make sure those issues never even reached him. "I'll drink to that," Miranda agreed as she lifted her glass. Jake mirrored her movement, lifting his too. "Cheers," both Jake and Miranda said. Sylphie joined in as she also lifted her glass, naturally not with wine in. Jake had made it very clear Sylphie was still too young to drink alcohol, no matter how nonsensical that statement was. She was a magical creature that in no way could get drunk from regular alcohol. Also, what did her age have to do with being able to drink as a goddamn bird? Birds were never meant to drink to begin with, as far as she knew. It was one of those things that she had just given up asking about. She had learned her lesson long ago, and yet Jake kept surprising her with his incomprehensible logic of profession. Mistress of Haven has reached level 101 stat points allocated, plus 59 free points. Miranda got the notification and stopped her train of thought, and she just took a large gulp of her wine. Yeah, this is normal. Like that, the dinner between two humans and a hawk continued. To Jake, this evening was a great display of him keeping it cool and casual. At least it was to begin with. After half an hour or so, he kind of just got in the groove of things, and everything returned to how it usually was. While they sat there, he had a lot of time to reflect. The concept of him being afraid of the opposite sex was honestly ludicrous the more he thought about it, but he understood why he had been. For nearly his entire life, Jake hadn't been a very emotional person. He never wore his emotions on his sleeves but preferred to keep them bottled up and be. Granted, he wasn't the best at hiding them either, which led to many awkward situations. He had never pursued anyone himself, yet he never had any resistance either when he was pursued. He had his first girlfriend back when he was a teenager, and that only lasted for a few months as Jake was boring, which was probably very accurate. He was boring, and he was bored. Honestly, before the tutorial began, he couldn't remember the last time he truly had fun. Sure, he had enjoyable times, but if he was genuine with himself, then the last half a year or so were the best in living memory. Of course, there had been hard times and difficulties, but all in all, everything had finally become interesting. The Minotaur Mindchief had wandered through his memories. Jake had wandered with it and experienced the mundanity that had been his life. Everything was black and white, monotone. There was no color, nothing that truly interested him or made him happy. He now realized the reason for that had been simple. It was his own doing. His bloodline had always been with him. It had awakened on the first day of the tutorial, but that wasn't the first time it had become fully active. His mom and dad had told him he was such a wild child. He was quiet as a baby, but when he became a toddler, he always had to push the limits, climb trees, get in fights and all that. It was him pushing himself, challenging himself. All of that was fine and dandy. Until Caleb was born. Caleb was afraid of Jake. As his brother, Jake had a natural sense of competition with his little brother, and without being aware, he had utterly tried to suppress Caleb with his presence back then. It was childish and stupid, and all it led to was Caleb always crying, always afraid. Yet Jake also wanted to protect his brother, because while there was a rivalry, there was also a sense of family. So in the end, Jake had begun subconsciously suppressing his bloodline. Suppressing his emotions and his real self. Perhaps his supernatural intuition had also made him aware even back then. This was not the world for the Primal Hunter. The bloodline was more trouble than good, until the tutorial, that is, when it awakened again. This related back to his inability to interact with women he found attractive, because it could lead to emotions. Emotions would lead to interest. Interest would lead to disappointment. Disappointment would lead to failure. And finally, failure could lead to anger. Jake had never broken up with anyone. Every time they broke up with him. Even Madeline had agreed that the honeymoon phase was amazing until Jake began getting boring. Most relationships had been duds from the start, lasting only a few months tops. Only Madeline from university had lasted over a year, and she was the first person Jake took a genuine interest in even after the first few months. Being emotional was still not something he could really do. It had led to her disappointment in the end. He didn't know how to act. Jake had to admit that most relationships were just ones of convenience. Whenever a woman or girl came onto him, he had no real reasons not to engage. So the first time he was with one he actually cared about, and she betrayed him, he did what he had to do to protect himself. This was why he had been actively avoiding potentially similar situations since back in university. It was just easier. If he didn't let anyone in, they couldn't hurt him. It was a simple solution, and Jake truthfully never had any need for romantic companionship. Now that his bloodline was fully awakened, everything wasn't gray and dull anymore. He also noted how his attraction to Caroline faded nearly instantly. She just wasn't interesting anymore. In the end, he only ever found her attractive. But that was that. It was just lust. A purely instinctual thing that Jake had learned to control a lot better than most, he reckoned. Even with a suppressed bloodline, he had still had above-average instincts. But just because he was attracted to someone didn't mean it would lead to something. He had gone through puberty with improved instincts without any incidents. That should be proof enough. A part of him was fully aware that if Jake stopped controlling himself, he would turn into someone he didn't want to be. Some people didn't restrain or control themselves in this new world, and that led to fucked up individuals. It led to people like Donald. Jake would rather put a dagger through his own throat than end up like that fucker just because he couldn't keep his dick in his pants. He was strong now. If he had walked in on Andy and Madeline as he was now, he would likely have broken Andy's nose and told Madeline to fuck off without breaking down. He wouldn't wallow in self-pity for years and drown himself in work. It had been the best choice back then, both for himself, Madeline, and Andy, because Jake did feel something when he walked in on them back then. Rage. Before the system, that was likely the time his bloodline was closest to reawakening. He wanted to get revenge back then when he saw them in that bed. The reason he just walked out was to control himself, because if he had stayed, well, he would have killed both of them, no two ways about it. His only response back then was to avoid the situation, to hide and keep all his emotions bottled up. It was pathetic and cowardly, but that was how he had learned to handle life. But it was all different now. Jake had grown a lot, at least he thought so himself. Maybe the increased stats made memories more vivid and sped up brain functions and all that, but reflecting on himself as a person had become a lot easier, if that made sense. And right now he was growing further as he managed to act completely normal with a woman he found attractive. If it had been Caroline back then, he couldn't do it. He would be awkward and be unable to think straight. All of this isn't to say Jake liked Miranda. Well, he liked her, but he didn't like her. He was attracted to her, sure, but that wasn't the same. He had been attracted to Caroline too, and she turned out to be a shit-tier person. A guy finding a woman attractive was pretty damn normal to begin with, and with evolutions making everyone into supermodels. Yeah, if he couldn't act normal around women he found attractive, he soon wouldn't be able to be around anyone of the opposite sex. He liked Miranda as a person and a colleague. Jake truthfully wasn't interested in a relation. Not right now, he was still D-grade and he had a long way ahead of him. A relationship would chain him down and create another weakness for him. He saw no reason to invite that into his life. Besides, he liked the dynamic he and Miranda had going on. She was the brains of the operation and he was the brawn. They were partners. Even if, for all intents and purposes, Jake was in the superior position. He held all the power, but he could handle it. Jake was confident that he was a person who wouldn't find himself corrupted by power, because he had always been powerful. He had always suppressed himself. There were no two ways about it. Jake had been born superior to other humans. He had been forced to bury that superior aspect of himself to fit in and survive. Now, he just didn't need to do that as much anymore. But that didn't mean he didn't have the practice. But he could see others fall, be corrupted by sudden power. For many more Donalds to be out there, they would be wise not to visit Haven. The man saw the city in the distance. It was an old medieval-looking building surrounded by houses. The man smiled as he had found his destination. He turned to his followers as he spoke. "Looks like we've found Haven." He looked at one of the women with him as he gave her a pat on the head. "Good girl." She nodded and smiled. None of the three others with the man said anything either. They knew not to speak. For such was one of their rules. The man took out his notebook and a pen appeared in his hand. He turned to one of the pages and in it made a star. He heard the muffled groan of the woman who was in charge of scouting as she got her star. She had done well. It was only fair to reward her efforts. "Now show your appreciation," he said as he moved the cloth from her shoulder, revealing the star seared into her flesh and admiring his mark. "Thank you, Sultan," she said with a bowed head and a meek voice. "You're welcome," Sultan said, his smile widening. "Now let us go forth, to Haven." The five moved towards what they thought was Haven. Their mode of transportation was a nearly 10-meter-long ship that levitated a few meters above the ground, one lined with gold and jewels. Inside the ship, plenty of goods on top of it, a man and 4 women, all 5 of them D-grade.